Chapter 1192. Hold on, husband. Come back for a moment, the Nagashwang suddenly said. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be startled, but he still nodded. In any case, although the celestial hall in the imperial capital was the closest to the soul-departing hall, it should only be a few thousand miles away. However, it was probably completely impossible to pass through. If he wanted to go to the soul-departing hall, he would need to take another route. He flew out of this dark space as fast as he could, rushed out of the thick, dark matter, and returned to the bottom of the sea. Then he rushed out of the sea and returned to the Empire of Darkness thousands of miles away. He arrived at the great hall of the Empire of Darkness. What's wrong, Shuang? Yang Dingtian asked. The Naga Shuang said, Husband, do you plan to go to the soul-departing hall now? Yang Dingtian thought for a moment and said, Actually, we don't have much choice. The Nagashwang said, Actually, our goal this time was only to find the soul-departing hall and Medusa. And this goal has already been achieved, hasn't it? This was true. This time, Yang Dingtian went to the Middle West Continent Sea region because he couldn't believe that the soul-departing hall would be there. In the end, it was both there and not there. The depths of the Middle West Continent Sea region was the center of the great hall of the imperial capital, and the soul-departing hall should be in the cockpit at the bow of the ship. It wasn't in the chaotic world, but in outer space. But no matter what, it should be certain that they had found the so-called soul-departing hall. Then the Nagashwang said, We found where Medusa is, but we don't have a way to kill her at the moment, nor do we have the strength to kill her. Yang Dingtian nodded to confirm this. The Nagashwang continued, And it seems that Medusa has no way to leave the so-called soul-departing hall, and no way to come to the human countries to kill us. Therefore, this gives us ample time to grow stronger until we can kill her. Right now, she's doing everything possible to get us to die. I know, Yang Dingtian said, but if we don't go, she won't force me to go. She would give part of her energy to Shima Ningning and then control her will, turning her into a slaughterer and killing. Kill all the surviving humans. Naga Shuang admitted to this statement. She wanted to say that they shouldn't care about the lives of the surviving humans, but she didn't say it out loud. Yang Dingtian continued, Moreover, even if we hide in the Empire of Darkness, we will still be able to escape. If Medusa has no other choice, she might control her Skirich imperial capital and launch a destructive attack on our Empire of Darkness. The Skirich imperial capital where she lived was even more advanced and powerful. In fact, he didn't even need to absorb the energy of the continent. Can you guarantee that it doesn't have the energy to destroy our Empire of Darkness? Nagashwang thought for a while and nodded again. It should have, but the price is too high. So, Medusa won't do that unless it's absolutely necessary. Yang Dingtian said, But as long as we hide in the Empire of Darkness and become stronger and stronger, when we can threaten her safety, she will definitely take action. Naga Shuang agreed with Yang Dingtian's statement. Yang Dingtian asked Shuang, Is Medusa at her weakest now? Naga Shuang nodded and said, She should only have recovered about 20 to 30% of her spiritual power. Yang Dingtian said, If we hide in the Empire of Darkness and desperately devour energy, how long will it take? How long will it take for us to become strong enough to defeat and kill Medusa? Nagashwang said, A long, long, long time. She didn't say anything about the world. Yang Dingtian said, But Medusa won't give us such a long time. So, now is the best time to kill Medusa. Nagashwang was silent. Yang Dingtian said, Shuang, we have a saying, martial arts lies outside of poetry. Nagashwang said, Husband, I know what you mean. You want to kill Queen Medusa through other means. If it's not through martial arts, what are your thoughts? Yang Dingtian said, The first idea is to enter the Forbidden Continent's illusory realm again. Then we won't leave again until we find a way to destroy the most advanced sky-reaching imperial capital. Nagashwang thought for a while and said, Husband, your idea should work. because there will definitely be a way to destroy it in the illusory realm. But if such an advanced spaceship is destroyed, I suspect that we won't be able to protect these continents. Yang Dingtian fell silent. This possibility was very strong. Yang Dingtian said, "Then let's wait in the Forbidden Continent's illusory realm. Let's wait for Medusa's spaceship to complete the construction of the imperial capital. Obviously, Medusa isn't its supreme commander. She might just be an intruder, the only intelligent life form in the entire spaceship, so she has a certain degree of control. But he will definitely give me a very primeval order that will allow me to obtain the supreme control of the entire spaceship. Then I will control the energy of the entire spaceship and kill Medusa in an instant." Naga Shuang's eyes lit up and said, "Husband, this possibility exists, but there are two problems. The first problem is that in the 8th era's illusory realm, a day in the real world is a few years in the illusory realm. But this 8th era of civilization might have been passed down for hundreds of thousands or millions of years. The appearance of this spaceship in the imperial capital means that the humans of the 8th era are preparing to escape from the chaotic world. This means that it is already the end of the entire civilization. Therefore, you'll have to stay in the illusory realm for a very, very long time. If converted to real time, it might be more than a few hundred years." Yang Dingtian was stunned. That was right, this possibility existed, and it definitely existed. Then Yang Dingtian said, "Then perhaps there's a way to fly directly to the end of the 8th era and then travel through the endless dark void again. This represents the passage of time. Go directly to the 9th era and then return to the 8th era. Then you will be at the end of the 8th era." Naga Schwanger said, "Husband, this theory of yours is also feasible. However, you already know that traveling through the dark void represents the passage of time. If you fly in the reverse direction of the dark void, you will wake up from the illusory realm once your speed exceeds the traveling speed of the dark void itself. Then you will appear in the Forbidden Continent." Yang Dingtian fell silent again. That's right, Naga Shuang, I was right once again. After thinking for a while, Yang Dingtian said, "Then I have another idea." Naga Shuang said, "Husband, please speak." Yang Dingtian said, "You know, I once obtained the demon core of a Naga royalty. Its soul was once in my mind for a period of time, and then it was injected into my soul sword. However, from the beginning to the end, because of its extreme arrogance, it barely communicated with me. Only when it was at a critical moment would it take the initiative to control the soul sword to attack. The first time was in the secret realm of the Maze of Despair, and the second time was in the Empire of Darkness. You were about to be trapped by Wentian, but it controlled the soul sword to release the 10,000 ancestral swords and saved you." Naga Shuang said, "That's right. Do you think the existence of this demon core of the Naga royalty is not a coincidence?" Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "Yes, in the ancient Naga Empire, other than Medusa, all the other Naga chose to sacrifice themselves to create the new Naga. I think that the Naga Empire must have chased after Medusa, but had no choice but to give up in the end. However, they definitely didn't give up completely. Therefore, the royal family of the Naga Empire left behind a demon core, and then injected its soul and consciousness into this demon core. This way, it didn't betray and live on, but it also didn't completely give up on chasing after Medusa." Naga Shuang's eyes lit up. This possibility was completely possible. Yang Dingtian continued, "If my guess is correct, then this soul of the Naga royalty has a way to kill Medusa." Then Yang Dingtian took out the soul sword and said, "If that's the case, we've already helped to find Medusa. How to kill her next will depend on its methods." Naga Shuang said, "Husband, you and I are connected. However, you and the soul sword are one way at the moment. You can use your consciousness to control the soul sword, but it may not know what you're thinking. Therefore, you still have to tell it that you've found Medusa." Yang Dingtian said, "This is very simple. Write a very simple scroll, then use your consciousness to control the soul sword and comprehend this scroll. Yes, this was indeed the case. This kind of scroll not only transmitted martial arts, but also the simplest information. This kind of information scroll didn't even need to use energy runes. Then, could Yang Dingtian communicate directly with the soul of the Naga royalty? Of course he could, but at least he had to wake it up first. However, it didn't seem to have any intention of communicating with Yang Dingtian. Therefore, he could only use this method to inform it. There was no time to lose. Subsequently, Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang immediately entered the deep meditation world. He used his fastest speed to write a scroll and inform it about finding Medusa. Yang Dingtian even wanted to write Medusa's location in the scroll. Later, he discovered that using the scroll code to write Medusa's specific location would consume an astonishing amount of code. So he could only give up. He informed it of Medusa's approximate location. After writing, Yang Dingtian immediately woke up from the illusion. The scroll had already been written. Then, Yang Dingtian used his consciousness to control the soul sword and immediately comprehend the scroll. The scroll was reduced to ashes inch by inch. It was completely burned after reading it. When the last corner of the scroll was completely burned, rumble! Yang Dingtian only felt a loud sound in his mind. Then, a boundless oppressive aura swept toward them. Yang Dingtian was fine, but Naga Shuang had already instinctively prostrated herself. Boom! Then an incomparably huge image of Naga appeared in Yang Dingtian's mind. It was huge, over tens of thousands of meters, and its entire body was golden yellow, especially its eyes and 2 horns, which were even more dazzling. Who was the most powerful in Naga, and whose bloodline was the noblest? The one closest to the fallen divine dragon was the most powerful and the noblest. From its eyes and 2 horns, one could see the Naga's bloodline. And the Naga that Yang Dingtian saw in his mind at this time was already extremely powerful and noble. It looked no different from a dragon. It was almost impossible to tell that it was a Naga. Of course, no matter what, it was still a Naga, not a divine dragon. Human, you really found the trace of the traitor Medusa? The Naga royalty spoke in a deep and hoarse voice. This voice was not only male and female, it had already surpassed the form of a human. Then Naga Shuang knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Naga Dugu Shuang greets His Majesty. Yang Dingtian was stunned. This Naga royalty was not just a royalty, but the emperor of the Naga Empire. The emperor of Naga seemed to look in the direction of Naga Shuang. He frowned slightly and said, "You have broken through. Who gave birth to you?" Obviously, the emperor of Naga was not very happy about the existence of Naga Shuang. Because they felt that they were already a product of the past, they were single-mindedly trying to create a new Naga, and a new Naga that was completely spiritual type. Now, there was a demigod Naga of the energy type. Although it had saved her before, it did not like her very much. Naga Shuang lay dormant on the ground and did not speak. The Emperor of Naga looked at Yang Dingtian again and said, "Human, tell me clearly, where is Medusa?" Yang Dingtian said, "In a spaceship built by the human kingdom in the 8th era. This spaceship is wrapped in dark matter, and most of it is in the chaotic world, but the cockpit and the bow of the ship are outside the chaotic world, out in space." The Emperor of Naga said, "I see. No wonder Medusa could escape the pursuit of our Naga Empire. She is already out of the chaotic world." Then the Emperor of Naga said, "Now begin to reconstruct Medusa's specific location and route in your mind." Yang Dingtian said, "Yes, although the route is very accurate, the surrounding environment is very freehand and unreal." "Don't worry," the Emperor of Naga said. Yang Dingtian immediately recalled the trajectory of the energy signal of the soul leaving temple in his mind. From the Dongli grassland to the north, through many twists and turns, through who knows how many spaces, finally arriving at the destination, the soul leaving temple. With Yang Dingtian's permission, the Emperor of Naga directly read Yang Dingtian's memory. Then he sighed and said, "Amazing, amazing, she actually went here." No wonder the Empire's search and pursuit at that time was fruitless. Her escape direction is the opposite of our pursuit. Yang Dingtian said, Your Majesty, may I ask if you have a way to kill Medusa? Now, the Emperor of Naga said, You should know that I only put my soul in the demon core. Whether it is energy or spirit, they are very weak, less than 1,000th of the body. So, it is completely impossible for you to rely on my energy to kill Medusa. Yang Dingtian said, You can also borrow the power of the soul sword and the energy of me and Nagashwang. The Emperor of Naga said, There is no doubt that as the Emperor of Naga, I have a special great judgment technique for the subjects of my empire. It can restrain Naga, including Medusa. But now the energy is too weak, it is still not effective. Yang Dingtian suddenly felt depressed and said, Your Majesty, is there really no way? The Emperor of Naga said, Unless you have the fossil liquid of our Naga Empire, I will store this fossil liquid in the great judgment technique. So as long as a little enters Medusa's body, she will turn back into a fossil. Yang Dingtian was surprised and said, Medusa specializes in turning others into fossils. Can she also turn into a fossil? The Emperor of Naga said, Of course she can turn people into fossils. It is a kind of spiritual energy evolution. And this fossil liquid is the energy counter of all Naga people. Although they are all fossils, it has nothing to do with Medusa's fossil technique. Yang Dingtian was overjoyed and said, Your Majesty, I really do have it. Then Yang Dingtian took out the box. There was a pulsating green liquid in it, as if it was alive. The Emperor of Naga looked at the green liquid in disbelief and said, Where did you get this? The Naga Empire is destroyed and there is still this fossil liquid? Yang Dingtian said, I got it from an auction under one of Medusa's puppets. Even they don't know what it is. I don't know where it came from. The Emperor of Naga wondered, That's really strange. Yang Dingtian said, Your Majesty, what should I do to integrate this fossil liquid into your great judgment technique? The Emperor of Naga said, This fossil liquid is not a liquid. It is a kind of energy. Later, I will teach you to write a devour scroll, and then let your soul sword devour the energy of the fossil liquid. However, the energy of the fossil liquid is fatal to the energy of the Naga people. Once your soul sword devours it, the demon core in your soul sword will be turned into ashes, and the Naga royalty energy in it will also be turned into ashes. Will it harm your soul? Yang Dingtian asked. That won't happen. The Emperor of Naga said, The fossil technique only imprisons the body and energy into fossils. The soul is still free. That's good. The Emperor of Naga said, The sea of chi in your soul sword is now strong enough to extract my demon core. Then, under the control of the Emperor of Naga, a little bit of energy seeped out from the Chaos Emperor grade soul sword's hilt. In the end, it condensed into a complete demon core of the Naga royalty. Yang Dingtian put it back into the space ring. The Emperor of Naga said, Wait for a few hours, I will write a scroll, and then write this scroll through the mind of the Naga Dugashwang. Yes, Your Majesty. Yang Dingtian said. In less than 2 hours, the Emperor of Naga had completed the scroll, and then wrote the scroll of devouring the energy of the fossil liquid through the hands of the Naga Dugashwang. Yang Dingtian used his consciousness to control the soul sword, comprehended the scroll, and completely devoured the energy of the fossil liquid. In fact, the Emperor of Naga could have controlled the soul sword to do this. His actions only proved that he had no intention of taking the highest control of the soul sword. After all this was done, the Naga royalty said, All right, let's go and kill Medusa. Chapter 1193. Let me confirm one last time. If I was stared at by Medusa's eyes, would I turn into a fossil? Yang Dingtian asked. No. The Nagashwang and the Emperor of Naga said in unison. Yang Dingtian nodded. That's good. Then he flew out with the Chaos Emperor grade soul sword. The Nagashwang remained in the Empire of Darkness. Because the two of them shared life As long as the Nagashwang didn't die, Yang Dingtian wouldn't die completely. After flying out of the Empire of Darkness, Yang Dingtian didn't fly toward the west central continent. Although it was closest to the soul departing hall, he couldn't pass through it. Therefore, Yang Dingtian had to use the dumbest method to go to the soul departing hall. That was to completely follow the inferred energy trajectory and return the same way, all the way back to the point of origin of the energy signal, which was the soul leaving palace. Yang Dingtian first flew to the Dongli grassland pyramid, then continued north, north, and north. After a few thousand miles, he reached the end of the Dongli grassland. Then, Yang Dingtian suddenly lost all his energy, because this was the celestial Red Sea region. Anyone who came here would lose all their celestial chi energy. Unexpectedly, Yang Dingtian was still the same after breaking through to the demigod level. Yang Dingtian, who had lost his celestial chi, fell from the sky into the celestial Red Sea. At this time, Yang Dingtian couldn't see the figure of the lonely temple. In the celestial Red Sea, Yang Dingtian had spent a few days with the Dongfang Bingling. Here he had the most intimate inner contact with the celestial Red Sea, and here he saw Saint Tantai. But with regards to Saint Tantai, Yang Dingtian had already turned into a dense fog that he couldn't see through, especially the border guardian that she was talking about. That's right, the human countries did have many borders. The southeastern sea region, the Forbidden Continent Sea region in the west, the Netherworld Sea region in the southwest, the Devil Sea region in the southeast, the world of ice and snow in the north, the celestial Red Sea in the Dongli grassland, and the Yin-Yang Mirror. These were all the borders of the existing human countries. These words were true, but it was about the border guardian. To be honest, Yang Dingtian was already a demigod. He knew a thing or two about this world's top secrets. As far as he knew, other than the celestial Red Sea, he didn't see any other border guardians. Therefore, it was hard to say whether the term border guardian was true or not. If it was fake, then Tantai was lying. Why would Tantai lie? Who was she? This was a huge puzzle. Of course, this puzzle was not important to Yang Dingtian right now. Right now, the most important thing for Yang Dingtian was to kill Medusa. At this moment, the Red Sea in the sky was like a tiger blocking the way. Of course, the celestial Red Sea was thousands of miles long. Yang Dingtian could swim to the end even if he wanted to. But at the end, there must be a spatial barrier. Yang Dingtian needed celestial chi to create a spatial door. However, Yang Dingtian had lost all his celestial chi, but he could still control the soul sword to fly. He could even let the Emperor of Naga use the greater space technique to create a spatial door through the soul sword. Therefore, Yang Dingtian used his consciousness to control the soul sword. As a result, the soul sword received the order immediately and immediately carried it out. However, it just flew out of the space ring and fell straight down. In the space ring, there was no problem at all, and it wasn't affected. But after leaving the space ring, it also lost all its celestial chi. Therefore, the celestial Red Sea had caused Yang Dingtian to be at his wit's end. Therefore, Yang Dingtian swam in the celestial Red Sea, hoping to find the lonely temple and Tantai here. However, he swam a few laps and didn't see the temple at all. Suddenly, the Nagashwang's voice sounded in Yang Dingtian's heart. "Husband, leave the celestial Red Sea. I read your memories about Saint Tantai, and I feel that she is very dangerous. Leave immediately." Yang Dingtian didn't ask back. The Nagashwang's intuition had always been very sharp. He immediately turned back. However, it was very difficult to go to the soul leaving temple without passing through the celestial Red Sea. At this moment, the Nagashwang said, "Husband, I read the measurement of the spatial tear in your mind." Yang Dingtian said, "I also calculated that the end of the celestial Red Sea is not the spatial tear." The Nagashwang said, "It wasn't before, but you can go around the spatial tear and go to the spatial tear at the end of the celestial Red Sea. I have drawn a specific route. Husband, you can fly according to this route." Yang Dingtian said, but the spatial tear is constantly expanding and changing. The Naga Shuang said, "Yes, but I used the human countries as a reference, so the route can't be wrong." Yang Dingtian thought for a while. It was indeed correct. As long as the route was fixed at a few points and designed in the interior of the spatial tear and not at the edge, the route wouldn't be wrong. Therefore, Yang Dingtian didn't wait for Saint Tantai to appear. He swam back to the shore of the celestial Red Sea and climbed down the cliff. After returning to the Dongli grassland, Yang Dingtian recovered his Xian Qi and immediately flew to the Holy Valley in the east. In less than an hour, Yang Dingtian flew to the endless sea of the Holy Valley. Then he opened a spatial door here and entered the spatial tear. The spatial tear had indeed expanded a lot and became a lot bigger. However, Yang Dingtian completely ignored this information at this time and calculated according to the Naga Shuang's trajectory. First, he flew to the center of the spatial tear, then flew northwest. After flying for more than 10,000 miles, Yang Dingtian reached the end of the spatial tear. It was a void. Yang Dingtian opened up a spatial door at this point and leaped over. In an instant, he entered another space. This place was indeed the first dark realm, because Yang Dingtian and the Naga Shuang had not completed the overall spatial structure of the Chaos World. They only guessed that the end of the celestial Red Sea might be the first dark realm. Unexpectedly, this result was accurate. After entering the first dark realm, Yang Dingtian returned to his original route. He didn't randomly move forward just because he was familiar with the first dark realm. He even forgot about the existence of the first dark realm. Sure enough, after flying to the center of the first dark realm, the path turned downward. It led underground. Looking carefully, it was actually a vortex. Yang Dingtian had been in the first dark realm for a long time, but he had never found this central vortex, because it was simply too small, and the first dark realm was tens of thousands of miles wide, so it was very difficult to find. Yang Dingtian controlled the soul swords and dug into the vortex. After digging for less than 10,000 meters, he had dug through. Below, there was an energy vortex that was neither big nor small. Yang Dingtian directly dived into this energy vortex. In an instant, his entire body was sucked into the energy vortex. He kept shuttling. He didn't know how long he shuttled. Perhaps it was a few thousand miles, or even further. In this shuttling, Yang Dingtian didn't even know if he was falling or being ejected. He couldn't tell if he was going up or down. In any case, he directly rushed out of the first dark realm and fell into the void. Then he saw the endless stars behind him again. This should be outer space. He had left the Chaos World's outer space. Yang Dingtian wasn't surprised for long. He continued to fly according to his original route. In this piece of outer space, Yang Dingtian was constantly flying. Below was the first dark realm. After flying for about 10,000 miles, he immediately hit an energy barrier. Yang Dingtian opened a space door and passed through this energy barrier. After passing through the barrier, he was still in outer space. However, below was the second dark realm. He flew another 10,000 miles to the west, flew through the entire second dark realm, and then hit another energy barrier. Yang Dingtian opened another space door and passed through it. As expected, he flew into outer space above the third dark realm. After flying for less than 10,000 miles, the familiar large vortex was in front of him. This vortex led directly to the confinement space of New Naga. Yang Dingtian had flown here before and didn't continue to advance in outer space. This time, Yang Dingtian's destination wasn't New Naga, so he continued forward. After flying for another 10,000 miles, he hit another energy barrier. If he was not mistaken, behind this energy barrier should be the fourth dark realm. Yang Dingtian had never been to this place, but he was full of curiosity. Opening a space door, Yang Dingtian jumped over this energy barrier. Whoosh! He entered a completely unfamiliar world. Was this the fourth dark realm? What was the fourth dark realm? Yang Dingtian saw countless vortexes. That's right, countless energy vortexes. Moreover, the colors were gorgeous and incomparably complicated. Yang Dingtian had never seen such a strange space before, and he had never seen such a dangerous space. Without a doubt, almost every one of these vortexes was fatal. The space and energy here were completely chaotic. Who knew where they led? After entering a vortex, even if one didn't die, they would be completely lost. Yang Dingtian continued to fly west in outer space, observing the fourth dark realm as he flew. After flying for less than 10,000 miles, his trajectory changed again, and he had to rush directly into a huge vortex. Yang Dingtian's heart trembled. The third dark realm only had one huge vortex, and it led to New Naga. Now he had to rush into another vortex, and the vortex in front of him seemed to be even bigger. Who knew where it would teleport him? Gritting his teeth, Yang Dingtian fiercely gritted his teeth and rushed into this vortex. Then his entire consciousness was completely lost. Once again, he experienced the chaotic space-time shuttling. The surrounding scenery was constantly changing, full of incomparably magical and mysterious colors. Shuttling, shuttling, shuttling after an unknown amount of time, Yang Dingtian woke up again. However, when he woke up, he was already floating in the air, motionless. He seemed to have left the fourth dark realm and was deep in a huge void. Behind him was the fourth dark realm with countless vortexes. It turned out that the vortex only penetrated the entire fourth dark realm. In this void, Yang Dingtian continued to advance according to the route that he had drawn. Forward, forward, forward. Later, Yang Dingtian found that this dark void was very strange. It was a void, and it was not evolved from the expansion of dark matter, but was just a natural void. Yang Dingtian kept flying and flying. He didn't know whether he flew tens of thousands of miles or hundreds of thousands of miles. After flying for an unknown amount of time, he directly hit a layer of energy wall. He opened a space door and passed through this energy wall. Then he saw a thick layer of dark matter. He used the primeval Naga gem to melt the thick layer of dark matter. He continued to move forward, forward, forward. He traveled thousands of miles through the dark matter. Then, he suddenly rushed out of the dark matter. In front of him, he saw a crystal clear plain. It was only about a few thousand miles, and every inch was crystal clear, emitting a beautiful light. This was not the crystal ground of the Naga Empire, but the energy ground of the 8th era. Then, on this ground, Yang Dingtian saw pyramids standing tall. There were pyramids of all colors. There were about 9 of them in total, and the trajectory calculated by Naga Shuang and Yang Dingtian pointed to one of the pyramids, the one in the middle. Immediately, Yang Dingtian knew that he and Naga Shuang were wrong. This might be a spaceship, but through the cockpit he was not in space, but inside the chaotic world. Now, Yang Dingtian could finally be sure that the chaotic world was a planet, and the fourth dark realm, which was the original 8th era human civilization, happened to be on the opposite side of this planet from the current human kingdom. Just now, after Yang Dingtian passed through the fourth dark realm, he flew through the endless void and dark matter, and finally arrived here. In fact, he had passed through the entire planet from the middle to the other side. If nothing unexpected happened, after passing through here, he would be in the human kingdom. Yang Dingtian let out a long sigh of relief. After discovering that the chaotic world was still a round planet, he relaxed a lot. At least, this was within the scope of his understanding. Moreover, when he entered the vortex in the first dark realm, he did not enter under the first dark realm. Instead, he was ejected out of the energy field of the first dark realm by the vortex and into space. Therefore, what he saw along the way was not the first dark realm or the back of the second dark realm, but the front. The reason why the energy signal from the soul leaving Palace had to be transmitted to the energy field of the human kingdom. It was because they had to avoid the abyssal border. The abyssal border could devour all energy, including energy signals. In fact, the principle was very simple. Energy signals were always transmitted in the air, but they had to pass through different energy fields. However, he did not have the energy to think about such a complicated and profound problem. Medusa's soul-leaving palace was right in front of him. It was really surprising. At that time, Medusa did not flee to the human kingdom at all, but fled to the already destroyed Dark Realm, and even went directly to the fourth Dark Realm and entered the 8th era human spaceship into the imperial capital. The pyramid in the middle was where the soul-leaving palace was. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and flew directly toward the pyramid. He was getting closer and closer. After less than a few thousand miles, the pyramid was right in front of him. Then, Yang Dingtian heard Medusa's familiar voice. Yang Dingtian, it wasn't easy for you to find this place. Then the color of the golden pyramid suddenly changed and became absolutely transparent. The pyramid was not big, only less than 100 meters. The beautiful Queen Medusa sat on the throne in the center of the pyramid. Yang Dingtian and Queen Medusa finally met face to face. It was really not easy for him. It could be said that he flew across half the planet and then through the entire diameter of the planet before he saw Queen Medusa. The pyramid slowly opened and Yang Dingtian flew directly in. He entered the so-called soul-leaving palace. Chapter 1194. Inside the pyramid. Finally, Yang Dingtian saw this Medusa face to face. He had thought that he would meet a breathtakingly beautiful woman who would make him lose his soul. But the result, the real Medusa, was almost exactly the same as the statue. From the waist down, she was a snake. Moreover, her long hair was made up of tiny poisonous snakes. Although her face was incomparably beautiful, it was not inferior to Nagashwang, but a creature with countless small snakes on her head and the lower half of her body as well. No matter how beautiful she was, there was still a sense of horror. I didn't expect you to really come. Medusa smiled. Do you need me to meet you in my human form? I realize that you're not used to this form of mine. No need. You can do it however you like. Yang Dingtian said. Yang Dingtian realized that although he had already entered the pyramid, there was still a barrier between him and Medusa. Tell me, how did you find this place? Medusa asked. Yang Dingtian, I followed the energy signal you sent and came in the opposite direction. Medusa, that's amazing. I didn't expect you to really find this place. Yang Dingtian, just like how the people of the Naga Empire didn't expect you to escape to the fourth dark realm more than 10,000 years ago, right? Oh, you call this place the fourth dark realm. Medusa smiled. But this place can indeed completely avoid the Naga Empire search, because the energy civilization in this area is even more advanced than the Naga Empire. Yang Dingtian, if I'm not wrong, you destroyed the energy body of the Naga Empire and created a huge energy storm that threw you out of the energy field of the Naga Empire and into outer space. That way, you could avoid the abyssal border and come to the fourth dark realm. But at that time, you had the courage to enter the vortex of the fourth dark realm. I'm really impressed. Medusa said, since he's a fugitive, he naturally dares to go anywhere. Yang Dingtian said, it seems to me that you've been trapped here for many, many years. Have you never gone out, or even been unable to go out? Medusa didn't answer Yang Dingtian. To reach this place, one would need to enter the giant vortex of the fourth dark domain, pass through the vast void, and finally pass through the thick dark matter. Perhaps Medusa had a way to pass through the dark matter. However, to pass through the entire fourth dark realm and reach outer space was not so simple. Yang Dingtian somewhat understood the principle of the chaos world. It was a planet. You could fly very high in the sky, but under normal circumstances, you would never be able to escape the energy field of this continent, so you could not fly through the various planes at high altitude. Just like on Earth, there was a huge gravitational force. One needed to use the second cosmic speed to escape from Earth's gravitational force. And in the chaos world, the people who were locked in here were sealed by a kind of energy field. Therefore, an incomparably huge amount of energy was needed to throw people out of the energy field into outer space and freely travel between the various planes and continents. And now, although Yang Dingtian had broken through to demigod with his own ability, he could not break through the energy field of the entire continent in one go. Therefore, a huge amount of external energy was needed. For example, in the ruins of the old Naga Empire, the huge energy storm caused by it threw Queen Hai Exan out of the energy field into outer space. Another example was Yang Dingtian in the giant vortex of the first dark domain. He was thrown out of the energy field by a huge amount of energy, so he could avoid the border of the abyss. However, he did not fly high enough at that time, so he would still hit the thin energy barrier. If he flew higher, the energy barrier would not even be there. Of course, in the third dark domain, Yang Dingtian fell out of the energy field into outer space. That was because the entire third dark domain had turned into endless fog, and the giant vortex in the middle had exhausted all of its energy. Therefore, the third dark domain could no longer support its energy field. It was easy to enter the chaos world from the fourth dark domain. He just had to enter the giant vortex in the middle. However, it was impossible for them to get out, because the giant vortex was one way. One could enter but not leave. After passing through the fourth dark domain, Yang Dingtian also realized that the giant vortex in the middle had disappeared. In its place, there were countless small vortexes. Who knew where these countless small vortexes would lead to, or even which vortex would tear people to pieces? Therefore, after Medusa escaped to this place, she would never be able to leave again. Then the question was, if Medusa could not leave, then how did her daughter appear in the human countries? Yang Dingtian was about to ask why Shima Ningning was in the human countries. "Don't ask, I won't tell," Medusa said directly. "You can read my mind." Yang Dingtian was puzzled. No, reading the mind of one's own kind is a taboo of Medusa. It is also a form of betrayal, Queen Medusa said. You also know that the Naga can only communicate telepathically with their partners. But the question you want to ask is very obvious. And next, you want to ask why I have to kill these countless humans, right? Yang Dingtian nodded in acknowledgement. I can't answer you why. Queen Medusa said, because this is the truth that a chess piece cannot know. I can only tell you that I have to do this. Chess piece. Chess piece. Yang Dingtian could not help but feel angry. Medusa said, You are really an anomaly. You clearly guessed that I can't leave here, so it would be very difficult to kill you. But you came to me instead. Then I will be merciful. Before you die, I will allow you to ask a few questions. Of course, if you can't answer me, I have no comment. Okay, then I will ask the first question. Yang Dingtian, this place is very far away from the human countries. You can't build those soul-leaving palace energy strongholds. And those energy strongholds were not built by the ancient human civilization. Then, may I ask, where did these energy strongholds that can receive your powerful energy signal come from? Who built them? No comment, Medusa said firmly. Second question. Yang Dingtian, your soul-leaving palace did not only give Zhu Qingzhu the soul-devouring mystic qi technique, nor did you give Wentian a bunch of secrets. You also did not only put the greater space technique into Hai Exian's brain. These can be done with a spiritual illusion. But the soul-leaving palace also let Duge Xiao take away a child and made the Naga Poisa pregnant, giving birth to the Naga Duge Shuang. These can't be done with just the spiritual illusion of the energy stronghold. Also, you have no way of bringing them here. So how did you do it? Medusa's pupils shrank, revealing a trace of surprise. Then she still said, sorry, no comment. Yang Dingtian, you are going to kill me. Are you still not going to tell me? Medusa, a chess piece does not deserve to know the truth. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian could not help but be incomparably angry. He sneered and said, even if you don't tell me, I can still know a thing or two. Either there is not only one soul leaving palace, but two, or This place is not the soul-leaving palace at all. Of course, no matter what, you are an important member of the soul-leaving palace. That is for sure. I can't tell you. Medusa restrained her shock and continued speaking indifferently. Yang Dingtian's stomach was full of anger. He had traveled more than 100,000 miles and finally came here. The other party asked him to ask questions, but the answer to every question was no comment. That kind of arrogance, that kind of superiority. Yang Dingtian, if I'm not wrong, the other so-called soul-leaving palace is in the human countries, right? And you still have to take orders from it, right? Medusa said slowly, Yang Dingtian, you humans on Earth have a saying that is very good. It is rare to be confused. The more you know, the more distressed you will be, and the shorter your life will be. If you are content to be a chess piece, then you can enjoy 100 years of glory. In the human countries, whether you are the savior or the emperor, you can enjoy glory and wealth for more than 100 years. After you die of old age, you will transform into the new demon king and be able to summon the wind and rain for another 100 years. But now, the more you know, the more you will die an unnatural death in your 30s. Yang Dingtian, I have another question. You clearly reject new demigods, so why did the soul-leaving palace let the Naga, Shuang, be born? If you didn't let her be born, how could I have broken through to demigod? Medusa's beautiful face twitched slightly, but she still said indifferently, no comment. Yang Dingtian, you are also under orders. Tell me, who is the person above you? It is definitely not the god of primal chaos, because the so-called god of primal chaos would not directly control this and that. It is a very pure existence. So, the person above you should be the so-called fake god, right? If I am not wrong, when Tian and I were sent from Earth to this world by it. No comment. Medusa continued indifferently. Okay, are you done asking? Yang Dingtian, you didn't answer any of the questions I asked. Is there any meaning in me asking? Medusa, who told you to ask questions that are taboo? Do you have any other questions? No, it is useless to ask. Yang Dingtian, okay. Medusa, I know that you have just broken through to demigod, and your heart is filled with confidence and arrogance. Since you came here and think that you can kill me, I will give you a chance. Make the first move, and I will give you a chance to stop me. Swoosh! Then the energy barrier between Yang Dingtian and Medusa disappeared. There was no longer any obstacle between the two of them. If you have any tricks, use them. Medusa smiled. Let me see what kind of power a small human like you has. Okay, then I will accept your offer. Yang Dingtian, swoosh! Instantly, his primal chaos emperor grade sword shot out from his spatial ring. The technique he used was not Yang Dingtian's technique, but the Emperor of Naga's Great Judgment Technique. Chapter 1195. Medusa let Yang Dingtian make the first move, saying that she was giving him a chance to use his mad dog bark. Yang Dingtian did not hold back. The soul sword shot out like a bolt of lightning. The Emperor of Naga in the soul sword instantly used up all the energy in the soul sword to perform the Naga Emperor's Great Judgment Technique. What was the Great Judgment Technique? This was a technique unique to the Emperor of Naga Empire. Any subject of the Naga Empire had signed an energy contract from the depths of their soul and body. They were completely unable to resist the Great Judgment Technique. This was to ensure that the Emperor of Naga Empire had the power to judge and punish his subjects. Therefore, this was almost the only technique that was fatal to the entire Naga race. Therefore, rather than calling it a technique, it was more like a contract. At present, whether it was Yang Dingtian, Naga Shuang, or even the soul of the Emperor of Naga and the chi of the soul sword, none of them could do anything to Queen Medusa. In fact, the combined energy of the four sides was not even 1/10 of Queen Medusa's. They could not even break through her defense. The Great Judgment Technique was the only effective attack against Medusa now, although the energy of this attack was not even 1% of Medusa's cultivation. However, at least Medusa could not defend herself and had to bear the full brunt of this energy. Of course, to Medusa, this great judgment spell was just like a mosquito bite to a human. It was not painful at all. However, with the addition of the fossilizing fluid, it was completely different. The fossilizing fluid was fatal to any Naga, but Yang Dingtian could not get it into Medusa's body, no matter what. However, the great judgment technique could break through her defense. When the two were combined, it was the most lethal attack and the only effective attack. Swoosh! The great judgment technique sounded very impressive, but on the screen there was only a flash of golden light. Moreover, it was not a very dazzling golden light. Instead, it was as if the clouds in the sky were torn apart and the sun was slanted and a golden dust sprinkled down. Then the golden dust penetrated into Queen Medusa's body. The whole process was very fast. It was completed in less than 0.1 seconds. All the chi energy in the soul sword sea soul crystal was mixed with all the fossilizing fluid and sprinkled down. As expected, no Naga could resist the great judgment technique. When the incomparably powerful Queen Medusa was sprinkled by the dust, it was as if she was frozen in time. Then she lost all her reaction, her entire expression to her eyes completely. Then, inch by inch, she turned into a fossil. In less than a minute, she had turned of the stone. It was exactly the same as what Yang Dingtian saw in the illusion realm. For a long time, it was to be expected of Medusas. Of course. Of her. Yang Dingtian had a surreal feeling in his heart. Then he could not help but reach out to touch the sculpture, afraid that it was just an illusion. What he touched was indeed a cold fossilized sculpture. He heaved a long sigh of relief. Queen Medusa was so powerful. In the current chaotic world, she was either the first or the second. Just like that, she was easily destroyed. Shuang, Queen Medusa has been destroyed, Yang Dingtian said. Really? That's too easy. Naga Shuang said, she didn't resist at all? Yang Dingtian said, I used the great judgment technique and the fossilizing fluid. She was frozen immediately. She didn't resist at all. Naga Shuang said, that's good. Then, Yang Dingtian continued to explore and observe the pyramid, even though this was the 8th era's spaceship in the capital. However, it was different from the sci-fi movies Yang Dingtian had seen. There were no buttons in the pyramid's cockpit. It was completely controlled by sitting in the seat. At this time, the voice of the Emperor of Naga sounded in Yang Dingtian's heart. What's the result? Yang Dingtian said, Your Majesty, Medusa has been turned into a fossil. Can't you see it? The Emperor of Naga said, I'm in the soul sword. Of course, I can't see if the soul sword has eyes. I can only sense your state of mind, and it's vague. That was indeed the case. Everything had happened very quickly. Moreover, for fear of being discovered by Medusa, the Emperor of Naga's soul had been hiding in the soul sword, and the soul sword was in the space ring. The Emperor of Naga had been waiting for Yang Dingtian's orders. As long as he ordered the soul sword to attack, the Emperor of Naga would immediately use the great judgment technique. Hearing that Medusa had been turned into a fossil, the Emperor of Naga immediately came out of the Chaos Emperor-grade soul sword. Boom! In an instant, a golden light filled the entire pyramid. A golden image of Naga that looked very much like a dragon floated in the air. Looking at the fossilized Medusa, the Emperor of Naga's soul had a complicated look in its eyes and sighed softly. It's a pity that I didn't have time to ask her why she betrayed the Naga Empire. Why did she betray us? The Emperor of Naga said. Then it flew up and tightly wrapped around the statue of Medusa. It was as if it was performing some kind of Naga ritual. At this time, the Naga Shuang's voice suddenly sounded in Yang Dingtian's heart. Husband, go. Medusa is a trick. The killing array of Medusa in the human countries is still there. Instantly, Yang Dingtian's hair stood on end. In just a short time, the Nagashwang had used a special method to detect whether the killing array of Medusa was still there. If it was still there and there was residual energy, it proved that the energy of Medusa was still there. In the end, the killing array of Medusa was still there. So, at this time, the Emperor of Naga's soul suddenly let out a shocking roar. "Human, run, run." Yang Dingtian immediately turned around, turned into a stream of light, and rushed out crazily. He didn't even look at what had happened and fled as fast as he could. In the pyramid, only the fossilized statue of Medusa was seen, and it was suddenly smashed into pieces. Then, in a place of nothingness in the pyramid, a figure suddenly flashed out. It was the peerless beauty of the Queen of Medusa. She walked slowly towards the soul of the Emperor of Naga and said slowly, "Your Majesty, when I knew that Yang Dingtian had a demon core of Naga royalty, I thought that it might be you. I knew that your soul exists because of me. Even if more than 10,000 years have passed, you still want to kill me." It turned out that the Emperor of the Naga Empire was called Jalan. However, he was clearly golden in color, but there was a blue in his name. The Emperor of Naga's soul said in pain, "Because you betrayed the Naga Empire. Among the 13 royal families, your divine dragon bloodline is the highest, but whether it is power, scheming, or even cultivation, you are not the highest." Medusa said, "But because you are the most harmonious among the 13 royal families, we elected you as the Emperor of the Naga Empire. In the past, when we were in the Naga Empire, we were like brothers. But today, I have to kill you. I am very sorry, Brother Jalan." Then Queen Medusa, bit by bit, used her spiritual power to tear the soul of the Emperor of Naga into pieces. Why? In the incomparably complicated emotions and eyes, the soul of the Emperor of Naga, Jalan, was stripped alive by Medusa. In the end, it turned into ashes, because now the soul of the Emperor of Naga only had 1% of the energy when it was strong, or even 1,000th of the energy. How could he defeat Medusa at her peak? Both of them were Naga royalty, but Medusa and the Emperor of Naga were not much different in terms of cultivation for more than 10,000 years ago. Meanwhile, Yang Dingtian, who had just escaped, was frozen in place before he could even fly out a few thousand meters. His energy C and Xian meridians were fine, but his spiritual power and consciousness were instantly frozen. For the time being, he had lost any control over his entire body. Medusa opened her lily-white hand and sucked Yang Dingtian in front of her. Then, Yang Dingtian regained his ability to move. "Just now, when you turned into a fossil, it was you who created the illusion?" Yang Dingtian asked. Medusa said, "No, it was a fossil statue. When it talked to you, it was an illusion I created. When it turned into a fossil, it was real. So when you touched it, it was a real fossil. You can think of it as a clone of me." Yang Dingtian's face suddenly twitched and said, "I knew it. Queen Medusa was not so easy to destroy. You guessed that I would let the Emperor of Naga use the great judgment art and the fossil liquid?" Medusa said, "It was not a guess, but I was worried about this, so I had to take precautions." Yang Dingtian said, "It's fine if I didn't find out, but why didn't the Emperor of Naga think of this?" Medusa said, "Human, the Emperor of Naga is not only the most outstanding Naga. After becoming the Emperor of Naga, you will lose a lot of time to cultivate. So, among the 13 royal families, the Emperor of Naga is more mediocre. And most importantly, the Emperor of Kalan once wanted to become my partner, but I refused." Yang Dingtian sighed and said, "I understand. The Emperor of Naga only wanted to complete this mission, to fulfill his duty. He was not willing to think about other things. Killing Medusa was a duty that he had to complete." Yang Dingtian said, "Now that your real body is in front of me, can you answer my previous question? And the Emperor of Naga has been killed by you." Medusa said, "Sorry, I can't tell you. A pawn does not deserve to know too much." It was still the same high and mighty words. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, "Okay, I admit defeat. What are you going to do with me? You should know that unless you have the fossil liquid to turn me into a fossil, you won't be able to kill me. Otherwise, You probably won't be able to kill me. Naga Dugashwang, and I share life. Medusa smiled and said, Who said I was going to kill you? Yang Dingtian said, You said it just now. Medusa smiled and said, It was just my clone, I won't kill you now. Yang Dingtian was puzzled. Medusa won't kill me? Then what does she want? What do you want? Yang Dingtian asked. Medusa said, You will soon see what I want to do to you. Yang Dingtian, little human. Chapter 1196. Medusa would not kill Yang Dingtian. Moreover, because Yang Dingtian and the Nagashwang shared life, she could not kill Yang Dingtian either. Therefore, Yang Dingtian was very curious about how Medusa would deal with him. The result came out very quickly. Queen Medusa directly lifted Yang Dingtian by the neck and flew out of the pyramid. After flying through a void, they melted the thick, dark matter and continued to fly forward. After passing through more than a few thousand miles of dark matter, they arrived at an endless void. This should be the core of the chaotic world. It was really strange. Although what exactly was inside the earth was a huge mystery, most scientists believed that it should be liquid metal. The core of the earth should be ancient, and the core of this chaotic world planet was actually empty of nothingness. This was too strange. It was completely different from Yang Dingtian's understanding of the planet. However, at this time, the geographical environment of the chaotic world planet was no longer important, because this place might not even be in the same universe as the Earth. What he should be concerned about now was how Medusa planned to deal with him. Medusa flew very fast, even faster than Yang Dingtian. After a few hours, they flew through tens of thousands of miles of void. In front of them was the fourth dark realm, countless dark vortexes densely packed together. At this time, Yang Dingtian had a more general calculation. The area of this fourth dark realm seemed to be larger than the first, second, and third dark realms, or even the sum of the three. Yang Dingtian knew how Medusa planned to deal with him. Human chess piece, I can't kill you, so I'll throw you into these countless vortexes. Queen Medusa said, In this way, you will be constantly torn apart and then reborn again. Your energy, the energy of the Naga Dugashwang, will be completely consumed by these countless vortexes. Therefore, Naga will definitely regret joining with you. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian could not help but feel a chill in his heart. This was even scarier than being killed. Medusa wanted to make him suffer a fate worse than death. Let yourself die over and over again. Furthermore, the Nagashwang would be completely crippled and lose all of its energy. This was because Yang Dingtian and Nagashwang shared life force and energy. Therefore, as long as Nagashwang was alive, Yang Dingtian would never die. However, the energy of the fourth vortex would destroy Yang Dingtian's body over and over again, causing him to die over and over again. The shared energy of the Nagashwang would allow Yang Dingtian to come back to life again and again. If this cycle continued, Nagashwang's energy would be completely depleted. She would not be able to accumulate any more energy. Her cultivation would drop from demigod to that of an ordinary beauty. She would not be much better off than a powerless woman. Medusa lifted Yang Dingtian by the neck and came to the vortex of the fourth dark domain. She said in a raspy voice, After your Naga partner is crippled, I only need to give Shimin Ningning a little bit of energy, and it will be enough to slaughter all humans. With that, Queen Medusa threw him. She threw Yang Dingtian directly into the bottomless vortex of the fourth dark domain. Without any luck or accident, Yang Dingtian let out an incomparably shrill scream. It was a scream that only the Nagashwang could hear. The energy of the vortex of the fourth dark domain was extremely shocking. After the destruction of the Naga Empire, it left behind a terrible ruin that was constantly changing and tearing apart. Countless energy storms rose and fell one after another. The fourth dark domain was the product of the destruction of the energy civilization of the Eighth Era. The civilization of the Eighth Era was much, much more powerful than the Naga Empire. The entire world had countless energy fields. Almost every energy field was more powerful than n number of nuclear bombs. Once this world was destroyed, all the energy fields would instantly fall into chaos. All life in this world would be strangled. Only countless energy vortexes were left. The energy of each vortex was enormous. After Yang Dingtian was sucked into the vortex, it was like an animal being sucked into an airplane engine. He watched as his flesh and blood, his demigod body, was torn apart inch by inch and peeled off. In extreme pain, Yang Dingtian lost all of his skin, then all of his flesh. Finally, all of his bones and internal organs were gone. Finally, his Xian veins were torn apart. His entire brain and head were completely crushed. In less than half a minute, Yang Dingtian was completely smashed into pieces. In this half a minute, Yang Dingtian had passed through countless vortexes. After entering a vortex, he didn't know where he would be sucked into. It was like going from one vortex to another. In the end, when the vortex was about to destroy Yang Dingtian's soul and energy reserve, the energy of the Naga Shuang poured into Yang Dingtian's energy reserve. Then the energy reserve began to spread and reconstruct Yang Dingtian's Xian veins and body. However, the vortex continued to destroy everything about Yang Dingtian. As a result, the energy of the Naga Shuang was constantly consumed in an attempt to reconstruct Yang Dingtian's demigod body. However, before the 3-inch Xian veins could be reconstructed, they were completely destroyed. No. The Naga Shuang, who was sitting on the dark throne, felt the energy in her body rapidly depleting. She immediately let out an extremely painful scream. Then, she desperately devoured the Xian energy from the dark throne. She didn't want to cultivate Xian energy, but battle Xian energy. However, her energy was still depleting rapidly. She couldn't stop it at all. Before meeting Medusa, the Naga Shuang had actually thought of such an ending. However, between her and Yang Dingtian, this couple, she had violated morality because of her. Therefore, she was already the weaker party. Especially because of Yang Dingtian, she had broken through to the demigod level. Therefore, the right to speak between them was on Yang Dingtian's side. Therefore, even though the Naga Shuang had foreseen the scene, she was completely powerless to stop it from happening, because she couldn't persuade Yang Dingtian, especially when Yang Dingtian used his moral superiority to suppress her. She had even less right to speak. If it had been before, she could have just cut him in two and left. But now, the two of them had become one. They shared life and everything. Naturally, they had to bear the most terrible consequences together. Now, the most terrible consequences had occurred. However, the Naga Shuang didn't regret it. Of course, this wasn't entirely because of love. It was because the Naga were a proud race. Once they made a choice, they wouldn't regret it, no matter how serious the consequences were. Regret was the behavior of the weak. Yes, regret was the behavior of the weak. So, did Yang Dingtian regret it now? He wasn't dead and he couldn't die. In fact, he couldn't even feel pain now. All he had left was his energy reserve and his soul. Even his heart and mystic meridians were gone. He couldn't feel the physical pain, but the psychological pain was endless, because he had dragged the Naga down. Time continued to pass. In just a few hours, Yang Dingtian had passed through countless vortexes and been crushed by countless of them. The energy in the Naga Shuang's body had been completely depleted. She desperately devoured the energy of the Empire of Darkness. However, the energy she devoured was just enough to preserve Yang Dingtian's energy reserve and soul. There was nothing left of him. In fact, the Naga Shuang didn't even have enough energy to transform back into her Naga form. She couldn't even leave the throne of darkness for a second. She was trapped to death on top of it. Right now, she had completely become a powerless beauty. Even a martial ancestor realm expert could do whatever they wanted to her. If he had the chance to do it all over again, would Yang Dingtian still make the same choice? Would he still fly across half of the chaotic world planet, pass through the Earth's core, and arrive at Medusa's pyramid? Yang Dingtian thought about it again and again. He would still do it. That's right, he would still do it. Because if he didn't do it, there was no way he could defeat Medusa. The choice he had made earlier was already an opportunity to eliminate Medusa. I'm sorry, Yang Dingtian said in his heart. It's okay, husband. The Naga Dugashwang said, to be honest, in this desperate and painful situation, I can actually understand her choice and feel a little proud. The Naga Dugu Shwang wasn't lying. Her greed for energy was eternal. She would always be snobbish. But now that she had lost all her energy and was facing Yang Dingtian in complete despair, she could clearly feel Yang Dingtian's state of mind. Sacrifice was truly a great state of mind. This was a kind of spiritual strength. Yang Dingtian rationally thought about it over and over again, and in the end he still didn't regret his choice, even if his choice seemed to be suicide. But this wasn't a stupid thing. It was just that the operation had failed. Time passed day by day. Yang Dingtian's soul was still shuttling through countless vortexes. During this period of time, the two of them couldn't do anything, nor could they do anything. The Naga Dugashwang instinctively devoured the energy of the throne of darkness at every moment, and then supplied it to Yang Dingtian's energy, reserve, and soul life. The Naga Dugashwang entered the depths of Yang Dingtian's mind and found the movies and TV series he had watched. Then she sorted them out. The two of them watched movies and TV series in his mind. Just like that, they quietly watched the movies. Yang Dingtian had forgotten many of the movies, but they were still engraved in Yang Dingtian's mind. It was just that they were placed in unimportant positions, and Yang Dingtian couldn't remember them at once. Now, the Naga Dugashwang sorted them out and replayed them. Yang Dingtian was equivalent to revisiting the old and learning new things. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian asked one day, Shuang, I've passed through countless energy vortexes. Now, you're barely maintaining my life with the energy from the throne of darkness. What if I'm suddenly sucked in by a huge energy vortex and destroyed? What will happen then? The Naga Dugashwang said indifferently, I won't be able to support the energy from the throne of darkness anymore. So, your energy reserve will be destroyed. Then we'll enter a new equilibrium. I can only protect your soul. Of course, if the energy vortex is bigger, it will exceed my energy supply. Then your soul will be destroyed and you'll die completely. Yang Dingtian trembled and said, If I die, what about you? The Naga Dugashwang said, When the energy from me and the throne of darkness is insufficient to support your life, my body will turn into energy to supply you. Then my Xian veins, my energy reserve, and my soul will. In the end, if none of them can support us, we'll die together. Yang Dingtian didn't ask. Wasn't the body of a demigod immortal and indestructible? The evil spirits of the primordial era weren't immortal and indestructible. In fact, immortality and indestructibility were only relative. When the energy exceeded a certain level, everything would die, including gods and the universe. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian said, Shuang, then let's wait for death, because there's an incomparably huge vortex ahead. I can feel its existence. Me too, the Naga Dugashwang said. Then let's die together. Chapter 1197. That's right. There was a huge energy vortex in front of them. Of course, Yang Dingtian couldn't see it, but he could clearly feel it, because all the energy vortexes were converging in that direction. This was a very, very huge energy vortex, one that was completely destructive. It was far beyond what Yang Dingtian and Nagashwang could bear. Therefore, they were basically doomed. In the face of death, Nagashwang was even calmer than Yang Dingtian. She was still watching a movie in Yang Dingtian's mind, and it was The Lord of the Rings. She didn't even pause the movie. The war scenes in this movie, or the battle between the strong, are certainly incredible for humans on Earth. But it's not worth mentioning for Naga. Why do you still enjoy it? Yang Dingtian asked. Nagashuang said, "Put yourself in the shoes of a human, into your world, and forget that you're a Naga." At this time, the two of them were watching the orc army besieging the human capital, and the Rohirrim cavalry charging at the orc army. At this time, Yang Dingtian could clearly feel that the huge vortex was getting closer and closer. "Sai, it's a pity that we can't see the end," Yang Dingtian said. "It doesn't matter. You can imagine the ending of this kind of movie with a chrysanthemum," Nagashuang said. "The main theme of Hollywood blockbusters is always like this." As soon as she said this, Yang Dingtian felt very strange. However, Nagashuang did have the right to say this, because she had watched almost all the Hollywood movies in Yang Dingtian's mind. Suddenly Medusa said, "Honey, what do you think that huge vortex in front of us is? Could it be the vortex that runs through the fourth dark realm? If that's the case, can you go back the way you came? Not only will you not die, but you can also leave this damn place?" Yang Dingtian said, "If that's the case, that's great. However, I don't dare to hope for my luck anymore. After all, I'm no longer the child of destiny of the god of chaos. I've already started to disobey him." Nagashuang said, "Maybe you're that lucky." Yang Dingtian, "All right then, let's wait and see if we're that lucky." Then the two of them quieted down and waited for the results. The result was soon revealed. That was because the unprecedentedly huge vortex was right in front of them. Whoosh! Yang Dingtian's soul and Qi Si were instantly drawn in. If he was lucky enough, this would be the vortex that pierced through the fourth dark domain and could even eject Yang Dingtian out of the fourth dark domain. And if he wasn't lucky enough, that was to be completely crushed and turned into ashes. He and Nagashuang died together. The results were revealed. Yang Dingtian wasn't lucky enough. This was a destructive vortex, not an escape vortex. It easily destroyed the energy protection provided by Nagashuang and directly tore open Yang Dingtian's Qi Si. It was as easy as blowing off dust. It was about to completely crush Yang Dingtian's Qi Si and his soul. In about a second and a half, Yang Dingtian would die. The whole process went something like this. After tearing open the wall of Yang Dingtian's Qi Si, Yang Dingtian's Qi Si would completely explode. However, it would definitely be completely crushed before it could explode. Then, it began to destroy Yang Dingtian's soul. Why was the soul last? Because demigods would protect their souls with their bodies and all their energy. The soul was the most fragile part of the body. Of course, when Yang Dingtian's soul was destroyed, Nagashuang's body would begin to disappear and turn into energy to protect his soul. Then Nagashuang would lose her body and Qi Si. In the end, both of their souls would be turned into ashes. The whole process took a little more than a second. Death was destined to come. Yang Dingtian really wasn't lucky enough. Nagashuang was still as calm as ever. Yang Dingtian, on the other hand, was filled with infinite reluctance. Sigh, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Even if he was unwilling, Yang Dingtian could only sigh and wait for anything to happen. Boom! Just as the huge vortex began to destroy Yang Dingtian's Qi Si, the greediest and most powerful species finally couldn't take it anymore. Roar! The dark green dragon that occupied the abyss of Yang Dingtian's Qi Si suddenly roared and stretched out its incomparably huge body from Yang Dingtian's Qi Si. It swallowed all the energy swept by the dark vortex, swallowed and swallowed. It was very, very excited, but also very, very scared. It was excited because it was swallowing an endless amount of energy. It was countless times the sum of all the energy it had swallowed before. It was scared because there was too much energy. Of course, it wasn't scared. To it, the more energy, the better, even if it wasn't very useful. However, Yang Dingtian's Qi Si was still too small. Once it swallowed too much energy and exceeded its limit, Yang Dingtian's Qi Si would directly explode. In that case, the black dragon that lost its host would dissipate in the air and turn into countless dragon energy particles. And the next chance of reincarnation would be next to nothing. In fact, The black dragon had already woken up. Previously, because Yang Dingtian's qi was too small to accommodate it, it had no choice but to sleep in the abyss of Yang Dingtian's qi universe. However, ever since Yang Dingtian broke through to demigod, his qi had expanded many times and could now accommodate it. Therefore, the original dark colossal dragon no longer needed to sleep in the abyss. However, it deliberately didn't wake up and didn't appear, because once it appeared, Yang Dingtian, the host, would make such and such requests. Therefore, it remained silent. It watched as Yang Dingtian grew stronger, stronger, and stronger. Anyway, the meat was rotting in the pot. The energy that Yang Dingtian swallowed in his qi would eventually belong to it. Once it had devoured enough special energy, it would be able to tear apart Yang Dingtian's qi vessel like a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon on Earth. It would then devour Yang Dingtian's qi vessel cleanly and rush out from Yang Dingtian's small qi vessel universe. But now it could no longer pretend to be asleep. If Yang Dingtian's qi exploded, it would lose its place of residence. Therefore, the black dragon desperately swallowed, and swallowed. It was completely between hell and heaven. The black dragon's greed for energy was countless times greater than that of the Naga. Such a powerful whirlpool of energy was devoured by it without leaving a single drop behind. Therefore, not only was Yang Dingtian's qi not destroyed, but his profound veins also grew inch by inch. Then, the skeleton and body began to grow back inch by inch. In the end, Yang Dingtian was completely restored, because the black dragon had absorbed all of the energy attacks from the whirlpool. Therefore, the energy that the Nagashwang devoured was able to continuously restore Yang Dingtian's body. Was this a case of putting oneself in a hopeless situation? At this time, Yang Dingtian and the Nagashwang let out a long sigh of relief. This incomparably greedy black dragon had finally appeared and stopped pretending to be dead. In fact, before entering the whirlpool of darkness, Yang Dingtian had thought that the black dragon would definitely appear. Now it was a matter of life and death. But who would have thought that the black dragon would turn a deaf ear to Yang Dingtian's body and profound veins, as if nothing had happened? It only appeared when the qi was about to explode and it was about to lose its place of residence. The black dragon was still swallowing. Its body grew bigger and bigger. It had already exceeded several hundred kilometers, and then several thousand kilometers. Soon, it had surpassed the space in Yang Dingtian's qi. If it continued to devour, Yang Dingtian's qi was very likely to explode. The amount of energy that it had devoured this time was tens or hundreds of times more than the energy that it had devoured before. However, the black dragon didn't really need this energy. Right now, it didn't lack this kind of ordinary energy. What it needed was the energy of the black hole, the energy that was unique to Naga. Only these two types of energy could shape its body and allow it to grow. There was a very, very powerful darkness, mystic flame in Yang Dingtian's body. The black dragon was completely drooling, but it held back because Yang Dingtian needed this darkness, mystic flame. Everything in Yang Dingtian's qi belonged to the dark, colossal dragon. The meat was already in the pot, and there was no hurry. Can't devour anymore, it's going to explode. The black dragon roared. However, once it stopped devouring, the huge whirlpool would completely destroy Yang Dingtian's qi within 2 seconds. Therefore, the black dragon was almost scared out of its wits. If it didn't devour, it would be waiting for death. If it devoured, it would be courting death. Yang Dingtian's qi had really reached its limit. The entire qi was completely occupied by the black dragon. This black dragon was so big that it was boundless. Its terrifying body was completely squeezed together. There were 3 more seconds. Devour for 3 more seconds. Yang Dingtian's qi was about to completely explode. 3, 2, whoosh. Maybe the black dragon was lucky enough. Or maybe Yang Dingtian was lucky enough. just as the Chi Sea was about to explode and the black dragon was about to turn into ashes. Yang Dingtian's body suddenly rushed out of the huge whirlpool. One person, one Naga, one dragon. The 3 lives were saved. Yang Dingtian, remember, this is the 3rd time I've saved you. The black dragon roared. No, you're not saving me, you're saving yourself. Yang Dingtian sneered. Roar. The black dragon roared furiously and made up its mind. Once it devoured enough special energy and fully grew, it would definitely devour Yang Dingtian and Naga as its final nutrients. Black Dragon, how about we make a deal? Yang Dingtian suddenly said with a smile. Chapter 1198. Deal? No, we won't make any deals, the dark dragon said firmly. Yang Dingtian, don't tell me you don't even want the dark energy anymore. The dark dragon sneered in its heart. Dark energy. The dark mystic flame in your energy reserve is a huge source of dark energy, but I didn't swallow it. Unless there's so many mountains and so many seas of dark energy. Otherwise, it can only be a joke. The dark dragon said, you can't even protect yourself now. You can't even go out, let alone talk about the black hole energy. Yang Dingtian, that's why you have to help me get out. It's best if you help me kill Medusa. Then, I'll give you an astronomical amount of black hole energy. The dark dragon continued to sneer. Human, if we encounter a slightly larger energy vortex now, we're all dead. Your sea of chi has already reached its limit. So give up. I won't make any deal with a mere human like you. Then, the dark dragon sank directly into the universe abyss of Yang Dingtian's energy reserve and continued to sleep. I'll continue to sleep. You don't have to wake me up. Even if you're going to be killed, don't wake me up because I can't save you. The dark dragon said one last time and then went completely silent. No matter how Yang Dingtian shouted, there was no response. Yang Dingtian was helpless. This dark dragon was even colder and more ruthless than Medusa. If it wasn't living in Yang Dingtian's energy reserve, it wouldn't care about his life or death at all. It was a fool's dream to ask it for help. Huff, 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 after Yang Dingtian was thrown out of that enormous energy whirlpool. His surroundings were actually completely empty. There was nothing around him at all. Husband, the place you're in now should be a temporary vacuum of calm. Naga Shuang explained, because the energy vortex just now was so big that it swallowed all the other vortexes in the surrounding area. That's why this calm vacuum was formed behind it. Although the analogy is not appropriate, it is somewhat similar to your Earth ship. After it is silent in the depths of the sea, one or several air pockets will appear in the ship. There is no water in the air pockets. I understand, Yang Dingtian said. Then, how long can this calm vacuum exist? Naga Shuang said, that depends on whether the balance is broken or not. If it is not broken, then it will always exist. Once it's broken, it can disappear at any time. Yang Dingtian was also very clear about this theory during the shipwreck incident. Within the golden 48 hours, the hull of the ship would not be cut. He was worried that it would destroy the chi acupoints inside and cause the survivors to die. Because these chi acupoints were extremely fragile, they would be destroyed with the slightest impact. Yang Dingtian floated quietly in this calm vacuum. There was no energy or harm around him. It was very peaceful. He did not even dare to fly too fast because the energy environment here was very fragile. If Yang Dingtian flew too fast, he might destroy this extremely fragile balance of the vacuum. Of course, some people might say that they should take advantage of this rare calm to get out quickly. That would be pure, wishful thinking. The entire Fourth Dark Realm was a space that spanned hundreds of thousands of miles. There were countless energy vortexes inside. Once Yang Dingtian entered an energy vortex, he would not be able to control himself and would be crushed to pieces. It would be impossible for him to get out. In fact, Yang Dingtian did not even know where he was now. Husband, this calm vacuum is not small. It should have existed for many, many years, Nagashwang said. Go and check it out. Perhaps there are still things left behind by the ancient civilization. Okay. Yang Dingtian then carefully floated and flew, observing everything around him. Because there was absolute darkness here, his vision was completely zero. Moreover, Yang Dingtian could not release his celestial chi or the wraiths of the million-spirit demon fire to search. He could only use the stupidest method, which was to take out a glowing cold crystal and search bit by bit. In terms of illumination, the hot crystal was actually much brighter, but Yang Dingtian did not dare to take it out. That was because the amount of energy it released while illuminating the area was too great. The cold crystal's glowing principle was almost similar to that of a firefly, and the energy it released was almost negligible. Holding the cold crystal, Yang Dingtian slowly floated and searched bit by bit. This calm vacuum wasn't small. Yang Dingtian had been flying carefully and had already searched every inch of space within 100 miles, but there wasn't anything inside. Yang Dingtian was not willing to give up and continued to search. A few hours passed. A day passed. 2 days passed. The area that Yang Dingtian searched had already exceeded a few hundred miles. However, he still did not find anything. However, this calm vacuum was really big. Yang Dingtian had been flying for a few days, but he still did not reach the border. However, no matter how big it was not worth mentioning in the fourth dark realm. The fourth dark realm originally covered more than 100,000 miles. After the great expansion, after the destruction, it was completely boundless. Was Yang Dingtian lucky to be swept into this calm vacuum? It should not be lucky, but inevitable, because if one entered the fourth dark realm from that whirlpool, one would definitely be sucked into the whirlpool. Once sucked in, one would definitely die. And Yang Dingtian was lucky to survive because of the dark dragon in his sea of chi, and as long as one survived the whirlpool, they would enter the calm vacuum. In the fourth dark realm, although there weren't many of them, they weren't few either. There were at least a few hundred of them. Yang Dingtian continued to search inch by inch. He was very anxious now, but also very calm, because Medusa thought that after killing him and Nagashwang, she probably would not immediately control Shimin Ningning to slaughter the rest of the humans. Just like that, Yang Dingtian continued to search slowly, without the slightest bit of impatience, for fear of destroying the calm vacuum. Then one day, suddenly in front of him, a huge object blocked his way. Yang Dingtian's heart jumped, and then a burst of ecstasy surged. The illumination range of the cold light crystal was too small. Yang Dingtian only discovered this big thing when it was only a few dozen meters away. It was a pyramid or a pyramid-shaped thing. It was about a few hundred meters high. It looked almost exactly the same as the pyramid Medusa was in. Yang Dingtian knew that this was the cockpit of the 8th era human civilization. Its incomparably huge body had been completely destroyed, becoming part of countless energy whirlpools. And this pyramid cockpit was very lucky to be floating in the calm vacuum and was preserved. Suppressing his excitement, Yang Dingtian carefully searched along the pyramid cockpit, trying to find the entrance. From the looks of it, it was a complete triangle. There were no gaps, and it was pitch black. Yang Dingtian searched around the huge triangular pyramid that was a few hundred meters in size, but he still couldn't find any entrance. He couldn't cut it with the mystic fire, nor could he use the soul sword. "Husband, use the primeval Naga's eye gem," Shuanga suddenly said. Yang Dingtian was stunned. "But the primeval Naga's eye gem can melt dark matter." "It's not dark matter, is it?" Nagashwang said, "You've been to the 8th dark realm, so you should know that dark matter has many forms. Moreover, any energy shield will use dark matter. In the middle and later stages, that energy civilization can't leave dark matter at all." Shuang, I was right, but Yang Dingtian was dogmatic. So Yang Dingtian took out the primeval Naga's eye gem from his spatial ring and approached the pyramid cockpit. Whoosh! Sure enough, the pyramid cockpit, which had no gaps, melted into a hole silently. Then Yang Dingtian easily got in. Then the hole quietly recovered and was once again intact. "Husband, you can use the flame to illuminate now," Nagashuang said. "This pyramid can block any energy overflow." Yang Dingtian used his mystic qi to light up a pure flame. The flame was very bright, instantly illuminating the entire space inside the pyramid. Yang Dingtian saw clearly that there was nothing in the entire space except for a chair floating in the middle. This chair was exactly the same as Medusa's pyramid chair. At this moment, the chair's back was facing Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian flew around and came to the front of the chair. Immediately, Yang Dingtian was shocked, because there was another person sitting on the chair, a human of the 8th era, bald, with big eyes, a big head, and slender limbs. Almost every part of him looked the same as a human. However, his skin, eyes, and proportions were different from the later humans. Therefore, at first glance, he looked like a monster. Yang Dingtian really didn't expect that he would actually meet a real 8th era human. It was too terrifying. He approached carefully. If this 8th era human was still alive, then Yang Dingtian would be in danger, because he could control the pyramid to attack Yang Dingtian. Flying in front of the chair, Yang Dingtian carefully looked at the 8th era human. Although his eyes were open, he did not move. Yang Dingtian carefully touched his body. Whoosh! Immediately, the place where Yang Dingtian touched directly turned to ashes. Then, like dominoes, the body of the 8th era human completely collapsed and turned into powder. He had been dead for a very, very long time, perhaps hundreds of thousands of years, perhaps millions of years, or even longer. However, there was an absolute vacuum here, so the body would not rot. But because it had been too long, the composition of this human body had completely exceeded the decay period and directly turned to powder. At the same time, the entire pyramid suddenly lit up. It became transparent and as bright as day. Then a special voice sounded in Yang Dingtian's mind. "This ship has lost its commander and pilot. It has become a masterless ship." Of course, it was not speaking Chinese, nor was it speaking the common language of the Chaos Realm. In fact, it was not even any language, because it directly transmitted energy fluctuations and consciousness. There was no need to speak at all. Therefore, there was no need for language or words. At this moment, Nagashuang suddenly said, "Husband, try sitting on it." Yang Dingtian was stunned. Nagashuang said, after Wen Tian discovered the ruins of the Empire of Darkness, why was he able to have the highest control of the Throne of Darkness? It was because he had human genes in his body. Therefore, the masterless Skirich imperial capital automatically recognized him as the highest commander. Once he encounters something more similar to the 8th era human, Wen Tian's highest command will automatically lose it. Yang Dingtian was stunned. This made sense. Therefore, he took a deep breath and directly sat on the command seat of this pyramid. Chapter 1199. Yang Dingtian had just sat on the command module seat. Suddenly, the light in the entire pyramid changed. From the transparent white light, it became yellow light, then blue light, and then red light. In short, many colors were constantly changing. Finally, a special voice sounded in Yang Dingtian's mind again. "The intruder is from an incomplete human race." Yang Dingtian was speechless. How was he an incomplete human race? However, he knew the meaning of this pyramid cockpit. It meant that Yang Dingtian wasn't complete and wasn't exactly the same as the 8th era's humans. Human race compatibility, 89. 95%. Yang Dingtian was surprised. It turned out that his similarity with the 8th era's humans was 89. 95%. Of course, he didn't know whether this number was high or low, because on Earth, the genetic similarity between humans and mice was more than 90%, and the genetic similarity between humans and chimpanzees was more than 99%. Of course, this pyramid might not only test genes, but also spirit, thinking style, and so on. Suspect that he is a descendant of the human race, or a similar foreign race. The voice in the pyramid continued to sound. It could even judge by itself. According to the orders of the ship's supreme commander, when the ship loses its last human manager, the race similarity will be the highest basis for granting control. The intruder, whose compatibility is more than 50%, can have the highest command of the ship. Intruder, may I know your name? The pyramid asked, still in Yang Dingtian's mind, directly transmitted through consciousness. Yang Dingtian, he said. Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, congratulations on becoming the ship's new commander. The pyramid said, next, I will implant a unique energy rune for you. This energy rune will be the only password for you to enter all of our ships. It will be completely bound to your soul and body. Do you accept? Accept. Yang Dingtian. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Suddenly, an incomparably complex energy light was injected into Yang Dingtian's brain. Xian meridians, sea of qi and body. Countless multicolored and incomparably complex energy runes were instantly injected. Naga Shuang did a quick calculation and found that if it was converted into a password, it would be more than a few 100,000 digits, and it would change every second. Therefore, there was no way to crack this energy password. The binding of the energy rune has been completed. From now on, you will have full control over all spaceships of the same series, the pagoda said. Yang Dingtian asked, what if there's another commander on the other spaceship? The pyramid said, then we will use the race compatibility as the only basis. The one with the highest compatibility will have the highest authority on the ship. Yang Dingtian was delighted and said, after passing through the Earth's core, there will be another ship about 100,000 miles away. Can I control you to defeat that spaceship and kill the controller Medusa? The pyramid said, I'm sorry, I can't do it. That's because I've lost the entire hull and the highest command hull. All that's left is the pyramid cockpit. It's almost lost its ability to attack. It's impossible to defeat a complete spaceship. Yang Dingtian asked, then, if I reach the outside of the pyramid cockpit, can I directly take back the highest authority on the spaceship? The pyramid said, no, you must enter the cockpit and sit on the command seat, or enter the highest command hull and sit on the commander's seat. Yang Dingtian asked, where is the commander's seat? Suddenly, the image of a complete spaceship appeared in Yang Dingtian's mind. It was incomparably huge, with a length of more than 1,000 miles. Then, the image continued to go deeper and deeper until it finally showed the commander's seat in the highest command hull. Yes, it was the spaceship that Yang Dingtian had seen before on the throne of the Celestial Palace in the imperial capital. It was the spaceship that was thousands of miles underground in the center of the western middle continent. In other words, as long as Yang Dingtian could leave the fourth dark realm, he could go deep into the western middle continent sea and enter the spaceship that Medusa controlled in the Celestial Palace in the imperial capital, directly taking away the highest authority of the spaceship in the imperial capital. In this way, he would have a way to kill her. Yang Dingtian was extremely excited. Although this trip was a narrow escape, Yang Dingtian still obtained the most important thing. With the energy rune password that the pyramid had just injected into his body, Yang Dingtian had obtained the method to kill Medusa. What a great gain! What a pleasant surprise! This adventure could really be said to be a life and death situation. However, although he had obtained the method to kill Medusa, at the very least he had to leave this terrifying fourth dark realm first. Yang Dingtian wanted to leave immediately, but he also wanted to take the opportunity to understand the top secret of the chaotic world. Therefore, he asked again, may I ask, how many spaceships are there that are exactly the same as yours? 99. The pyramid said, at that time there were a total of 99 spaceships built in the world. Each of them was thousands of miles long and could fit millions of humans in them. 99 spaceships meant that they could fit hundreds of millions or even billions of 8th era humans or even more. Such huge spaceships, so many spaceships, and so many humans, there could only be one reason, and that was that the end of the world had arrived. The 8th era humans wanted to escape the chaotic world and enter the vast universe. Did the 8th era human civilization encounter the end of the world and want to escape the chaotic world? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes. The pyramid said. In the end, did they succeed? Yang Dingtian asked. No, they failed. The pyramid said. Why did they fail? Why was there an end to the world? Yang Dingtian asked. The pyramid said, Commander Yang Dingtian, your authority is insufficient, so I cannot answer your question. Yang Dingtian asked again. In the human kingdom of the chaotic world, there is an underground empire of darkness. I have a detailed image of it in my mind. Is it a product of the 8th era? The pyramid said, Do you grant me permission to read your mind? Of course. Yang Dingtian replied. The pyramid read Yang Dingtian's memories of the Empire of Darkness. It quickly replied, Sir Commander, it is indeed a product of the 8th era human civilization that you mentioned. It was one of the underground shelters of the Marine Empire during World War II. World War II? Yang Dingtian asked, How many world wars were there in the 8th era, and how long did they last? From the beginning of the civilization to its destruction, a total of 380,000 years. There were a total of 5 world wars. The pyramid replied, 380,000 years, that's a long time. Yang Dingtian was shocked. In fact, from the beginning of the energy civilization to the end of the world, it was less than 2,000 years. The pyramid said, Sure enough, what was the direct cause of the destruction of the 8th era's energy civilization? Yang Dingtian asked again. The pyramid said, I'm sorry, Commander, your authority is insufficient. Nagashwang said, Husband, I think you should leave as soon as possible, because the recovery of this pyramid's cockpit will definitely affect the calm vacuum. Yang Dingtian asked, Pyramid, how should I address you? Universe number 95, the pyramid said. It must be the number 95 universe number. Yang Dingtian said, Universe number 95. Now, the entire 8th era kingdom has become the 4th dark domain. There are countless energy whirlpools everywhere, enough to destroy everything. Do you have a way to get me out of the 4th dark domain and into outer space? The pyramid said, I don't know. Although I can avoid the large energy vortexes and use the vortex's suction force to find the shortest way out of your so-called 4th dark domain. However, my energy shield is limited. It's very likely that I'll be destroyed before I can even get out. Yang Dingtian said, Then please give it a try. Yes. The pyramid said, You want to go to outer space and not the core of the void, right? Yes, outer space. Yang Dingtian said. Yes, sir. The pyramid said. So, in an instant, the entire pyramid's cockpit turned into a stream of light and rushed out of the calm vacuum. It rushed out of a few thousand miles in an instant and directly drilled into an energy vortex. So, the terrifying energy of the energy vortex desperately crushed and destroyed the pyramid's cockpit. Layer after layer of energy shields were torn apart and turned into nothingness. And in the pyramid cockpit, new layers of energy shields were born. Its flying speed was incomparably fast. However, to rush out of the 4th dark domain, the straight line distance was more than tens of thousands of miles. Moreover, to avoid the huge vortex, it was impossible to go in a straight line. It had to turn thousands of times. Therefore, the flying distance was more than hundreds of thousands of miles. Every minute, the energy shield of the pyramid cockpit was being destroyed. Sir Commander, currently flying 30,000 miles, the energy shield is 70% left. Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat and said, Then can we rush out? The current success rate is 39%. The pyramid said. The probability was really not high. So. The pyramid's cockpit continued to fly at an extremely fast speed. The energy shield continued to be destroyed crazily. Sir Commander, already flying 49,000 miles, the energy shield is 50% left. This was probably the most exciting flight in Yang Dingtian's history. In fact, nothing could be seen in the pyramid. That was because its flying speed was too fast. Its speed was more than 1,000 miles per second. Therefore, across the pyramid, one could only see rapid light and shadow shuttling. It was incomparably sci-fi, incomparably dreamy. Sir Commander, already flying 83,000 miles, the energy shield is 13% left. Sir Commander, already flying 99,000 miles, the energy shield is 2% left. At this time, Yang Dingtian's heart had already turned cold. Sir Commander, my energy shield is about to be destroyed. Boom! Suddenly a shocking light flashed. Sir Commander, I have lost all my energy shields. I am about to be completely destroyed. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the entire pyramid's cockpit was completely smashed into pieces and turned into ashes. The pyramid's voice, finally, sounded in Yang Dingtian's mind. Sorry, Commander, mission failed. Then, Yang Dingtian's body suddenly entered the energy vortex. His entire body was instantly torn apart layer by layer. Once again, he was completely smashed into pieces. However, at this moment, Yang Dingtian's surviving sea of qi and soul was suddenly thrown out by a huge energy. Then, the surrounding energy vortex all disappeared. He was thrown out of the fourth dark domain and into outer space. Yang Dingtian had successfully escaped. Fortunately, Chapter 1200, he floated above the fourth dark realm. Yang Dingtian let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, he had escaped. This time, he had truly been pushed to the brink of death. He was less than 1 centimeters away from death. Even with the body of a demigod, he had almost died this time. Yang Dingtian floated limply in outer space. Yang Dingtian was not in a hurry to leave. Due to inertia, Yang Dingtian floated further and further away. In the end, he floated more than a few thousand miles away. The fourth dark realm was completely chaotic, so the energy field had completely disappeared. He looked down at the fourth dark realm from a few thousand miles above. It was still incomparably huge, but most of the energy vortexes could not be seen. They had become small black dots. Only the largest vortex in the middle still had a hole in it. Yang Dingtian had once dreamed of entering the fourth dark realm to cultivate. Now that he thought about it, it was really a dream. Even the third dark realm was an absolute land of death. In the fourth dark realm, even the demigod Naga would almost certainly die if he entered. This was an absolute forbidden zone for life. Although it was not completely dead, it was more terrifying than being dead. He did not know how long the fourth dark realm would exist before it was completely devoured by the abyss border. Yang Dingtian turned around again and looked at the countless stars in the sky. Shuang, search my geographical and astronomical knowledge. Do you think this starry sky is familiar? Yang Dingtian asked. The Naga Shuang shook her head and said, Husband, your astronomical knowledge is too limited. You don't have a clear memory of the stars at all. However, I can be sure that this starry sky is definitely not your Milky Way or even your universe. Yang Dingtian's gaze fell on the moon in the sky. What a round and big moon. Then, Yang Dingtian felt extremely strange, because there was only one moon. In the chaotic realm, were there not 2 suns and 2 moons? Husband, the reason you saw 2 moons and 2 suns before was because of the energy field above the ground. The Nagashwang said, the light of the sun and moon penetrates the energy field and enters your vision. Therefore, there was a change. Therefore, you saw the image of 2 suns and a moon. In fact, there was only 1 sun and 1 moon. Yang Dingtian heaved a sigh of relief. This was in line with what he knew. Otherwise, a world would have 2 suns. It didn't matter if the temperature was high. The key was that the gravitational force was unstable. That was too scary. In the Earth dimension, there was a very awesome science fiction novel called The Three-Body Problem. It was about a civilized world with 3 suns. Thus, that world suffered an incomparably terrifying calamity. Yang Dingtian floated in space for several hours. At this moment, the profound energy in his body had mostly recovered. Taking a deep breath, he abruptly turned around and spat out obsidian flames as he flew towards the east. Whoosh! His speed was extremely fast, exceeding tens of thousands of miles per hour. Soon, they passed through the 4th dark realm and entered the 3rd. As expected, there was not even an energy barrier here. He flew straight through. Soon, Yang Dingtian flew through the 3rd, 2nd, and 1st dark realms. Yang Dingtian still did not land. At the end of the 1st dark realm was the border of the 1st abyss, and then the icy north. Looking down from here, the entire area was covered in fog. The entire world was frozen. Yang Dingtian flew extremely fast as he rushed out of this dense fog and entered the world of ice and snow. In a few hours, he had flown over hundreds of thousands of miles, which was close to half of the chaotic world planet. After rushing out of the energy barrier, he did not even need to pass through the border of the abyss. He flew straight over. Next, Yang Dingtian was about to land. He kept descending, and descending. When he was about 3,000 miles from the ground, he was stopped by an invisible energy barrier. This should be the energy barrier of the human countries. Probably no one had noticed this before, because no one had been able to fly so high before. Moreover, even if he flew so high, he would end up in an infinitely repeating void. He would not hit the top. Yang Dingtian opened a space door and rushed into the human country's barrier. Immediately, he felt the presence of celestial qi. Then, he looked up at the suns in the sky. There were indeed 2 of them. After looking for a while, Yang Dingtian did not stop. Instead, he first went to the human gathering place in the icy land. Here, food and resources were continuously transported from the Empire of Darkness's underground passage. Moreover, many people here had also entered the Empire of Darkness through the secret underground passage. After confirming that this place was not under attack, Yang Dingtian was relieved. This meant that Medusa had not sent Shimin Ningning out. Next, Yang Dingtian flew to the southern barbarian continent. This place was also safe. Moreover, the resources here were much more abundant. As long as Medusa did not attack, this place would be fine. Then, Yang Dingtian flew to the southernmost land, which was tens of thousands of miles away. This was the first time Yang Dingtian came here after the Medusa massacre. At this time, there were already more than tens of millions of humans living here. Not only did every oasis have a town, but even some deserts had built towns. Moreover, after a few years of hard work, many deserts here had been planted with green trees. One of the strategies of the Council of Light was to completely transform the land of extreme difficulty and turn the desert here into an oasis that humans could live in. The manpower, material, and financial resources needed to do this were astronomical. Some people raised doubts, saying that the current territory of the human countries was enough to live in. It was not worth building an oasis in the desert of tens of thousands of miles. But Yang Dingtian still signed this plan, because the current northwest continent, the land of chaos and the land of ice and snow were all in danger. The territory of the human countries was not too much, but too little. After confirming that this area had not been attacked by Medusa, Yang Dingtian turned and flew to the Ingzhou continent, the southwest continent, and the various islands in the Southwest Sea. Every piece of land that remained was filled with people. There were temporary tents and wooden houses. However, the whole world still seemed to have been cut apart, other than the southwest continent, where one could take a huge detour to the southern barbarian continent and the southernmost land. The connection between the surviving areas had been cut off, because most of the sea was covered by Medusa's killing formation. Anyone who passed by would still be turned into a fossil. Yang Dingtian was very proud and gratified, because whether it was the southern barbarian continent, the Ingzhou continent, the southwest continent, or the southernmost land, after the massacre ended, they all sent out ships in the shortest time possible and drew out safe areas and directions. They tried to establish contact with the surviving continents in the shortest time possible. Yang Dingtian would not let the remaining humans die in the hands of Medusa, no matter what. After searching all the surviving continents, Yang Dingtian flew toward the center of the Middle West continent. He did not stop and did not enter the Empire of Darkness. Instead, he went directly to kill Medusa. "Husband, are you sure you want to go now?" Nagashwang suddenly asked. Yang Dingtian understood what Nagashwang meant. If Yang Dingtian's plan failed, then this time there would be no possibility of escape. In that case, he could still say goodbye to his family and children for the last time when he went to the Empire of Darkness. He could still see them for the last time. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, "There's no need for that. If I fail this time, I'll be the first one to break the seal. If I fail, then it will be difficult for our family and children to survive. So it doesn't matter." After saying that, Yang Dingtian suddenly dived into the sea. Soon, he reached the bottom of the sea. The cave that Yang Dingtian dug last time was still there. Yang Dingtian kept drilling down. He did not know how thick the seabed rock layer was, but he finally reached the thick area of dark matter. He used the primeval Naga's eye gem to melt the dark matter. After passing through thousands of miles of dark matter, Yang Dingtian once again entered the vacuum area of dark matter. Seeing the huge Skirich imperial capital again, Yang Dingtian sighed with emotion. The feeling was completely different. He did not know how many spaceships this was from the universe. Such a huge spaceship, thousands of miles long, completely exceeded the scope of Yang Dingtian's imagination. If these 99 huge spaceships had successfully flown out of the chaotic world from the imperial capital, the incomparably powerful and intelligent 8th era human civilization would have been saved and survived. Unfortunately, they failed. As for the reason for failure, Yang Dingtian did not know. Not long after, Yang Dingtian flew directly into the Celestial Palace. The incomparably spacious Celestial Palace was larger than any square in the world. It was completely like a city. There was only a lonely seat in the middle. This was the seat of the commander of this spaceship. Its level was higher than the cockpit. That was because the seat of the cockpit was at most the captain's seat. They were responsible for flying. The commander's seat was in charge of all the armed forces and all the humans on the spaceship. Yang Dingtian walked to the commander's seat. If the plan did not go wrong, if Yang Dingtian's compatibility with the 8th era's humans was higher than that of Medusa's, then Yang Dingtian would be able to obtain the highest control of the spaceship in the imperial capital in a very short period of time. Then he could directly order to kill Medusa. Moreover, the previous universe pyramid had injected a unique energy rune code into his body. Now, Yang Dingtian could only pray that his plan was effective. His guess was not wrong. If he was wrong, he would definitely die. The human nation would be completely destroyed. Most of his family members had no chance of surviving either. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian directly sat on it. Boom! The entire spaceship in the imperial capital seemed to shake violently. The entire celestial palace suddenly lit up. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Inside the celestial palace, there were countless rooms, countless paths, and countless trees of light and shadow. There were also all kinds of things that grew out of thin air. The incomparably spacious celestial palace directly turned into an incomparably complicated inner city. Then, a familiar voice appeared in Yang Dingtian's mind again. Scanning the intruder. The intruder has a high-level energy rune code and is allowed to enter. The intruder is His Excellency Yang Dingtian. His Excellency Yang Dingtian, what orders do you have? Yang Dingtian, I want to obtain the command rights of this spaceship in the imperial capital. The voice of the universe said, This spaceship already has a commander. According to the rules, the two commanders can first discuss and decide on the commander. However, if you refuse, this spaceship will decide on the compatibility of the two commanders. Yang Dingtian, please decide. Yes, the universe spaceship said. At this moment, another voice sounded in Yang Dingtian's ears. It was cold and shocked. Yang Dingtian, you're not dead yet? Then Medusa directly ordered, spaceship to the imperial capital. Kill this intruder immediately. The universe spaceship said, I'm sorry, Commander Medusa. I'm in the process of choosing a new commander and will obey the new commander's orders. Medusa's expression changed. She hissed, Yang Dingtian, how can you not be dead? How can you be in my spaceship? Yang Dingtian said coldly, no comment. This could be considered as giving him a taste of his own medicine. Previously, no matter what Yang Dingtian asked, Medusa only replied coldly that she had no comment. Medusa did not insist. She made a prompt decision and said, send me to the Celestial Palace. Obviously, it wanted to kill Yang Dingtian with its own hands. There was an energy formation between the cockpit and the Celestial Palace. Sorry, before the new commander is chosen, I refuse to obey any orders, the universe spaceship said. Not only that, whoosh, 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 dozens of energy shields suddenly appeared around Yang Dingtian. It was the same for Medusa's side. Before the new commander was chosen, Yang Dingtian and Medusa could not leave. They were trapped by the spaceship in the imperial capital. Medusa was shocked. She immediately turned into a stream of light and wanted to rush out of the pyramid in the cockpit. Boom, 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 boom. She was incomparably powerful, completely shattering layer after layer of energy shields. However, the speed at which she shattered them was faster than the speed at which the imperial capital reconstructed the energy shields. Medusa had been trapped inside since the beginning. After all, this was the energy product of the 8th era. This was a civilization more powerful than the Naga Empire, even though the master of that civilization was almost powerless. The results were out quickly. Mr. Yang Dingtian, the matching degree is 89. 5%. Your Excellency Medusa, compatibility rate, 57. 3%. Yang Dingtian's compatibility was much higher. This was, of course, Yang Dingtian was a human. Although Medusa also had human genes, she was still a Naga. Her compatibility with the humans of the 8th era was definitely not as good as Yang Dingtian's. Sir Yang Dingtian, welcome as the supreme commander of this spaceship, the universe said. Yang Dingtian directly ordered, I order you to kill Medusa immediately. Chapter 1201. Yang Dingtian ordered bluntly, I order you to kill Medusa immediately. The Cosmos spaceship was silent for a moment, then said, yes. Immediately after, a clear image immediately appeared in Yang Dingtian's mind. In the pyramid cockpit of the spaceship, Queen Medusa was desperately trying to destroy the energy shield. However, this endless energy shield was stacked on top of one another. It was simply endless. Medusa tried her best, but she was unable to break free. Then, above the pyramid, a terrifying energy light suddenly condensed. Yang Dingtian did not know what the energy source of the spaceship was, but it was much more advanced than the Skirich imperial capital of the Empire of Darkness. The Skirich imperial capital of the Empire of Darkness needed to constantly rotate and devour the energy of several continents. The cosmic spaceship in the imperial capital was completely self-sufficient in terms of energy. How powerful was its energy? It could be seen from the 3 Medusa-killing formations in the human countries that had turned countless humans into fossils and still maintained a terrifying killing intent. Therefore, the energy condensed above the pyramid at this time was an astronomical figure. It was incomparably shocking and completely destructive. Yang Dingtian, you can't kill me, you can't kill me. Suddenly, Medusa let out a sharp scream. Boom! The shocking energy condensed above the pyramid suddenly bombarded down. In an instant, Medusa's body turned into ashes. Almost Instantly it disappeared. This power was indeed incomparably shocking. Medusa could be considered a high-level demigod, but in an instant she was directly smashed into pieces. But she was not dead yet. Her soul and energy reserve were still there. After the shocking light of the bombardment dissipated, her body recovered bit by bit. Within half a minute, her body was completely restored. Yang Dingtian felt that this scene was very familiar, because at that time he was in this situation. Medusa was indeed not alone. Her partner was indeed in this world and was not dead. Naga and her partner completely shared energy and life. As long as her partner did not die, Medusa would not die. Of course, it was not impossible to kill her. It was an endless stream of attacks that depleted her multicolored energy and then completely destroyed his partner's body. See a vital energy and soul. Yang Dingtian said straightforwardly, "Continue to kill her until she dies." "Yes," the Cosmos spaceship replied. Then it continued to condense energy. After condensing to the extreme, boom! It turned into a shocking light and directly blasted down. Medusa was once again turned into ashes. Boom! 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 Dozens of times, hundreds of times, Medusa was killed hundreds of times. Hundreds of times, hundreds of times. But hundreds of times. Yang Dingtian was truly in disbelief. Why wasn't her partner's energy depleted? "Sir Commander, if this goes on, we will never be able to kill Medusa." The Cosmos spaceship suddenly said, "Because the other party's replenishment energy is no less than my attack energy." There was such a thing. While Yang Dingtian was constantly being annihilated, the replenishment energy that Nagashwang received from the dark throne of Skirich imperial capital was already very shocking. But it still could not stop Yang Dingtian from dying. If it were not for the abandoned pyramid cockpit, Yang Dingtian would have died long ago. And the replenishment energy of Medusa's partner was so powerful. "Yang Dingtian, I told you, you can't kill me." Medusa sneered. Yang Dingtian ignored her and asked, "Cosmos, how many times do you have enough energy to kill her?" The Cosmos spaceship said, "Countless times. I have a total of 99 energy reactors, and not even one has been exhausted." Yang Dingtian was completely speechless. The energy civilization had really been developed to the extreme by the humans of the 8th era. The humans of the Earth dimension had not even mastered nuclear fusion. And the human civilization of the 8th era of the chaotic world must have reached the level of antimatter. At least, the speed of their spaceships could reach more than a few thousand miles per second. Then please continue to kill. Don't give Medusa any chance to catch her breath. Yang Dingtian said, "Can you speed up the energy condensation? Now it takes about 5 seconds to kill her. It's too slow." The Cosmos spaceship said, "Yes, but you need to activate multiple energy reactors at the same time." Yang Dingtian said, "Then let's activate them." The Cosmos spaceship said, "According to your authority, you can activate a maximum of 10 reactors at a time." Yang Dingtian said, "In that case, I'll activate 10. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire Cosmos spaceship trembled slightly. Then, light flashed in the celestial palace. Then Medusa really suffered. The energy condensation speed at the top of the pyramid suddenly increased by 10 times, and she was killed in half a second. Boom, 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 boom. The shocking light continued to bombard at this time. Medusa had no time to recover her body. Just as she began to recover a little, the next terrifying bombardment came again, and her body was turned into ashes again. However, she still couldn't die, because her partner had also increased the energy supply by 10 times, and he was continuously providing energy to Medusa. If this continued, they would never be able to kill her. "Shuang, you see the situation here. I still can't kill Medusa." Yang Dingtian said, "Is it necessary to throw her into the 4th dark vortex?" "No." Nagashwang said, "Husband, Medusa is much, much stronger than you. Therefore, once she enters the fourth dark domain, she will definitely be involved in the largest vortex and enter a peaceful vacuum. And there must be more than one universe, spaceship ruins. Once she encountered one of them, she would immediately escape with her life. By then, the entire human countries, us, and your family will all die without a burial place. Yes, that was indeed the case. Now, they had finally trapped Medusa. If she escaped, the consequences would be unimaginable. Nagashwang said, "Unfortunately, there is no second fossil fluid." Fossil fluid? Yes, the only fossil fluid had been wasted. At that time, the soul of the Emperor of Naga mixed the fossil fluid and the Great Judgment technique together and bombarded Medusa's statue clone. Then, Yang Dingtian suddenly remembered that this was the 8th era's spaceship in the imperial capital. This was the high-level state of the energy civilization. The conversion of matter and energy was completely easy. Immediately, Yang Dingtian said, "Universe, do you remember a few days ago? The Emperor of Naga used the fossil fluid and the Great Judgment technique to attack Medusa's clone?" "Yes," the universe spaceship said. Yang Dingtian asked, "Then where is the fossil fluid now?" "It has already reacted with Medusa's avatar and transformed into another state," the cosmic spaceship Emperor Jing said. Then Medusa ordered the fragments of the statue to be thrown out of the spaceship. "It was thrown out?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Then is it possible to reabsorb the fragments of Medusa's statue and extract the energy of the fossil fluid?" The universe spaceship was silent for a moment, then said, "Yes, but it will take time." Yang Dingtian asked, "How many worlds will it take?" The universe spaceship said, "According to your concept of worlds, it will take about 3 hours." "Okay, 3 hours. Please carry it out," Yang Dingtian said. "Yes," the universe spaceship said. Then dozens and hundreds of small flying objects flew out of the spaceship and retrieved the Medusa's statue in the endless void. These Medusa's statue had been shattered to the extreme. Each of them was the size of a speck of dust. A few days had passed, and they had already been distributed in the sky for thousands of miles. However, more and more small flying objects flew out of the spaceship. In the end, there were more than thousands of them. Not even a speck of dust was spared as they desperately tried to retrieve it. Yang Dingtian gasped in amazement when he saw this scene. It was too awesome. Throughout the entire process, the attack on Medusa did not stop at all. Every half a second, it was like a thunderbolt continuously attacking. Medusa's body never recovered, and her partner who believed in her was completely exhausted. Almost an hour later, the thousands of airships outside returned to the imperial capital one after another. The first step had been completed. The powder fragments of Medusa's statue had been completely recovered. It could even be said that almost none of it was left outside. That was because there was a complete vacuum outside. Even the slightest bit of matter had been recovered. The next step was to gather the recovered fragments of Medusa's statue and place them in a special energy reaction array. The first step was to completely separate the energy of the fossil fluid from the fragments of Medusa's statue. If it was in the human kingdoms, the Empire of Darkness, or the Earth plane, this would be impossible. However, it could be done easily in the spaceship in the imperial capital. After about half of it disappeared, the energy of the fossil fluid was completely separated. Not a single bit was lost. However, the energy of the fossil fluid had already undergone a reaction. It was already in the form of sparkling specks of dust. The next step was to restore it to the energy of the fossil fluid. The energy reaction center of the energy reaction array had to be analyzed in detail first. In just 15 minutes, the analysis was completed. Next was the final step, which was to restore it to its original state. This was the most difficult step. That was because this was not a simple reversal. Most of the time, once a substance had undergone a reaction, it was irreversible. Next, the energy system of the spaceship in the imperial capital had to be analyzed. Soon, the analysis was completed. It was impossible to directly reverse the energy of the fossil fluid. However, through a series of chemical and energy reactions, the dregs of this batch of fossil fluid could be used to create a brand new fossil fluid. Of course, this would require more than a dozen brand new substances. If it were in the human kingdoms or the earth plane, it would not even be able to gather half of the substances. However, in the imperial capital, almost all the known substances had been placed in the spaceship in the imperial capital. If there were substances that were not in the cosmos, they basically did not exist in the chaotic world. After confirming the plan, the energy reaction array's speed was incomparably fast. In less than a minute, all the reactions had been completed. Subsequently, Yang Dingtian was able to see clearly in his consciousness that a brand new fossil liquid energy was floating at the center of the energy reaction. It was green and pulsing continuously as if it was full of life. Yang Dingtian asked, "Do you have a way to inject the fossil fluid into Medusa's body?" The imperial capital of the cosmos replied, "It's a piece of cake, Sir Commander." "Then, please proceed," Yang Dingtian said. "Yes." At the fastest speed, the fossil fluid energy was shuttled into the pyramid's cockpit. As it shuttled in, a powerful energy directly disintegrated the fossil fluid energy into countless powder. Each particle was smaller than a speck of dust and could not be seen with the naked eye. Then, the countless fossil fluid particles all fused into the bombardment energy of the upper section of the pyramid. This time, it was no longer a bombardment every half a second. Instead, it was a full 2 to 3 seconds later. But the bombardment still did not come down. This was because the energy of the fossil fluid had to be fully integrated into the attack light. 2 to 3 seconds was just enough for Medusa's body to recover. However, she did not have the slightest bit of joy or rejoice. Instead, she felt incomparable fear. She instinctively felt an extremely terrifying and dangerous aura. This dangerous aura was getting stronger and stronger. Soon it reached its limit. Medusa was a top-notch spiritual-type powerhouse. In this aspect, her intuition was absolutely powerful. Therefore, she immediately felt that she would not be able to escape today. "Yang Dingtian, I'm telling you very seriously, I can't die." Medusa was unprecedentedly serious. "That's not up to you," Yang Dingtian said. "Now, can you answer a few questions of mine?" Medusa said, "Please ask." Yang Dingtian asked, "There is also a soul leaving palace, right?" "Yes," Medusa said. Yang Dingtian said that soul leaving palace is the real soul leaving palace. The Naga Dugushuang was also born there, right? "Yes," Medusa said. Shimin Ningning was also sent by the soul leaving palace, right? Yang Dingtian asked. "Yes," Medusa said. "That soul leaving palace, where the false gods of the chaotic world live, right?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Yes." Medusa said, "Why do you kill countless humans? Why do you create a world-ending battle every 200 years? Yang Dingtian asked. "No comment," Medusa said. "If you want to know, please go to the real soul leaving palace." Yang Dingtian asked, "What cultivation method can save the soul devourer in Dongfang Bingling's body?" "No comment," Medusa said. "If you want to save Dongfang Bingling, please go to the real soul leaving palace." Yang Dingtian said, "You can't kill me, so you want me to go to the soul leaving palace to die, right?" "Yes." Medusa said, "And you will definitely go. Otherwise, you won't be able to end the misfortune of this world. And you won't be able to solve the ultimate truth of this world." Yang Dingtian said, "You don't have to provoke me. I will definitely go. Then, may I ask, where is the so-called real soul leaving palace?" "No comment," Medusa said. "You are so powerful. Go find it yourself." Yang Dingtian said, "That false god brought me and Wentian from Earth to this chaotic world. Can he send us back?" "Maybe, who knows?" Medusa said with a smile, If you want to know, go to the real soul leaving palace. Yang Dingtian nodded. Then he said, Then everything about you is over. Medusa nodded. Do it, Yang Dingtian ordered. Boom! The shocking energy of the pyramid suddenly came crashing down. In an instant, Medusa completely turned into a fossilized statue from her body to her soul. This time it was real, it was complete. The incomparably powerful Queen Medusa was completely annihilated. Chapter 1202. This time, Yang Dingtian didn't feel that it was unreal. Of course, he didn't feel happy either. He wouldn't feel happy just because he had eliminated Medusa. He just let out a long sigh of relief and felt a sense of emptiness. This was almost his biggest enemy, and she was finally eliminated. She was eliminated in this way, and of course, she must be eliminated in this way. Otherwise, if he wanted to rely on force, it would take God knows how many years, and Yang Dingtian wouldn't be able to achieve this goal. Medusa has turned into a fossil. This time it's real. Yang Dingtian said. I know. Nagashuang said, Husband, when will you be back? Soon. Yang Dingtian let out a long sigh of relief again, and then lay on the seat motionless. Lie down and rest for a while. After lying there for half an hour to practice, Yang Dingtian suddenly said, Universe, may I drive you out of here to eliminate the next enemy? Sorry, Commander, I can't because our launch platforms have all been destroyed. The Universe ship said, The surviving life force continent can't support my flight anymore. If I want to fly into space, I have to break through the crust of the Vitality continent. This is the first damage. And if I want to break away from the energy shield of the Vitality continent and rush into space, I need a huge amount of energy. The Vitality continent can't withstand such damage at all. At least more than 10,000 miles of land will be torn apart, and the sea will become a shocking tsunami. Even the entire Vitality continent will be torn apart from the middle. Understood, Yang Dingtian said. That meant that if he went to the other so-called soul-leaving temple to face the false gods of the chaotic world, he wouldn't be able to get help from Universe and the imperial capital. He would have to completely rely on himself. Yang Dingtian asked. Medusa set up 3 huge killing arrays in the Vitality continent and turned all humans into fossils. I know. I'm the one who set up those 3 huge energy arrays, said the Cosmos Emperor Capital. She ordered me to spread the dark matter to 4 or 5 corners of the Vitality continent. These 3 huge energy arrays have consumed a considerable amount of our energy and material reserves. Yang Dingtian didn't blame him, and Cosmos didn't apologize to the imperial capital either, because it was just a tool. It did not have its own consciousness and only obeyed the orders of the highest commander. Yang Dingtian asked, You're so powerful that you can release energy that can turn humans into fossils. No, we don't have that kind of ability. Medusa used her gaze to turn humans into fossils. That's a type of spiritual energy. It's an extremely high level of energy that surpasses our energy civilization. This is a special ability of intelligent creatures. We can't achieve it. Yang Dingtian asked. Then the 3 Medusa's killing arrays that you established were merely energy amplifiers. Yes, it's Medusa's energy amplifier, said the Cosmos Emperor Capital. Yang Dingtian asked. Then, can you remove these huge killing arrays now? Ever since Medusa was turned into a fossil by your attack, the Medusa killing array has lost all of its power, the Cosmic Emperor said. Now the Vitality continent has been completely restored. Yang Dingtian asked, Won't there be any energy left? No, all the energy is transmitted in real time, said the Cosmos Emperor Capital. Yang Dingtian asked, Many humans have turned into fossils. Is there any way to save them? Can they be restored? Of course, we can reverse and remove the energy of these fossils. But even so, it's useless. When we reverse the energy of the fossils, these humans die instantly. It's not that we can't do it, but humans are too weak. Yang Dingtian asked, Then, do you have a way to thaw Medusa's fossil and restore it to the original Medusa? I can extract all the energy of the fossil fluid in her body, but I'm not sure if it can restore it to its original state. Yang Dingtian said, I understand. Then, in the endless years to come, unless I give the order personally, never restore Medusa. Yes, Sir Commander. The Cosmos said to the Imperial capital, before a higher-level commander arrives, I will fully obey your orders. Yang Dingtian said, Now, please completely seal and imprison Medusa, who has turned into a fossil. Make it so that no one can see, touch, or save it. Yes, sir, the Cosmos said. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Then Medusa's fossil completely disappeared into the pyramid and was locked in the depths of the cosmos. Even Yang Dingtian didn't know where she was. Yang Dingtian suddenly thought of a problem and asked, By the way, since Medusa has extended her energy tentacles to many places in the human countries, why didn't she directly send an energy signal to these places? The distance would be more than 10 times shorter. Why did she have to go through half the planet and take a detour of hundreds of thousands of miles before sending the signal to the human countries? The Cosmos said, In order to hide the existence of her ship because the distance is too short and the energy signal is too strong, it's easy for others to capture and trace back to the source of the signal. Therefore, she traveled hundreds of thousands of miles and half the planet to send the signal to the human countries. Moreover, although the distance is 10 times shorter, the time taken to send the signal is almost exactly the same. Regarding this point, Yang Dingtian understood it. The speed of the signal ship was hundreds of thousands of miles per second. There is no difference between tens of thousands of miles and hundreds of thousands of miles. Yang Dingtian asked again, Cosmos, I'm from another plane of Earth. I'm not a human from the chaotic world. Then, may I ask, who is more compatible with the humans in the human countries? The Cosmos said, Sir Commander, I'm very sorry. There isn't a second human in the ship, so I don't know. If you want to know the answer, please send a human. Okay, Yang Dingtian said. This was an important question, and he had to figure it out. Otherwise, if another human with a higher compatibility came, they could instantly take over the highest command. When that happened, Medusa might be revived, and that would be a complete catastrophe. The Cosmos was the most loyal and would never betray the Cosmos. However, it was also the most disloyal. As long as there was a commander with higher authority, it would immediately abandon or even kill the previous commander. Then I'll take my leave. Goodbye, Yang Dingtian said. The Cosmos said, Goodbye, Sir Commander. Yang Dingtian left the Cosmos Palace in the Imperial capital, melted the thick, dark matter, passed through the thick crust, and finally rushed out of the 1,000-meter deep sea. He rushed out of the sea surface and returned to the human countries. The moment he rushed out of the sea surface, Yang Dingtian immediately looked to the west to see if the huge statue of Medusa was still there. It was still there, but it was constantly shrinking. Because it was too big, it would take some time for the Cosmos to retrieve it, even if the Imperial capital wanted to. But at least, these statues no longer had the power to turn people into fossils. The entire human countries had been restored to purity. Of course, Yang Dingtian still wouldn't remove the Doomsday Order. He wouldn't let humans return to the Central Continent, the West Continent, and the East Continent, because the danger wasn't really over yet. Yang Dingtian flew directly under the Medusa statue. He could clearly see that it was constantly descending and shrinking. He reached out to touch it and feel its existence. Then, Yang Dingtian flew directly toward the Empire of Darkness. After returning to the Empire of Darkness, Yang Dingtian didn't go directly to the Cosmos Palace to see the Nagashuang. Instead, he went to Yan Yan and the children's room. When Yan Yan and the others saw Yang Dingtian, they were overjoyed and immediately pounced on him. Husband, is it over? Yan Yan asked happily. She knew that if it wasn't over, Yang Dingtian wouldn't go home. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, Medusa is over. Those killing formations that turn people into fossils are also over. Yan Yan's beautiful eyes lit up and said, "Does that mean that husband can stay at home with us from now on?" Yang Dingtian said, "There's one more place I need to go." Yan Yan's expression darkened and said, "Will it be dangerous?" Yang Dingtian was silent for a moment and said, "Maybe not." Yan Yan also fell silent. She couldn't say anything to stop him. Then Yang Dingtian said, "Yan Yan, Yao, Rao, Violets, Poisa, will you, Xiang Xiang, and Baby Yang Yi come with me?" Yan Yan was stunned and then said, "Okay." Yan Yan represented the human race. Yao Rao represented the fox demon race. Violets represented the fish race. Poisa represented the snake race. Wu represented the mixed race of the fox demon and the silent race. Xiang Xiang represented the half-human race, and Yang Yi represented the demigod race of the fox demon race. Yang Dingtian took these people to the capital of the cosmos to test their compatibility. He wanted to confirm if he, Yang Dingtian, had the highest compatibility. Could he always have the highest control of the cosmos? An hour later, Yang Dingtian took 7 people and flew toward the sea of the Middle West continent. However, before that, Yang Dingtian was still very careful. He found a few prisoners to enter the range of the Medusa killing formation to ensure that it was really harmless. Yang Dingtian was selfish. Although he protected the majority of humans, he definitely loved his family more. After ensuring that there was no danger, Yang Dingtian took his family out. Even so, he still used an energy shield to envelop his family. In fact, he was indeed overthinking. At present, the Medusa killing formation that was retracting no longer had any lethality. Soon, Yang Dingtian took Yan Yan and the others to the center of the sea of the Middle West continent. He used his qi to push the seawater away and led the 7 of them to the bottom of the sea. Then they passed through the thick crust. After passing through the thick, dark matter, they entered the celestial palace of the imperial capital. Immediately, Yan Yan and the others were extremely curious. They didn't expect that there was also an empire of darkness here. That's right, they thought that this was a new empire of darkness. They didn't know that it was the cosmos. Yang Dingtian didn't intend to tell them. After arriving at the palace of the imperial capital, Yang Dingtian sat in the commander-in-chief's seat. Immediately, a beam of energy quickly scanned his body and soul. In less than half a second, his identity was confirmed. "Hello, Commander Yang Dingtian. Welcome back. May I ask what your orders are?" The cosmos said. "Yang Dingtian, I've brought most of the races on the Vitality continent. Please test their compatibility." "Yes," the cosmos said. Yang Dingtian, "Then will this be dangerous for them?" "No, there's no danger at all," the cosmos said. Yang Dingtian was immediately relieved. Then a completely invisible energy beam swept across everyone's body one by one. The scanning speed was very fast. Only a few minutes later, the results came out. "Please give me the identities of these people," the cosmos said. Yang Dingtian immediately said the identities of these people in his consciousness. Shimin Yan Yan, a normal human from the current human kingdom. Compatibility, 72. 3%. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be stunned. The compatibility of a human from the human kingdom was so much lower than his. Yao Rao, a fox demon from the Little Western Paradise. Compatibility, 51%. Yao Rao's compatibility was even lower. Violets, a mermaid. Compatibility, 43%. This was really strange. Violet's compatibility was even lower than that of the fox demon. Poisa Naga, compatibility, 43%. Queen Poisa's compatibility was exactly the same as that of the mermaid Queen Violet's. Wu Yu, a mixed blood of the fox demon and the speechless clan. Compatibility, 53%. This compatibility was slightly higher than that of the fox demon, but not by much. Xiang Xiang, a half-human, a foxman. Compatibility, 39%. This compatibility was even lower. Finally, it was Yang Dingtian and Yao Rao's son, Yang Yi a descendant of a demigod. Yang Yi, a descendant of a human and a fox demon. He has a powerful bloodline talent. Compatibility, 79%. This compatibility was already quite high, but it was still lower than that of Yang Dingtian. It was probably equivalent to Yang Dingtian and Yao Rao's compatibility. He forgot to bring Yang Li. This was a child he had with an ordinary human. Her compatibility was about 80%. But at present, it seemed that other than Wen Tian, there was indeed no one with a higher compatibility than him. Immediately, Yang Dingtian relaxed. Then he led Yan Yan and the others away from here and returned to the Empire of Darkness. In the celestial palace of the Empire of Darkness, Yang Dingtian and Nagashuang began to discuss their next move. There were two choices. The first choice was to find Shimin Ningning and completely solve the worries of the surviving humans in the human countries. The second choice was to find another soul leaving palace, which was the so-called real soul leaving palace, to meet the false gods of the chaotic world, to find the ultimate secret of this world. Chapter 1203. Yang Dingtian mentioned the two choices and then said, Shuang, which one do you think we should choose? Now, Yang Dingtian had paid more and more attention to Dugu Shuang's judgment, because she was a bystander. Her thinking was very similar to the master of the soul leaving temple. Nagashuang asked, Husband, at the last moment, did Medusa give her energy to Shimin Ningning? Yang Dingtian began to recall the situation at that time. Then he shook his head and said, I don't know, but the attack was very sudden. If Medusa needs a certain amount of time to give her energy to Shimin Ningning, I don't think she has this time. Nagashuang nodded and then said, Husband, if you are the master of the soul leaving temple, for you, is it more important to get rid of you or kill the remaining humans? Yang Dingtian, without a doubt, it is more important to get rid of me. Not to mention, I destroyed Medusa and cut off an arm of the soul leaving temple. I am already irreconcilable with them. Nagashuang nodded in agreement and then said, If the false god of the soul leaving temple can't leave either, then what do you think it wants the most? I'll deliver myself to their door, Yang Dingtian said. That's right. Nagashuang said, But if Shimin Ningning is controlled at this time and comes out to kill, then will you still deliver yourself to their door? Yang Dingtian, No, I will definitely solve the matter of Shimin Ningning first. Nagashuang said, That's right, so Shimin Ningning will definitely not appear at this time, let alone appear as a slayer. The false god of the soul leaving temple is waiting for you. After Dugashuang's analysis, Yang Dingtian suddenly understood. That's right, it was true. The people of the soul leaving temple were so rational and cold. Before getting rid of Yang Dingtian, they wouldn't do anything. In this way, everything was simple. Yang Dingtian didn't have to choose. He just had to find the real soul leaving palace and find the fake god. In fact, there was no time limit. Half a year was fine, 2 or 3 years was fine, or even 10 years was fine. To Yang Dingtian, this period of time might be very long, but to the soul leaving palace, it was only an instant. Husband, so you can make yourself very, very strong before going to the soul leaving palace, Nagashuang said. Even if it takes 3 to 5 years or 10 years, it doesn't matter. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, I know, I'm fine with it. But most of the humans had a lot of connections. As long as I don't solve the problem of the soul leaving palace, the surviving humans won't be able to return home. Staying in the Empire of Darkness for a long time will have a fatal effect on these humans. Nagashuang frowned slightly. In her opinion, it was already a great favor for Yang Dingtian to save these ants. Why would he care about their condition? However, every time it involved this problem, she would shut up. She and Yang Dingtian were already one. On some differences, they could only seek common ground. Husband, when have you decided to go to the real soul leaving palace, to the fake god's palace? Nagashuang asked. Yang Dingtian, in 3 days. Nagashuang's heart trembled. So soon. In these 3 days. On the first day, Yang Dingtian accompanied his family and children. He played mahjong with Yen Yen and the others, played games with the children, and told stories to the youngest baby. On the second day, he taught the students of the Heavenly Enlightenment Academy. On the third day, he spent the entire day with Yen Yen and the others, fulfilling his duties as a husband. After 3 days, Yang Dingtian left the Empire of Darkness and went to the real soul-leaving palace to find the so-called fake god. Husband, do you know where the real soul-leaving palace is? Nagashwang asked. Yang Dingtian, I can vaguely guess. If I'm not wrong, it should be there. Nagashwang. Then do you think that fake god will appear? Yang Dingtian. If everything is as you analyzed, then it should appear. After all, its most important task now is to kill me and restore order in the soul-leaving palace. Then be careful, Nagashwang said. In fact, she didn't even need to say the sentence, because the two of them were connected, sharing life and energy. If Yang Dingtian died, she would die with him. However, she couldn't help but say it. After leaving the Empire of Darkness, Yang Dingtian quickly flew northwest. His destination was the Dongli grassland. After flying over the vast sea for more than 10,000 kilometers, he entered the Dongli grassland. It had been a few years since the destruction of the Naga Empire. At this time, the Dongli grassland showed the powerful recovery ability of nature. After the destruction of the Naga Empire, most of the half-humans here died. The remaining small number lived in the human countries. Therefore, there was almost nothing left in the Naga Empire except for wild beasts. Even if there were a few half-humans, they were in the vast forest. Therefore, the entire Dongli grassland was covered in trees and weeds. Even many cities in the Naga Empire were covered in green. After entering the Dongli grassland, Yang Dingtian continued north. North. His destination was the celestial Red Sea. Yes, he felt that the real soul-leaving palace was the celestial Red Sea, and that floating lonely temple was the real soul-leaving palace. That Tantai was not the so-called border guardian at all. Soon, Yang Dingtian flew to the sky above the celestial Red Sea. In an instant, he lost all his celestial chi energy and fell into the sea. Previously, Yang Dingtian was extremely emotional about the power of the celestial Red Sea. Now he felt this even more strongly, because he had already broken through to the demigod realm. However, the celestial Red Sea still lost all its energy. The key was not the depths of the celestial Red Sea, but the entire area. Therefore, it was not strange that the real soul-leaving palace was here. Yang Dingtian sat cross-legged on the sea and waited, but he still did not see the lonely temple floating over. According to the Nagashwang's analysis, the soul-leaving palace should be waiting for Yang Dingtian to come to them. They should not be playing hide-and-seek with him. Yang Dingtian did not swim towards the center of the Red Sea. Instead, he sat here and waited, because it was meaningless to take the initiative to search. Just like that, Yang Dingtian waited day after day. The lonely temple never floated over. Day after day. 3 days, 5 days, 10 days, half a month, 1 month, a full 2 months passed. Yang Dingtian still did not see the temple floating over. Yang Dingtian could not help but wonder, could it be that he guessed wrong? Did the soul leaving palace not want to come to him? Or was the soul leaving palace not here at all? Therefore, Yang Dingtian no longer sat there and waited. Instead, he dived into the middle of the sea. He kept diving, diving, diving. There was nothing special about it. It was just the water of the Red Sea, the seawater filled with dark crystals. And most importantly, Yang Dingtian dived down to 20 meters and could not go any further. The density of the Red Sea was very high, and Yang Dingtian had lost all his celestial chi and was just an ordinary person. 20 meters was his limit, and he could not go any further. Hence, Yang Dingtian started to swim towards the center of the Red Sea and continued to swim towards the north. He went deep into the celestial Red Sea. Dozens of kilometers, hundreds of kilometers. Now, Yang Dingtian was just a strong, ordinary person. Half a month, 1 month, 2 months, and 2 months, Yang Dingtian swam thousands of kilometers and reached the depths of the celestial Red Sea. But he still did not see the lonely temple or Saint Tantai. Suddenly the Nagashwang said, "Husband, give up. It's been half a year." Yang Dingtian said, "Shuang, do you think the soul-leaving palace is unwilling to see me, or is it not here at all?" The Nagashwang was silent and then said, "Husband, I really don't know." Originally, the Nagashwang was very confident in her analysis. If the soul-leaving palace was in the celestial Red Sea, then it would have taken the initiative to appear, because its first priority was to eliminate Yang Dingtian. However, it had been waiting in the celestial Red Sea, searching for half a year. The soul-leaving palace still did not appear. Did that mean? The soul-leaving palace was not here at all. The Nagashwang said, "Husband, why do you think the soul-leaving palace is in the celestial Red Sea?" Yang Dingtian said, "Because of its special nature, it can make everyone lose their Xian Qi. Furthermore, there is also that lonely temple and Saint Tantai inside. They all match the characteristics of the soul-leaving palace." The Nagashwang said, "Husband, if the soul-leaving palace is not in the celestial Red Sea, then it is in another place. Instead, it's in another place. Where do you think it is?" Yang Dingtian thought for a while and said, "In the dark world, the dead silent continent." The dark world was a completely dead continent. It was a place without any vitality, energy, or light. It was the first place in the chaos world to die, and the birthplace of the abyss. Even if the fourth dark domain was incomparably dangerous, at least it could still move, and there were countless energy vortices. However, the dark world was only deathly silent. Moreover, all the materials there were collapsing. Therefore, the deeper the dark world was, the higher the density and the greater the gravity. Just like in the universe, the density and gravity of a white dwarf was hundreds of thousands of times higher than that of Earth. Of course, the dark world was different from the white dwarf. The temperature on the white dwarf was extremely high. Moreover, there was an extremely terrifying and strong magnetic field. The dark world, on the other hand, was only dead silence. There was nothing. Originally, in Yang Dingtian's mind, that should be the last secret of this world, the place where the god of chaos was. The dark world should be the last and deepest place of this world. If the soul-leaving palace of the fake god was not in the celestial Red Sea, then the only possibility was that it was in the dark world. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Dingtian felt that he should leave the celestial Red Sea and head to the dark world. Therefore, he continued to swim back. After swimming for a full month and a half, Yang Dingtian returned to the beginning of the celestial Red Sea. Then, along the 10,000-meter cliff, he climbed down and returned to the surface of the Dongli grassland. Just as he landed on the surface of the Dongli grassland, Yang Dingtian felt that the incomparably powerful energy and celestial qi had returned. His whole body suddenly became light and floated. He had been in the celestial Red Sea for less than 8 or 9 months. He had been without celestial qi for a full 8 or 9 months. After slightly feeling the celestial qi, Yang Dingtian immediately flew into the air and freely flew a few rounds. Flying was really a very carefree thing. That kind of feeling of freedom was incomparable to driving a car or flying a plane. After flying a few rounds, Yang Dingtian landed. "Shuang, then I will go to the dark world," Yang Dingtian said. Then he summoned the void, splitting flame and opened a door of darkness. Behind the door was the dark world. He gently jumped into the door of darkness and directly entered the dark world. A few hundred times the gravity was still okay. From the lively Dongli grassland to the completely silent dark world, he was really not used to it. The dark world was still completely silent without any light. At that time, Yang Dingtian had exiled countless ambitious people from the little western paradise into the dark world. At this time, there was not a single figure to be seen. It was really strange. However, Yang Dingtian was no longer in the mood to pay attention to these exiles. He walked directly towards the depths of the dark world, looking for the fake gods and the soul-leaving palace. Because there was no light at all, the visibility here was completely zero. Yang Dingtian continued to go deeper and deeper. 2,000 miles, 5,000 miles, 10,000 miles, 20,000 miles. At this time, the gravity multiplier was getting higher and higher. After 20,000 miles, the gravity multiplier had reached an astonishing 10,000 times. In other words, every step Yang Dingtian took, he would have to bear more than 1,000,000 pounds of weight. Of course, this was not worth mentioning to Yang Dingtian. However, he still had to use celestial qi to provide anti-gravity to protect his body from harm. Of course, this was a little redundant. He was now a demigod, and his entire body had been energized. He continued to go deeper and deeper. The gravity multiplier increased rapidly. After 30,000 miles, the gravity multiplier had reached an astonishing 50,000 times. After 40,000 miles, the gravity multiplier had reached 120,000 times. At this time, even if Yang Dingtian was a demigod, it was still a little strenuous. More importantly, if he took another step forward, the multiplier of gravity would increase tremendously. However, after entering 40,000 miles, it was still boundless darkness and boundless, deathly stillness. Yang Dingtian continued to go deeper and deeper. In the end, he had already lost consciousness. He had no idea how many times the gravity multiplier was. With his cultivation, he could no longer survive here. Now, it was completely the Nagashwang providing him with energy. If he continued, he would exceed the Nagashwang's limit. Both of them would die. Yes, 2 demigods in this dark world would still die without doing anything. However, Yang Dingtian did not give up. He continued to go deeper and deeper, and the Nagashwang did not stop him. The 2 of them shared life. Naga had to bear all the consequences of her partner, and it was unconditional. Go deeper and deeper. Soon he reached the limit of what the Nagashwang could bear. Then, Yang Dingtian's consciousness became blurry. He could no longer see or feel anything. It was the same for the Nagashwang. The 2 demigods had completely reached their limits. If he went any further, perhaps in a second his body would collapse and become a part of the dark world, a part of the dead silent continent, and completely die. Yang Dingtian was completely mechanical, instinctively moving forward. Suddenly he lost consciousness. His entire body suddenly fell to the ground. After collapsing, the Nagashwang could no longer bear it and sprawled on the dark throne. And Yang Dingtian's body gradually collapsed and melted into the dark world, the dead silent continent. And at this moment, suddenly, a holy light shone in front of him. An absolutely beautiful figure walked over gracefully. She was the Saint Tantai that Yang Dingtian had seen before. She left a deep impression on him. Chapter 1204. Yang Dingtian, who was about to lose all consciousness, suddenly shook and looked at the beautiful Saint Tantai in front of him. Tantai, who was emitting holy light, approached step by step barefooted. However, she stopped when she was 2 feet away from Yang Dingtian. She stood there and looked at Yang Dingtian with a charming smile. Other than that, there was no other expression. Yang Dingtian used all of his energy to extend his hand and wanted to touch Tantai. In the end, just as his hand was about to touch her, she suddenly took a step back. Yang Dingtian used all his spirit and strength to drag his body, which had already melted into the world of darkness, forward a few inches and reached out again to touch Tantai's feet. But just as Yang Dingtian was about to touch her again, Tantai took another step back. In short, she kept leading Yang Dingtian deeper and deeper, bearing the burden of the highest gravity, but never letting Yang Dingtian touch her. Yang Dingtian, who was about to die, actually withstood it and crawled forward step by step, trying to get closer to Tantai. And Tantai continued to retreat step by step, with a charming smile on her face. Finally, Yang Dingtian could no longer take half a step forward. This was because his entire body had completely collapsed. He had completely merged with the dark world's dead silent continent. Even his hands had disappeared. Then the rest of his head also began to collapse bit by bit. His mouth, nose, and finally his eyes all collapsed and melted into the dark world's dead silent continent. In the end, Yang Dingtian completely disappeared without a trace and completely melted into the dark world's dead silent continent. At this moment, Tan Tai no longer retreated. She stood at her original spot while her beautiful face blossomed with an enchanting smile. She stared at Yang Dingtian as the world of darkness collapsed and engulfed him. She didn't have any intention to rescue him. Just like that, she watched as Yang Dingtian was destroyed and devoured alive. She even appeared because she was afraid that Yang Dingtian would not go deep enough and be killed. Now, Yang Dingtian was finally completely destroyed, but the smile on her face was still charming. When she could no longer see Yang Dingtian's trace, Tan Tai took a step forward and checked the place where Yang Dingtian had disappeared. She confirmed whether Yang Dingtian had completely disappeared and whether he was completely dead. In the end, she completely confirmed that Yang Dingtian had been completely destroyed. Her charming smile bit by bit faded. Of course, her face did not become vicious or cold. It was just plain, expressionless plain. Then her beautiful figure disappeared bit by bit until she completely disappeared without a trace. The reason why she showed up was as if she was here to witness Yang Dingtian's death and to guide him to his death. How many times was the gravity here? He did not know, but it was an astronomical figure. The gravity had already reached the limit, and Yang Dingtian's demigod body had been completely devoured. Unlike the devouring of the dark matter, this devouring was completely due to gravity. Because of gravity, Yang Dingtian completely disappeared and melted into the dead silent continent. In an instant, he almost lost all consciousness. Without a doubt, this was the closest he had ever been to death. The closest it was to death meant that he was not dead yet. That's right, he was not dead yet, because if he died, the dark dragon in the depths of his energy reserve would be completely finished. Therefore, it had to wait until Yang Dingtian was about to die before it made a move. Of course, if it was devouring energy, then the dark dragon could not make a move, because as long as it devoured a little more energy, its body would become even more powerful, exceeding the limit of Yang Dingtian's energy reserve. At that time, Yang Dingtian's energy reserve would directly explode, and it would still die. But this time was different. This time it was not devouring energy, but releasing energy. The astronomical gravity here had already devoured everything about Yang Dingtian. Naga Shuang was no longer able to provide energy to Yang Dingtian. She was also on the verge of death. Therefore, it had to be the dark dragon's turn to provide energy. How much energy did the dark dragon have? How much? An astronomical figure. Especially in the end, in the fourth dark domain, the energy it devoured was completely astronomical. It was the most greedy and stingy creature. Now, to let it spit out energy to save Yang Dingtian, that was completely asking for his life. It was completely stingy with energy. However, in order to not let Yang Dingtian die, it had to pluck this hair. Therefore, it continuously provided energy to Yang Dingtian and then released it throughout his body. Therefore, Yang Dingtian's body recovered inch by inch, rising little by little from the dark world's dead silent continent. Yang Dingtian's consciousness also recovered bit by bit, and the dark dragon's energy was continuously released to provide Yang Dingtian. Human, if you don't want to die, quickly retreat, retreat, retreat. The dark dragon roared. In order to save Yang Dingtian, it had consumed so much energy. Yang Dingtian said, "But Tantai is right in front." The dark dragon roared. "She wants you to die, leading you step by step into the depths. Now, I'm sacrificing my energy to maintain your life. Quickly retreat, retreat." Yang Dingtian's mind was already somewhat clear at this time. Just now, when he saw Tantai, his mind had completely fallen into chaos. Originally, he had already planned to stop. If he stopped in that place, he would not die. He would only be fixed in that place until the day the Empire of Darkness's energy was exhausted, because Nagashwang was devouring the energy on the throne of darkness and providing it to Yang Dingtian. But at this time, Saint Tantai appeared and lured him deeper and deeper. To put it more directly, Saint Tantai was afraid that he would not die, so she appeared to lure Yang Dingtian deeper and let him really die. Yang Dingtian looked ahead. He had already gone tens of thousands of miles into the dark world. He didn't know how far and how deep it was. How far was it to the end of the dark world? So he took another step forward. "You're crazy, you're crazy," the dark dragon roared. "Do you know how much energy I've consumed to maintain your life?" Yang Dingtian said in his heart, "But your energy is all given to you by me." The dark dragon said, "Don't forget, I'm just an immature dragon. My energy can't defeat the entire dark world. If you go a few hundred miles further, maybe I can still hold on. If you go any deeper, even if I run out of energy, you will definitely die." Yang Dingtian said, but Tantai appeared. "She's right in front." "Ridiculous, ridiculous," the black dragon said. What she appeared was merely a shadow of light. In fact, it wasn't even a shadow of light. It was just an illusion. She only has one goal: to kill you. How stupid would you be to continue going deeper? At this moment, Nagashwang said in Yang Dingtian's heart, "Husband, the dark dragon is right. She appeared to kill you. You should retreat first. We have enough time to figure everything out." Yang Dingtian was silent for a moment, then said, "Okay, I'll retreat. But, dark dragon, provide more energy to resist the gravity. I have to go out quickly." The dark dragon's heart was bleeding, and he immediately increased the energy supply. Yang Dingtian immediately jumped up from the ground, turned around, and ran toward the dark door. After running 100 miles, when Yang Dingtian's energy could support it, the dark dragon stopped the energy attack for the first time. Then he hid in the depths of Yang Dingtian's energy sea, licking the wounds in his heart and calculating how much energy he had used today. The further he went, the lower the gravity multiplier. Yang Dingtian's running speed was getting faster and faster. In the end, he was flying at lightning speed. A few days later, Yang Dingtian had returned to the starting point of the dark world. The multiplier here was almost the same as in the human countries. Yang Dingtian immediately searched for the exiled. The fox demon race of Little Western Paradise had exiled hundreds of thousands of people, but now there was still no sign of them. Yang Dingtian searched for a moment, then went directly to the dark door, opened a spatial door, and left the dark world. Then he passed through the Buzhou mountain domain, entered the torn space, passed through the torn space, and entered the human countries. In the human countries, he didn't enter the Empire of Darkness. Instead, he floated in the air and thought. He thought for a day and night. There were still two questions in his mind. Who was Tantai? Where was the soul-leaving palace? At least now, there was one more clue. Tantai wanted to kill him, and the soul-leaving palace also wanted to kill him. Therefore, Tantai was indeed from the soul-leaving palace, and Tantai was in the celestial Red Sea. That lonely temple was indeed the soul-leaving palace. However, when Yang Dingtian went there, Tantai avoided him, and that lonely temple never appeared. Tantai wanted to kill him, but she didn't show up in the celestial Red Sea. Instead, she wanted him to die in the dark world. Could it be in the celestial Red Sea? She couldn't kill him? Yang Dingtian had to think clearly about these things. A day and night later, Yang Dingtian went to the world of ice and snow, passed through the abyss border, entered the first dark realm, and then entered the second dark realm. He first thought about the specific location in his mind, and then quickly flew over. Even though the world had been turned upside down, the cave here had long disappeared. Yang Dingtian easily used the soul sword to dig out a cave. The deep cave was still there. Yang Dingtian went deeper, deeper, deeper. At the end of the cave, a stone man was lying there quietly. This was the stone man that Yang Dingtian had met in the second dark realm. He had promised it one thing, to help it find the reason why it was abandoned. Now, several years had passed. The stone man woke up and was slightly surprised to see Yang Dingtian. "You're here so soon?" "Soon." Yang Dingtian was stunned. It had been a few years. However, the stone man was not human, and had a very indifferent concept of time. Not to mention a few years. Even decades were just a moment to it. "Come, follow me," Yang Dingtian said. At this time, Yang Dingtian's cultivation had surpassed the stone man's, and even far surpassed it. The stone man got up and nodded. "Okay." Then Yang Dingtian led the stone man out of the cave, left the second dark realm, left the first dark realm, and entered the human kingdom. They flew to the center of the west central continent and once again entered the celestial palace of the imperial capital. He sat on the commander's chair. "Commander Yang Dingtian, I'm glad to be at your service. What are your orders?" The cosmos said. Yang Dingtian said, "Please help me scan this stone man beside me. Its energy, its memories, why it's alive, and so on." "Yes," the cosmos said. A moment later, the results were out. "Commander Yang Dingtian, it has no life. The reason why it can speak and even think and has a certain level of strength, it's because there's a small energy reaction body in its body. This is a product of our civilization," said the cosmic spaceship Emperor Jing. "This energy reaction body was once used as a combat soldier puppet. However, before the end of the world, this combat puppet had never been activated. It was probably activated more than 10,000 years ago." Yang Dingtian said, "Why can it be activated?" The cosmos said, "Because of the law of our civilization. After more than 2,000 years without receiving an order to activate it, the law of our civilization will change. Every 1,000 years, the level of command will be lowered. After more than 10,000 years, even if it's not from our civilization, as long as the compatibility is high enough, it can still be activated and obtain control. Therefore, this combat puppet is the same as the cosmos. As long as it's a human with similar genes and exceeds a certain level of compatibility, they can obtain control and activate it." Yang Dingtian was shocked. It turned out that this stone man was a combat puppet soldier of the 8th era. Yang Dingtian said, "So now, can I obtain control of it?" "Of course." The cosmos said, "This ship has the authority to recruit any combat puppet soldier. As the supreme commander of this ship, of course, you have the highest control over it. May I ask if you want control over it?" "Of course," Yang Dingtian said. Suddenly, a beam of light shone down on the stone man. A moment later, the cosmos said, "The command has been instilled. You now have the highest control over this combat puppet." Yang Dingtian said, "There's a terrifying energy field in the celestial Red Sea. Anyone who enters will lose their celestial chi, including me, a demigod. May I ask if this stone man combat puppet will lose its energy and combat power after entering the energy field of the celestial Red Sea?" The cosmos said, "Do you have a sample of the celestial Red Sea?" Yang Dingtian nodded and said yes. Then he took out an energy box from his space ring. After opening it, a dark crystal floated inside. Suddenly, a beam of light shone down and shone on the dark crystal. Then, the beam of light was distorted because it was swallowed by the dark crystal. Then, the cosmos continuously released different beams of light and began to analyze the dark crystal. After a while, hundreds of beams were used, and finally, there was one that was not distorted. Then the cosmos began to analyze it. A moment later, the cosmos said, "Sir Commander, this material can swallow most of the energy, but there's still a small portion of energy that it can't swallow. Therefore, I need to modify the combat puppet's energy reaction and change its output attribute to prevent it from being swallowed by the dark crystal." Yang Dingtian said, "I didn't know it could do that." It was amazing. "Of course," the cosmos said, "please wait a moment." Then, The stone man suddenly scattered and turned into powder. At its heart, there was a beating, transparent energy body that quietly floated in the air. Whoosh! This energy body was quickly shuttled to the depths of the cosmos in the cosmos to be modified. In less than half an hour, this energy body was sent back. Then the stone man's powder condensed and returned to the complete combat puppet, the stone man. The modification is complete, the cosmos said. Yang Dingtian said, then can I increase its energy output to increase its power? Of course, but there's a limit, the stone man said. What do you need it for? Yang Dingtian said, to kill Saint Tantai in the celestial Red Sea. Saint Tantai? A puzzled voice came from the universe spaceship in the Emperor capital. Chapter 1205. Could it be that you know of Saint Tantai? Yang Dingtian inquired. Of course I don't. The universe spaceship said, may I ask, how does this person compare to Commander Yang Dingtian? Yang Dingtian was silent for a moment and said, I don't know. He really didn't know because he had never fought with Tantai. The first time he met Tantai, his cultivation level was too low. He looked up to Tantai as if she was an unfathomable mountain. The second time he met Tantai, his consciousness was completely blurred. Tantai was just an illusion at that time. Therefore, Saint Tantai's cultivation level was a complete mystery to him. The universe spaceship said, then let's assume that this person's cultivation level is the same as yours or even higher. Yang Dingtian said, yes, I think her cultivation level should not be lower than mine. The universe spaceship said, then there is no doubt that this stone battle puppet is no match for her. Yang Dingtian asked, may I ask, what is the energy level of this stone puppet? The Cosmos number 1 replied, it's probably not even 1/20th of yours. Yang Dingtian frowned slightly. Then it should be around the 30th level. Although it is very, very powerful, it may not be enough for Saint Tantai. Yang Dingtian said, then can you change it to an energy reactor to make it stronger? Or do you have a more powerful battle puppet in your spaceship? It would be best if it is as powerful as me. The universe spaceship said, I am very sorry, sir. First of all, during the Great Escape of Doomsday, the world was destroyed before humans could board the spaceship. Therefore, it is even more impossible for battle puppets to board the spaceship. Moreover, we are going to escape. Every spot on the spaceship is precious. We will not allow battle puppets to board the spaceship. Yang Dingtian's heart sank. That was indeed the case. The universe spaceship said, of course, the most important thing for this kind of battle puppet is its internal life energy core. With this energy core, it will obey orders. Therefore, if you want to make it stronger, you have to keep its life consciousness core and then change its energy reactor to make it very powerful. Yang Dingtian suddenly asked, its life energy core? What exactly is it? It's the human brain that has been completely cleansed. This is the main force of the Second World War. It used a special kind of energy to destroy the human soul, but it still retained the main body of consciousness. This was an absolutely transparent and flawless consciousness. Then it was wrapped in an energy body, given an energy reactor, and finally created a body. In this way, its blank soul would become the intelligence center of the entire battle puppet, and it would obey all orders. Its energy reactor is the energy center. Yang Dingtian shuddered. This stone puppet was actually made with a human brain as its core. However, it destroyed the soul of the human brain and turned it into a soul that was like a walking corpse. This was even more evil than the future development of the robot army on Earth. However, the most important thing right now was to make this stone golem battle golem stronger. Then, can you change the energy of this stone golem battle golem into something more powerful? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes. The Cosmos Emperor Jing said, I can place the reactor of my battleship on this battle puppet, but if I do that, I'll have to reshape its body. This stone-like energy body won't be able to withstand such powerful energy. A small battleship? Yang Dingtian knew that this was an incomparably huge spaceship. Once there was a battle, the capital would definitely not be able to go on it himself. There must be many battleships inside. Every battleship had a small energy reactor. Yang Dingtian asked, "If I use the energy reactor of the battleship to hit this battle golem, what level will its combat power be at?" "Its ultimate attack should be about the same as your cultivation," the capital said. Yang Dingtian sucked in a cold breath. It was so powerful. Then what was the point of these demigods in Naga cultivating to the demigod level? They would only be about the same as a battle golem in the 8th era. However, looking at it from another perspective, in fact, such a battle golem was not a person at all, but something like a machine. Its reaction body was originally on a battleship. If converted to the form of civilization on Earth, it was probably a battleship of the interstellar era. It had antimatter abilities, and the speed of interstellar travel had reached about 1% of the speed of light. In this way, it was normal for a battleship to destroy a huge meteorite with a full-force attack. Immediately, Yang Dingtian asked, "Then, how many battleships are there on this spaceship?" "More than 10,000, the capital said. Yang Dingtian gasped. If these battleships were to fly out, wouldn't they be able to easily destroy the entire world? He immediately voiced his concern. "Don't worry. Releasing the battleships requires the command of the highest commander of the army and the sole signatures of all 3 commanders. Now it's impossible." Indeed, the humans of the 8th era were all dead, not to mention the signatures of the 3 commanders. "Commander Yang Dingtian, our energy reactants aren't eternal. They are constantly deteriorating. In another 100,000 years, most of the reactants will lose their effectiveness." Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "Commander Yang Dingtian, our energy reactants aren't eternal." Yang Dingtian could not help but tremble. This meant that the glorious civilization of the 8th era would completely disappear without a trace. After a moment of silence, Yang Dingtian said, "Then please help modify this battle golem." "Yes, install the battleship's energy reactor on it as its energy core. Also, use a special energy substance to reconstruct its body, right?" "Yes," Yang Dingtian said. "Yes, sir," the capital said. Then, the stone golem battle golem was sucked into the depths of the spaceship and disappeared without a trace. This time, Yang Dingtian waited for 3 days and 3 nights before the Cosmos ship arrived at the imperial capital. Only then did the transformation of the stone man battle puppet was completed. When the battle golem appeared in front of him, Yang Dingtian could not help but be stunned, because this stone golem battle golem looked exactly the same as before. But then the stone golem battle golem began to change. In an instant, it became completely transparent, as if it had completely disappeared. Then it turned into a lush green color. Then it turned into a pure metallic color. Finally, on the surface, it looked like a dark substance. Finally, its shape began to change. From the shape of a human, it turned into the shape of a flying snake, a flying dragon, and finally a phoenix. This stone golem battle golem is a product of the Second World War, and it's already very backward, the capital said. After my modification, it's already comparable to the ace battle golems of the Fourth World War. You can order it to change into any shape. Yang Dingtian suddenly felt that it was incomparably magical. The energy civilization of the 8th era was completely amazing. I have already injected your energy rune imprint into its consciousness, so it has become your battle golem, absolutely loyal and obedient to you, the capital said. Yang Dingtian asked, "Then how should I control it?" "Just use your consciousness," the capital said. During the World War, it was all humans with powerful mind power who controlled the battle golems to fight. Behind every battle golem, there was a mind controller. So that's how it was. Yang Dingtian immediately issued an order in his consciousness and transformed into a black dragon. Whoosh! This battle golem immediately became exactly the same as the flying dragon in his mind. It looked exactly like the dark owl dragon of the Empire of Darkness. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian knew where the dark owl dragon of the Empire of Darkness and the dark colossal dragon came from. These were actually battle golems created by the human civilization of the 8th era. However, the Empire of Darkness was also a product of the Second World War. Compared to the one in front of him, it was relatively backward. Universe, then I'll take my leave, Yang Dingtian said. Then he directly flew onto the battle golem in the form of a black dragon, turned into a black lightning, and directly rushed out of the celestial palace. After a while, Yang Dingtian rode the battle golem in the form of a dark owl dragon and rushed out of the Zhongxi Continent Sea area. He directly flew toward the Dongli grassland. After the battle golem transformed into a dark owl dragon, its flying speed was completely extreme. It was even faster than Yang Dingtian's speed. However, this was normal. The battle golem's speed was as fast as the battleships on the universe were flying at. It was less than 40,000 miles from here to the celestial Red Sea. This battle golem in the form of a dark owl dragon flew there in less than an hour. It was completely faster than 20 times the speed of sound. After entering the Dongli grassland, Yang Dingtian could reduce his speed to the same speed as the dark owl dragon of the Empire of Darkness. Easily, Yang Dingtian rode the dark owl dragon and flew to the sky above the celestial Red Sea. In an instant, Yang Dingtian lost all his chi energy. However, the dark owl dragon battle golem under him already had very powerful energy, because it had nothing to do with chi. Yang Dingtian rode the dark owl dragon and circled above the celestial Red Sea. He shouted loudly, "Tantai, you didn't expect that I didn't die in the dark world, did you?" The boundless red sea water of the celestial Red Sea was still slightly rippling. There was no trace of the temple, nor was there any trace of Tantai. Riding the dark owl dragon, Yang Dingtian easily circled above the celestial Red Sea again and again. There was no trace of the Temple of Solitude. Yang Dingtian then shouted, "Tantai, didn't you want to kill me? Now, I've delivered myself to you." There was still no response from below. The temple didn't appear, nor did Tantai. Yang Dingtian was very puzzled. Since Tantai desperately wanted to kill him, why didn't she appear now that he had delivered himself to her? It roared again and again as it circled. There was still no response from below. "You don't want to come out, do you? Then I'll see how long you can endure." Yang Dingtian sneered. Then he ordered the dark owl dragon battle golem to dive directly into the water of the celestial Red Sea. Sneak in, sneak in, sneak in. Since the secret of the celestial Red Sea was not in the sky or on the surface of the sea, then it must be in the depths of the sea? Before, Yang Dingtian lost all his chi energy and couldn't dive. Now the dark owl dragon could easily dive to hundreds of meters, thousands of meters when it dived to 10,000 meters. Tantai finally couldn't hold on any longer. Suddenly, the entire celestial Red Sea trembled violently. Rumble, the originally calm celestial Red Sea, suddenly surged with huge waves. It was as if a strong wind was blowing. The sky of the entire celestial Red Sea changed color. The huge waves were each higher than the previous one, from hundreds of meters to thousands of meters to tens of thousands of meters. Of course, these huge waves wouldn't cause any harm to Yang Dingtian and the dark owl dragon battle golem. The dark owl dragon battle golem continued to dive. At this moment, suddenly, the entire celestial Red Sea split from the middle. Moreover, the direction of the split was where Yang Dingtian and the dark owl dragon battle golem were. The middle of the split was completely empty. Then, a peerlessly beautiful figure slowly flew into the air. She was the saint Tantai. Perhaps she was the only woman who could be compared with the Naga Shuang in terms of beauty and temperament. Tantai kept flying up and up. Yang Dingtian also controlled the dark owl dragon battle golem to fly up. Yang Dingtian, you're very smart. You actually found a mount in the Empire of Darkness, and know that it's not afraid of the special energy field of the celestial Red Sea. Tantai smiled and said, "But you still shouldn't have come." Yang Dingtian smiled and said, "If I didn't come, how would you kill me? Last time, you deliberately made me go to the Empire of Darkness and wanted me to collapse and merge into the Dark World's dead silent continent. Unfortunately, I still didn't die. How did you do it?" Tantai asked. "You don't need to know that," Yang Dingtian said. "Didn't I send myself to your door again?" At this moment, Yang Dingtian and Tantai had both floated up to the surface of the sea. Then, the celestial Red Sea returned to its original state. Everything was calm again. The original shocking waves were gone. The endless whirlpools were also gone. The celestial Red Sea became quiet again. It was beautiful. "Yes, you really shouldn't have come," Tantai said. "Your demigod cultivation will be completely blocked in the celestial Red Sea. It's useless. You'll only die if you come. You know, in order to pursue the truth, I've never been afraid of death." Yang Dingtian said, "Then, before you kill me, I have a few questions to ask." "Go ahead, but I still won't answer anything that I shouldn't answer," Tantai said. "After all, a chess piece can't know too much." Everything was so déjà vu. It was exactly the same as when he faced Medusa. Yang Dingtian said, "You're not the Saint Tantai at all. You're not the border guardian, right?" Tantai was stunned. Then, her beautiful face still showed a charming smile. She nodded and said yes. Chapter 1206. In this world, there is no so-called border guardian, right? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes. Tantai said, "Yang Dingtian, since you are not the so-called border guardian, nor the Saint Tantai, then who are you?" Tantai said, "No comment, you are just a chess piece. You don't need to know too much." Yang Dingtian's eyebrows twitched slightly. The lonely temple in the celestial Red Sea. Is it the soul-leaving temple? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes. Tantai said. At this moment, the lonely temple slowly floated from the distance, exactly the same as the one Yang Dingtian saw before. Yang Dingtian asked, "Who is the master of the soul-leaving temple?" No comment. Tantai said, "A chess piece, you don't need to know too much, and you don't deserve to know too much." Yang Dingtian, "I want to enter the soul-leaving temple." Tantai said, "Yes, defeat me, kill me, and you can go in." The soul-leaving temple kept floating and came to the back of Tantai. The very shabby temple was similar to the atmosphere of the soul-leaving temple that Yang Dingtian had seen many times in the illusion. Of course, Yang Dingtian had never seen the outside of the soul-leaving temple in the illusion. However, it was all shabby and full of ancient aura. Tantai just stood there like a feather. However, it was completely like one person guarding the pass, and 10,000 people couldn't get through. "Kill me and let you in," Tantai said. "This way you can unlock the ultimate secret of this world." Yang Dingtian slowly pulled out his sword. "But you can't kill me," Tantai said. "Your cultivation is very, very powerful, no less than mine, which surprised me very much. However, this is the celestial Red Sea. You have lost all your Xian-Qi. You are just an ordinary man with great strength." Yang Dingtian, "Then do you have a way to kill me? If you could do it, you would have killed me a few days ago when I came to the celestial Red Sea. You wouldn't have had to wait until the world of darkness and lead me to my death." Tantai said, "You have the body of a demigod. Your partner is on the throne of darkness, continuously supplying you with energy. You are almost immortal. However, if I want to, I can still kill you. It's just that the price will be higher." "What price?" Yang Dingtian asked. No comment, Tantai said. "A chess piece doesn't deserve to know so much." Yang Dingtian's facial muscles twitched again. "Since you don't have anything to ask, let's do it," Tantai said. "It's not that I don't have anything to ask. It's just that you don't want to answer," Yang Dingtian said. The scene in front of him was almost exactly the same as when he was in Medusa. "All right then, let's do it," Yang Dingtian said again. Go. An order was given. Yang Dingtian rode on the valiant dragon puppet and shot towards Tantai like black lightning. The sharp sword in his hand was aimed at Tantai's heart. Meanwhile, Tantai had also turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Yang Dingtian. Boom! It was like a comet hitting the earth. One black and one white. Two rays of light collided with each other. At the same time, the energy reactor of the valiant dragon puppet released the energy that had been condensed to the extreme. Boom, 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 boom. The Red Sea in the sky suddenly burst into a light that was countless times brighter than the sun. It was like a nuclear bomb had exploded. Yang Dingtian's body was instantly reduced to ashes. The valiant dragon puppet did not release an attack. Instead, it detonated all the energy reactors. The energy that burst out in an instant was not something that Yang Dingtian's demigod body could withstand. He was instantly reduced to ashes. Moreover, it was not just once. It was destroyed again and again. This was because the Nagashwang on the throne of darkness was constantly supplying energy. Therefore, Yang Dingtian could be resurrected again and again. Yang Dingtian felt that Tantai was very, very powerful. The valiant dragon puppet's all-out attack might not be enough. Therefore, it chose to let the energy reactors self-destruct. Tantai was indeed very, very powerful. She was even more powerful than Yang Dingtian had imagined. However, in this kind of terrifying reactor self-destruct, she could not withstand it. First, her beautiful and unparalleled body was reduced to ashes inch by inch. Then, boom! Inside her body, an earth-shattering light suddenly burst out. She also self-destructed and was completely reduced to ashes. Yang Dingtian was reduced to ashes again and again after an unknown amount of time. This terrifying energy had all dissipated. The energy field of the Red Sea in the sky was indeed heaven-defying. With such a huge explosion, the Dongli grassland below would be destroyed in an instant. However, there was not a trace of energy overflowing. The Dongli grassland below the cliff was safe and sound. Even the completely mature dandelion hair did not scatter, and the entire Red Sea in the sky did not have any stormy waves again. It was still calm. It was as if all the shocking energy had been swallowed up by the Red Sea after destroying Tantai. As for Tantai, he had completely disappeared. Only a ball of purple fluorescent light was left. It seemed to be her soul light floating in the air. Yang Dingtian stretched out his hand and held it in his palm. After looking at it for a moment, he put it into the space ring. Then he slowly walked towards the soul, leaving temple in front of him. He gently knocked on the door. Of course, no one opened the door. Yang Dingtian pushed the door hard, but he could not open it at all. He used the Chaos Emperor Grade Soul sword to hack. It still could not open at all. There was a wooden door at the top of this lonely temple. It was a dilapidated wooden door, and it looked like it could be opened with the slightest bit of effort. However, Yang Dingtian tried everything, but he could not open it at all. His soul sword was completely indestructible. Although all the profound qi was gone, the terrifying sharpness was still there. No matter how he hacked, these two doors were already unscathed. Yang Dingtian was completely at his wit's end. Taking a deep breath, he said, "I am Yang Dingtian. Please let me in." The two wooden doors did not respond at all. Yang Dingtian said, "Soul leaving temple, so-called fake god, please let me in." There was still no response from inside. Yang Dingtian said, "Fake god, I already know who you are. Please let me in." In an instant, a gust of wind blew through the calm sky Red Sea. Then the two wooden doors slowly opened. Yang Dingtian walked in. Suddenly, the two doors were completely closed. Back then, Yang Dingtian had entered the Temple of Solitude, but the scenery inside was completely different. Perhaps there were some similarities, but it was still completely different. The scene inside was exactly the same as the soul leaving temple that Queen Poisa and Wentian had described. Here, there was no statue of Medusa, only a huge Buddha statue. In fact, There was only this Buddha statue in the entire Seoul leaving temple. There was nothing else. Of course, it was just a very ordinary Buddha statue. Yang Dingtian did not know which Buddha or Bodhisattva it was. After all, there was no serious Buddhism in the chaos world. There were no Buddhas or Bodhisattvas. Because this statue was bald, it looked like a Buddha statue. It was about 2 feet tall, and the carving was just okay. At a glance, it was unknown whether it was carved from stone or wood. The expression of the Buddha statue could not be described as amiable or solemn, but it was still ordinary. In short, it was exactly the same as the soul-leaving temple that Queen Poisa, Dugashao, and Wentian had arrived at. That's right, this was the real soul-leaving temple. The entire temple was only tens of square meters. Yang Dingtian turned around and came to the door of the temple. At this time, the wooden door was already closed, and he could no longer see the existence of the door gap. He knew that unless the soul-leaving temple took the initiative to open it, it would never be able to open. Yang Dingtian stood in front of the Buddha statue and said, "I'm already here. Show yourself and see me." There was no response, only silence. Yang Dingtian said, "At this time, is there still a need to hide the head and show the tail? I already know who you are." Still, there was no response. In the illusory realm, according to Wentian's description, it was impossible to see the back of the Buddha statue in the soul-leaving temple, and it was also impossible to reach the back of the Buddha statue. No matter how you walked, the Buddha statue would always be facing you. Yang Dingtian could not help but walk to the back of the Buddha statue. The scene in the illusory realm did not happen, and Yang Dingtian easily walked to the back of the Buddha statue. There was indeed something. It was a well. Yang Dingtian walked over and poked his head out. At the bottom of the well, there was a flame that was quietly burning. The flame was completely colorless, and it was almost impossible to feel the existence of any energy. However, its name appeared in Yang Dingtian's mind almost immediately. 9 of the 10 heaven and earth mystic flames had already appeared. Only the first mystic flame had never been seen, only heard of. And at the bottom of the well was the number 1 mystic flame in the world, the chaos spirit flame. In this world, the most mysterious, most powerful, and most unseen chaos spirit flame, even though no one had told Yang Dingtian what the chaos spirit flame looked like. But at first glance, he knew that it was the chaos spirit flame, as if it had told him directly. Then who was Tantai? Was she the fire spirit of the chaos spirit flame? The 10 heaven and earth mystic flames had a long and short history. For example, the million spirits demonic flame only had a history of about 10,000 years, and the demon spirit's demonic flame was about 10,000 years old, and the netherworld ghost flame was more than 10,000 years old, and the void splitting flame was more than 100,000 years old. Then, how long did the chaos spirit flame in front of him have? He had no idea at all. In fact, he did not know how the 10 mystic flames were ranked and who ranked them. But since they were ranked, everyone instinctively ranked them together. It was as if many people regarded 9-star, 9th grade grandmasters and those close to level 15 as infinite grandmasters. They seemed to be ranked together. But in fact, the energy possessed by those close to level 15 was more than 10 times that of 9-star, 9th grade grandmasters. They could not be compared at all. So, this chaos spirit flame was 1,000 times more powerful than the million spirits demonic flame? 10,000 times? 1,000 times more powerful than the netherworld ghost flame? No idea at all. But it was born in the soul-leaving palace. Or maybe the soul-leaving palace was born because of it. Next, Yang Dingtian was faced with a problem. Should he devour this chaos spirit flame? He did not want to devour it at all, because he was very close to the ultimate truth of this world. In fact, to solve this last problem, he might not even need to use force. Yang Dingtian had no desire for power or energy, so he did not do anything. He just waited here, waiting for the person he wanted to see to appear, waiting for the master of the soul-leaving palace to appear. He sat cross-legged in front of the Buddha statue. Day after day passed. No one appeared. Yang Dingtian took out his soul sword and began to hack at the Buddha statue. It did not move. He began to hack at the wall, but it still did not move. Even when he hacked at the paper on the window, it didn't budge at all. Without a doubt, no one would come to see him. He would never be able to get out. Now the only way out was this well. And at the bottom of the well, the chaos spirit flame was burning. The other heaven and earth level obsidian flames had only appeared for less than an hour, and after they had fully matured, they had only existed for a few minutes. However, the chaotic spirit flame continued to burn as if it would never be extinguished. If Yang Dingtian wanted to leave the soul-leaving palace, the only way out was this well. Even if he wanted to see the person he wanted to see, the only way was this well. You want to see me, human Yang Dingtian? A figure sounded in Yang Dingtian's mind. It did not have any gender or characteristics. It was just a voice, as if it came from the Buddha statue in front of him. Yes, Your Excellency, Yang Dingtian said. The voice said, then jump down from the well, and you will be able to see me. Yang Dingtian asked, The chaos spirit flame is inside, right? Yes, the voice said. Yang Dingtian said, But who knows if this well is a trap? It is a well that fell into a trap, the voice said. A trap, well is a trap. That's right, the other party had clearly placed a trap there. Yang Dingtian thought of a TV series where someone was cheated of a large sum of money and bought a huge trap. It was obviously a trap. But even if you know it is a trap, why don't you jump down? The voice said. Yang Dingtian thought of Yao Qi and Li Ming. In the dark crack, Yao Qi thought that it might be a trap set by Yongxi, but he still jumped down. Li Ming had also thought that Yang Dingtian had set up a trap behind the essence of the dark crevice passage, but he still jumped down, not because they were brave, but because they were too stubborn and too smart. They knew it was a trap, but they still jumped down. The biggest reason they jumped down was to prove whether it was a trap or not. If it was a trap, what could it do to them? As for Yang Dingtian, maybe he was not as smart as them. But in terms of stubbornness, they were about the same. Either you are trapped here forever, or you jump down, swallow the chaos spirit flame, and come to see me. The voice said, This is a trap. Are you going to jump? Are you going to jump? Yang Dingtian's face twitched. Then he jumped into the well that was releasing the chaos spirit flame. He was as stubborn as Yao Qi and Li Ming. Chapter 1207. Fall. What followed next was an endless fall. Tens of thousands of meters, hundreds of thousands of meters, hundreds of kilometers, thousands of kilometers, tens of thousands of kilometers. At first, there was nothing around him. However, after falling for a while, he was surrounded by endless, transparent flames. Chaos spirit flame. Yang Dingtian could clearly feel that within this flame, there was an endless amount of energy, an energy that was close to eternity. He couldn't tell if this energy was evil or righteous. He couldn't tell if it was light or darkness. In fact, this energy wasn't even energy that could improve one's cultivation. There was only one word for this energy, eternal. Yang Dingtian fell into this eternal energy flame. It was as though it was boundless and endless, as though there was no end to it. He really didn't know how long he had fallen or how deep he had fallen. Finally, everything stopped. Yang Dingtian stopped falling and floated in the dark void. At this time, he should be deep in the earth's core of the chaotic world. Everything around him was dark, except for the endless transparent flame in the middle. It was more than tens of thousands of kilometers long and went straight to the ground. This was the chaos spirit flame. It was much, much stronger than Yang Dingtian had imagined. However, except for this flame, there was still no one here. I'm already here. Aren't you going to come out and meet me? Yang Dingtian asked. Huff! Suddenly, a face appeared at the root of the chaos spirit flame. It was so distorted that it couldn't be seen clearly. Human Yang Dingtian, the spokesperson I chose. After going through so many hardships, you finally meet me. The distorted face said slowly, Yang Dingtian, yes, Your Excellency, false god of the chaotic world. I'm finally in front of you. It's easy for you to kill me. I'm just a disobedient chess piece. False god? The face said this word is well used. Yes, I'm a false god. Your Excellency, Yang Dingtian, you killed Medusa and Tantai? Yang Dingtian, you should have known. Yes, I know. The false god replied, I'm just used to the opening line, because only one of us will survive today. Yang Dingtian, then I'm no match for you. The fake god didn't answer Yang Dingtian's question. Before the battle with Medusa and Tantai, did you ask a lot of questions? Yes. Yang Dingtian, and what I got was all no comment. He said that as a chess piece I shouldn't know too much. The fake god said, then you can ask me, and of course I will also ask you. Before we decide who will survive, let's ask each other questions. You ask one question, and I ask one question. Is that all right? Sure, Yang Dingtian said, Your Excellency, false god. The fake god said, Yang Dingtian, why do you call me a fake god? Then who is the real god of chaos? Yang Dingtian said, The real god of chaos is the fallen dragon god. It has no love or hate and lives as long as heaven and earth. Therefore, it disdains to manipulate the human countries and launch a world-destroying battle every 200 years. Only fake gods will manipulate the world. Well said, the fake god said. Now, it's your turn to ask me a question. Remember, you can only ask one question. We'll take turns. Yang Dingtian thought for a while. He had a lot of questions to ask, but he had to choose the most important ones. My wife, Dongfang Bingling, has been poisoned by the Soul Devourer. Can you save her? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes. The fake god stretched out a flaming hand with an energy body floating on it and said, Use this to save Dongfang Bingling. In fact, with your understanding of the god realm, you can completely understand the Soul Devourer in less than 10 years and find a way to save her. Yang Dingtian put the energy body into his space ring. Of course, he had found a way to save Bingling, but at least he had to get out first. The fake god smiled and said, I didn't expect you to ask this question. This question is too unimportant. Okay, you asked the first question. Now it's my turn to ask. Yang Dingtian said, Please ask. Yang Dingtian really had to cherish the opportunity because the fake god didn't have many questions to ask him. Therefore, there weren't many questions he could ask the fake god. The fake god said, If you can return to Earth, are you willing to go back? Yang Dingtian was silent for a moment and said, If I can come back, then I'm willing to go back. But if I can't, then I won't go back unless the chaotic world is completely safe. I won't go back as long as the world-destroying crisis is not resolved. I see. The fake god said, Now, it's your turn to ask the second question. Yang Dingtian pondered for a moment. This opportunity to answer the second question was indeed very precious. Is Medusa your partner? Yang Dingtian asked. The fake god was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, Yes, Medusa is my partner. Now, it's my turn to ask the third question. Please ask. Yang Dingtian. The fake god said, You must save the hundreds of millions of humans who survived. Yang Dingtian was stunned and said, Yes, Your Excellency. Next, it was Yang Dingtian's turn to ask the third question. He was silent for a long time, choosing between two questions. In the end, he asked, Why do you control the world-destroying battle and kill a large number of humans every 200 years? This question was the world's top secret. Previously, Yang Dingtian asked Medusa, but the answer he got was no comment. The fake god said directly, to save the world, to save the human countries, to stop the great nirvana. Yang Dingtian's heart trembled. Every 200 years, there would be a great massacre. Was it to save the world? Especially this time, the vast majority of humans were killed, leaving only 2 million. Was it also to save the world? Yang Dingtian's breathing suddenly became heavy. The fake god said, "I'll ask the fourth question. What do you think of eternal life?" Yang Dingtian was shocked again. Why did the fake god ask such a strange question? Then the fake god said, "The eternal life I'm talking about is real eternal life. It's not like demigod Naga. Although he is said to be immortal, he only has a lifespan of tens of thousands of years. What do you think of real eternal life?" Yang Dingtian said, "In my world there is a saying, if the heavens have feelings, the heavens will also age. Therefore, if people have feelings, if they live forever, they are destined to be riddled with holes and in pain. Therefore, don't try to challenge the gods and replace them." The fake god was stunned for a moment, then said, "Good answer. Now ask the fourth question." Yang Dingtian's heart trembled. It was finally his turn to ask this question. "Teacher, is that you?" Yang Dingtian asked in a trembling voice, "Teacher, Shu Piaoyan." The fake god sighed and said, "I thought you would ask the first question, but you only asked the fourth question. Yes, I am Shu Piaoyan, the ancient savior, the human who entered Naga." This answer had been hovering in Yang Dingtian's heart for a long time. Now that he had received confirmation, he was not the slightest bit surprised. At that time, Yang Dingtian learned that Queen Medusa had defected to the Naga Empire, and then learned that Medusa had left behind a daughter, Shimin Ningning. Yang Dingtian had already guessed that Medusa's partner was Shu Piaoyan. Then, the fake god of this world was Shu Piaoyan, the former savior, Yang Dingtian's wisdom teacher in this world, his spiritual teacher. The fake god Shu Piaoyan said, "Okay, I'll ask the fifth question. You know who I am. If you have the chance to kill me, will you do it?" Yang Dingtian thought for a while and nodded, "I will." Then Yang Dingtian said, "It's my turn to ask 5 questions. Teacher Shu Piaoyan, is Naga Diguxuan your daughter?" The fake god Shu Piaoyan replied, "Yes, she is my daughter. Of course, I only let the Naga Poisa transplant my genes into her body. I have nothing to do with her. I will be loyal to my lover and my partner for the rest of my life." This was a contradiction. Queen Medusa wasn't willing to see Naga Shuang Er's appearance. She was using every possible means to kill Naga Shuang and Yang Dingtian. Therefore, Shu Piaoyan let Poisa give birth to Naga Shuang, which went against Medusa's will. What was the secret behind it? 6th question. The fake god Shu Piaoyan said, "Do you think there is a 6th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship?" Yang Dingtian had never heard of the 6th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. If there was one, it would be the ultimate pig-slaying swordsmanship. Yang Dingtian thought for a while. This was a very difficult question, because the pig-slaying swordsmanship was created to save the world. However, it was obvious that Shu Piaoyan seemed to have found a very terrifying and strange way to save the world. Therefore, the 6th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship didn't seem to be necessary. "Yes, there is a 6th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship," Yang Dingtian said. Shu Piaoyan nodded. It was unknown whether he agreed with Yang Dingtian's answer. Yang Dingtian said, "My 6th question is the so-called primordial evil spirit a small part of the chaos spirit flame?" "Yes." Shu Piaoyan said, "Before asking the 7th question, let me explain first. You should have been to the Skull Hall. It was created by the energy civilization of the 8th era. It is the carrier between several planes in the chaotic world. Therefore, if you go far enough in the illusion, you will find that after the 8th era's illusion, there is a permanent nothingness." Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be stunned. This Skull Hall was a product of the 8th era's civilization. However, it was very reasonable. It was an energy ship floating in the air, connecting the various planes and energy fields of the chaotic world. But that was not right. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd dark realms there included the Little Western Paradise. They were all born after the destruction of the 8th era's human civilization. How? could the gate of the little western paradise and the second dark realm appear. Shiwu Piaoyan continued, "This is an intelligent energy capital. It automatically recognizes different energy fields and opens the space door to that world." So that was it, Shiwu Piaoyan said. "My seventh question is, can the development of the energy civilization of the 8th era prevent the destruction of the world?" Yang Dingtian said no. If the Naga Empire swallowed all the energy, causing the collapse of the energy field and the destruction of the world, then the humans of the 8th era turned every inch of matter into energy. Therefore, they destroyed the body of the world. One destroyed the energy, the other destroyed the body. Both would cause the world to die. Shiwu Piaoyan nodded, indicating that he agreed with Yang Dingtian's answer. Yang Dingtian said, "My 8th question is, you control this world and hold a world-ending battle every 200 years. The evil ways in your left hand and the Taiando League in your right hand. Why do you say that the world can only be saved by killing most of the humans?" Shiwu Piaoyan said, "Do you see this chaotic spirit flame?" Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "I see it." Shiwu Piaoyan said, "The evil spirit is just a very, very small fork of it. Then let me ask you, what do you think the essence of the chaotic spirit flame is?" Yang Dingtian thought for a while. The evil spirit itself did not have any energy, so it could not suddenly increase one's cultivation. The moment it swallowed the evil spirit, a huge black hole would appear in the body, swallowing all the energy in the surrounding space and instantly increasing one's cultivation. It was not energy itself, unlike other mystic flames, which could directly increase one's cultivation after swallowing. Yang Dingtian replied, "The essence of the chaotic spirit flame, or the evil spirit, is eternal greed. It is a kind of desire." After answering these two words, Yang Dingtian's understanding of the chaotic spirit flame suddenly became very clear. Anyone who obtained a high-level evil spirit would have a strong addiction to energy and become extremely greedy for energy. Even the highest level of the primeval evil spirit would form a spiritual black hole in the body, swallowing justice, light, and all other good things. After the master of the hidden sect, Shiwu Piaoling, demonized, she still had the will and wisdom of Shiwu Piaoling. However, she had changed from justice to absolute evil and darkness, because the primeval evil spirit in her body had swallowed all the light. Therefore, the essence of the chaotic spirit flame was greed, lust, darkness, and eternity. Now, Yang Dingtian finally understood. Half of the primeval evil spirit in Shiwu Piaoling's body and the first-class evil spirit in Dongfang Bingling's body were all planted by the soul departing palace, and not by Wen Tian. Even Wen Tian did not know about this, especially the first-class evil spirit in Dongfang Bingling. It was even planted by Saint Tantai in the Temple of Solitude. Therefore, the demonization of Shiwu Piaoling and Dongfang Bingling was all part of the soul departing palace's plan. Prince Li Ming thought that he had everything under control, but in fact he was just a chess piece among chess pieces. Shiwu Piaoyan said, "You are right. The essence of the chaotic spirit flame is eternal greed and desire. Look at this chaotic spirit flame." Yang Dingtian looked at the transparent flame that was more than tens of thousands of miles long. Shiwu Piaoyan said, "Whether it is the Naga, humans, or the demon fox clan in Little Western Paradise. In short, when they devour Xianqi energy, the chaotic world will record how much they have devoured." So how do you record it? Because every trace of energy devoured represents a trace of greed and lust. Therefore, the chaotic spirit flame in front of you is the condensation of the greed and lust of all humans, all demon foxes, and all intelligent creatures. Yang Dingtian's heart trembled. Shiwu Piaoyan said, "Countless humans, countless intelligent beings, devoured the Xianqi of the chaos world. Their endless greed and lust finally condensed into this chaotic spirit flame that is tens of thousands of miles long. This flame of darkness, the flame of lust, the flame of greed." Xiu Piao Yen continued. At that time, when the Naga Empire discovered the truth, they immediately committed mass suicide. Then, they created the confinement space of New Naga, completely limiting all the energy. All the later generations of Naga did not make any progress after their cultivation reached a certain level. Moreover, the later generations of Naga were weaker than the previous generation, completely stifling their reproduction. Therefore, the Naga Empire used such extreme means to let their civilization continue and prevent the great nirvana of their world. However, as long as there is no breakthrough in spiritual energy, the destruction of New Naga is doomed. That's right. Once there was no disappointment, decadence and war would completely destroy New Naga. Xiu Piao Yen said, "Did you see the well in the soul leaving temple just now?" Yang Dingtian said, "I saw it." Xiu Piao Yen said, "Before killing most of the humans, the chaotic spirit flame there was less than 10 feet away from the well. As long as the chaotic spirit flame emerged from the well, it meant that the greed and lust of human beings for energy exceeded the limit of the chaotic world. Therefore, the great nirvana will happen, and the human kingdom will collapse and be destroyed. It is exactly the same as the Naga Empire at that time." Yang Dingtian was completely stunned. Xiu Piao Yen said, "And this celestial Red Sea is the container of the chaotic spirit flame. More than 10,000 years ago, both the celestial Red Sea and the energy space of the chaotic spirit flame were more than 100 times stronger than now. This means that the human kingdom is more than 100 times weaker than it was billions of years ago." Yang Dingtian immediately understood. If it weren't for the soul leaving temple controlling the world and holding a world-ending battle every 200 years, the human kingdom would have suffered another great nirvana, and the chaotic world would have been destroyed long ago. Xiu Piao Yen continued, "Yang Dingtian, when you saw the chaotic spirit flame in the soul leaving temple, did you know how far it was from the well?" Yang Dingtian said, "It didn't seem very far." Xiu Piao Yen said, "It was thousands of miles, although Medusa slaughtered an astronomical number of humans and foxes. However, the elites of the major races were all protected by you. Therefore, this well of the world is still very dangerous. If this continues, the great nirvana will come again in less than 100 years. Therefore, the soul-leaving temple is doing everything possible to kill the remaining humans. Only a small number of humans are left as the fire of civilization to restart it again." Yang Dingtian was completely stunned. This fake god of the soul leaving temple, who he regarded as the biggest dark boss and the most evil controller of fate, who had slaughtered countless lives, was still the savior. From more than 10,000 years ago to the present, it had never changed. More than 10,000 years ago, he persuaded the Naga Empire to destroy it collectively. Now he couldn't persuade most humans with his words, so he used the Great Nirvana every 200 years. It was difficult and painful to restart the world again and again to continue the vitality and civilization. The purpose of such an evil act was to save the world, and he seemed to have saved most humans, but it could lead to the destruction of the world. Chapter 1208. After a long while, Yang Dingtian asked, "Tantai, who is she?" "Does it still matter?" Xiu Piaoyan said, "She is my soul sword. She swallowed enough chaotic spirit flame, so she became what you see. She is my assistant." "Is Shimin Ningning the daughter of Yu and Medusa?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Yes." Xiu Piaoyan said, "Although she was born a long time ago, she only opened her eyes and entered this world a few decades ago. So, she is not much older than you." Yang Dingtian asked, "How did you pull me and Wen Tian from Earth to here?" Xiu Piaoyan said, "It is still the principle of the greater space technique, but the energy consumption is much greater. As long as you find the target, position, and coordinates, you can pull them over." Yang Dingtian asked, "Does that mean that we can all go back?" "In theory, yes, but it requires a very, very large amount of energy." Xiu Piaoyan said, "I'm afraid that even the spaceship in the imperial capital can't reach this level of energy." Only this chaotic spirit flame can provide it. Yang Dingtian asked, "Why do you have to pull people from Earth? Can't you pull people from the chaotic world?" "No, you can't." Shu Piayin said straightforwardly, "No bloodline, no thinking, and so on. You can't do anything." Yang Dingtian sneered and said, "As a butcher and a chess piece, what bloodline and thinking do you need? If your martial arts are high enough and your ambition is big enough, you can go on a killing spree. It will be enough to satisfy your wants in 200-year massacre." Shu Piayin was silent for a moment and said, "Yang Dingtian, I am not just looking for chess pieces. If it is just for the once in 200-year massacre, you can find chess pieces in the chaotic world. What I am looking for is a successor." Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was shocked. Shu Piayin said, "As a successor of the savior, bloodline, thinking, heart, and will are indispensable. Including you and Wen Tian, I have already found 9 people from Earth. Currently, only you and Wen Tian are still alive. The rest are all dead. In addition, Wen Tian has also failed. He cannot become the successor of Savior." "What about me?" Yang Dingtian asked in a trembling voice. "You are the perfect successor of the Savior, the successor of the false god." Shu Piayin said, "Not only is your bloodline top-notch, but you are also open-minded and selfless. You have great love for the human race, but you are not pedantic." Although he wasn't very scheming, he had great wisdom. He was very open-minded about his greed for energy and cultivation, to the point that he no longer had any desires. His only goal was to save humanity and his family. "So, you are the most perfect successor." Yang Dingtian was really stunned. He said hoarsely, "But you just said that only one of us can live." Shu Piayin said, "Of course, only one can live. That person is you, and the one who will die is me." Yang Dingtian didn't know how to respond. Shu Piayin said, "Yang Dingtian, you are very smart. There is a good saying, if the heavens have feelings, the heavens will also grow old. People have feelings so they can't become gods. Even if they force themselves to become false gods, countless years have passed, and their hearts have long been riddled with holes. And I am the one riddled with holes. In the past 10,000 years, I don't know how many people I have killed. 3 times, I almost completely destroyed the human countries, leaving only the fire of civilization. Otherwise, why do you only know less than 2,000 years of the history of the human countries, even though it has been more than 10,000 years after the Great Nirvana? Every time, I have completely ended it. I have killed countless people and done things that only gods do, so I have long exceeded the limit of my heart. I have long wanted to die. I have long wanted to find a successor to replace me as a false god, to take the most cruel and painful position." Shu Piayin took a deep breath and said, "I have been looking for nearly 1,000 years. The first 8 failed, and I have been looking for you. In the beginning, your performance was not outstanding. Whether it was IQ or other things, you could only be regarded as above average. I didn't expect that in the end, I would find the most perfect successor. So I can finally be free. I can die. The position of false god is yours." Yang Dingtian was completely shocked and couldn't react for a long time. When he jumped into the well, he thought that he might die, that he might beg for death, but he couldn't. However, the result was that he would become the false god. Did he not think of this possibility at all? No, he thought of it, and even thought about it many times. However, it was just a thought. He didn't expect that everything would really happen. "No, since you chose me as your successor, as a false god, why did you kill me before?" Yang Dingtian asked. "It was Medusa who wanted to kill you. It was Tantai who wanted to kill you." Shu Piayin said, "Because they didn't want me to die. Tantai was the incarnation of the soul sword, and Medusa was a demigod. They didn't have the slightest love for human civilization, so they didn't feel my pain. Just like the Naga Dugashwang, they never understood why you wanted to save so many human beings." Yang Dingtian suddenly understood. Yes, Medusa and Tantai did everything they could to kill him. They only had one goal, which was to prevent Yang Dingtian from seeing Shu Piaoyan. They didn't want Shu Piaoyan to die, and they didn't want Yang Dingtian to replace him as the new fake god. Then, Yang Dingtian also understood the meaning of the Naga Duguxuang's existence. You let Poise give birth to the real Naga Duguxuang for me, Yang Dingtian asked. Yes, Shu Piaoyan said, because only when you have the body of a demigod can you have the chaotic spirit flame and become a false god to control the whole world. Originally, I intended to let Shimin Ningning be your partner. But unfortunately, the children born in Naga were only second-generation Naga and could never break through to the demigod realm, even if they were the descendants of humans and Naga. So I had no choice but to create a real demigod Naga again. That's why Duguxuang was born. Yang Dingtian said, but when you gave birth to the Naga Duguxuang, I was only a few years old and far from the chaotic world. Shu Piaoyan said, no, before you crossed over, I had been watching you for a few years. 1 year on Earth is equivalent to 10 years in the chaotic world. So, Shimin Ningning was prepared for you, and the Naga Duguxuang was also prepared for you. Yes, it was true. Yang Dingtian was so confused at this time that he forgot that the chaotic world was not consistent with the space and time of Earth. No wonder he could make the Naga and the Demon Fox clan fall in love with him. No wonder Shimin Ningning was so close to him at first sight and tried her best to help him. All of this was indeed destined. After a while, Yang Dingtian's mind gradually recovered, and he said, Master, is there a 6th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship? Shu Piaoyan shook his head and said, the pig-slaying swordsmanship was written to save the world. I didn't find the real way to save the world, so there is no 6th stage. Yang Dingtian said, this time I won't take over. Can't I? You must take it. Shu Piaoyan said, I don't want to live for a second or even half a second. Coincidentally, my partner Medusa also turned into a fossil. So I will definitely die. You must take over the chaotic spirit flame and take over the painful burden of being a fake god. Yang Dingtian asked, what will happen after taking over the burden? Will it be the same as what you did before? Shu Piaoyan said, yes, a battle of destruction every 200 years. Every 2,000 years, a great massacre. It just so happens that this time, it's the turn of the massacre. Yang Dingtian fell silent. Shu Piaoyan said, now, do you still want to let the 200 or 300 million humans survive? Do you still want to let the hundreds of thousands of the most powerful Fox clan survive? Yang Dingtian asked, Master, can I send Wentian back to Earth? Yes, although it will consume a lot of energy. Shu Piaoyan said, when you become a fake god, you will know the coordinates of Earth and directly comprehend the advanced form of the greater space technique. Shu Piaoyan said, child, you can't kill these hundreds of millions of humans. I can give it to Shimin Ningning or Duguxuang, or to do it. Husband, I will do it for you. Naga Duguxuang said directly in his heart. Shu Piaoyan said, child, this kind of destruction is not evil, but for the continuation of civilization, for the continuation of the chaotic world, to save the crumbling chaotic world. Duguxuang said, husband, as long as you have thought it through, I will do it immediately. I will do it quickly, so that they won't suffer any pain. You know that I control the throne of darkness and can turn them into ashes instantly. There won't be any pain. Yang Dingtian was still silent. Shu Piaoyan said, child, you must bear this kind of pain. Perhaps many, many years in the future, your Earth will also encounter this choice. That's because you humans on Earth are greedy for energy and material, and it has gradually exceeded the load of Earth. On your Earth, many species are extinct every day. The humans of the chaotic world are extremely greedy for energy and devour Xian-Qi every day. The humans of your Earth are extremely greedy for material and energy. For example, mobile phones are very useful 2 or 3 years ago, but for the sake of face and other things, they have to be replaced every year. In order to make profits, capitalists desperately squeeze the resources of the earth. They can't wait for the people to change their mobile phones and televisions every month. It's as if all this is just to create endless garbage, exchanging precious resources for useless banknotes. This seems to be the most stupid transaction, but you are never tired of it. Yang Dingtian was still silent. Don't worry, child. When you took over my position and swallowed the primal chaos spirit flame, or rather, when you became one with the primal chaos spirit flame, you saw through everything. Shu Piayan said, "At least you won't be in as much pain as you are now." Naga Shuang said in her heart, "Husband, give the order. Let me do it. Kill the remaining 200 to 300 million humans, save the chaotic world, and restart the civilization of this world again. Remember, you are saving the world." Shu Piayan said, "Okay, child, we're going to start the inheritance. I am going to leave everything to you." Then the chaotic spirit flame within tens of thousands of miles all turned into Shu Piayan's face. Countless tentacles stretched toward Yang Dingtian. Immediately, the inheritance would be carried out. The chaotic spirit flame and the position of the false god would be passed to Yang Dingtian. The tentacles were getting closer and closer. Then they wrapped around Yang Dingtian. They could easily enter Yang Dingtian's body. No. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian roared. No, no. Yang Dingtian roared at Shu Piayan and Naga Shuang. Then Yang Dingtian stared at Shu Piayan and said, "Teacher, by doing this, we have indeed maintained the civilization of the chaotic world and prevented the destruction of the world. But as a civilization, what is the most important thing? Freedom and development. If a civilization is manipulated like a chess game, then there is no need for this civilization to survive. The sooner it dies, the sooner it gets out. Freedom? Yang Dingtian, with your wisdom, you should know that absolute freedom leads to destruction and stupidity," Shu Piayan said. Yang Dingtian said, "I know, so it is limited freedom. However, not everyone was like a chess piece that could be completely controlled. That kind of life is better than death." Then Yang Dingtian said, "As a human and intelligent life, what is the most important thing for them? In the unknown future, they can develop by themselves and decide their own fate. Of course, this kind of development can be guided, but they must have the right to choose. This is limited freedom. But like us, every 200 years a small massacre, every 2,000 years a massacre to restart the civilization. If this goes on, what is the difference between them and the Walking Dead? In this way, there is repetition and reincarnation again and again. The entire civilization has no development, and everything is meaningless." Yang Dingtian said again, "Teacher, you just said that on Earth human beings are desperately squeezing the resources of Earth. Obviously, the phones from 2 years ago can be used, but for the sake of face, they still have to change to new ones. And the merchants can't wait to change to new ones every month. This is indeed a huge waste and even wrong. However, to completely deny it is also a kind of narrow-mindedness. At least, there is something valuable in it. That is, the improvement of technology, aesthetics, mentality, and so on." Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian said, "Honestly, I can accept your position as the savior. But what to do next, I have the final say. I will use my own way to save this world." "No, no, no," Shu Piayan said. "Yang Dingtian, there is nothing you can do. I know what you are trying to do. You are vigorously developing the crystal energy civilization, wanting to replace the current martial arts civilization. But what is the difference between this and the human civilization of the 8th era? Don't forget the human civilization of the 8th era was still destroyed, and it was destroyed even more thoroughly." Yang Dingtian said, "However, the human civilization of the 8th era isolated at least half of the chaotic world and didn't destroy it, although it may be that they didn't need those materials. They built 99 huge spaceships in the imperial capital. I don't know why they didn't escape from the chaotic world in the end. But I know that if these 99 spaceships had really taken off at that time, the remaining chaotic world would have been directly torn apart. No matter what the reason was, in the end, they preserved a pure land for the later civilizations. And the greediest Naga race at the last moment would rather sacrifice their entire race to preserve the fire of their civilization. So, they are definitely not useless. Yang Dingtian said, "How to save this chaotic world that is heading toward destruction? Follow the crystal civilization. Follow the scientific and technological civilization. Follow the spiritual power civilization. Or understand the energy essence of the chaotic world, and then transform it to let the energy enter a virtuous cycle? For example, in the ancient sea Serpent Empire, when those powerhouses were old, they would choose to bury themselves in the sea and return their energy to this world." Yang Dingtian continued, "I know why the chaotic world is destroyed, because when we devour the energy, we will not be able to devour it. Battle chi will also return to this world because of the release of battle. However, the profound energy used to raise one's cultivation would forever enter our energy sea and construct our energy sea world. The more we devour, the less the chaotic world will be. Because our energy sea world is a completely different space, a spatial world independent of the chaotic world. Even after death, this energy still hasn't been returned to the chaotic world. There was once a novel that said that when science and technology developed to a certain extent, many people could create independent cosmic spaces. So, they stole the matter and space of the universe to create their own small universe. In the end, the universe didn't have enough energy and matter to be reborn in the Big Bang, and they would die completely. And the martial arts civilization of the chaotic world is the same. Monsters also devour chi. But why doesn't it have a destructive effect on this world? Because most monsters don't have energy C, they only have monster cores. And the monster cores are not independent spatial worlds. They are still in this world, so this energy is still in the chaotic world. Yang Dingtian said, "So, this is also a breakthrough direction to save the world in the future." Yang Dingtian said, "I can try many paths, such as the crystal civilization, the energy sea return system, the spiritual energy civilization, and so on." Xiu Piayan said, "I have thought about all these paths of yours and more than once, 10 times or even more than 100 times. It won't work, it will fail." Yang Dingtian said, "If you don't try, how do you know the result? Besides, even if I fail, so what? I have already said that I will do my best and leave the rest to fate. Instead of living like a walking corpse, it is better to walk with vigor once, even if the end is complete death." Xiu Piayan said, "I am afraid that before you start to walk these paths, the world will be destroyed. According to the current progress, if you don't kill these 200 or 300 million people who survived, in less than 100 years, the great nirvana will come, and the chaotic world will be destroyed." Yang Dingtian said, "Before I find a new path, I will fully implement the martial arts ban. I know this path is difficult, but with my strength and prestige, I can give it a try." Then Yang Dingtian said resolutely, "Teacher, I am willing to take over your class. I am willing to become the new savior." However, it was not as a high and mighty god. Instead, it was still among that group of people, working hard together with them to forge a new path together. Instead of being a fake god who manipulates their fates from high above. In the end, Yang Dingtian stared at Xiu Piayan and said, "Teacher, you have finished writing the first 5 steps of the pig-killing swordsmanship, but you did not write the 6th step in the end. Then, leave the 6th step to me. But the 6th step I write may not be a martial arts scroll or even an energy scroll. I don't know what it is, but either you accept my way, or you kill me and find someone better." Xiu Piayan was silent for a long time. Then, all of a sudden, his face turned into ashes in the chaotic spirit flame and vanished into thin air. "Then I will do as you say, according to your way, my savior." Then the fake god Xiu Piayan was completely turned to ashes and died. He had been waiting for this moment for many, many years. Yang Dingtian knelt in the void and said, "Teacher, rest in peace." Then, looking at Shu Piayan's energy, it completely disappeared. Chapter 1209. The Chaos Spirit Flame was extremely powerful. It could allow Yang Dingtian to advance to the pseudo-god realm and completely control the entire world. However, he abandoned it like a worn-out shoe and turned to leave the well of Chaos Spirit Flame. He returned to the soul-leaving palace. At this time, the door of the soul-leaving palace was still tightly shut. But when Yang Dingtian walked to the door of the soul-leaving palace opened automatically. Yang Dingtian walked out of the soul-leaving palace and left the celestial Red Sea, and the soul-leaving palace disappeared. However, Yang Dingtian knew that the door of the soul-leaving palace would open for him at any time, because even though he didn't devour the Chaos Spirit Flame, he had already become the new master of the soul-leaving palace. A few days later, all the race representatives of the chaotic world gathered in the celestial palace. The High Priest Association, the Speechless Race, the Fox Race, the Mermaid Race, the Half-Human Race, the Naga Race, the X Association, and the Council of Light all gathered. These were originally members of the Doomsday Council. But not only these people, there was also the new Naga Race representative led by Queen Lan Chi. There was also the Saint-level Shura, who represented the Underworld Empire. In short, this resolution covered all the races currently known in the chaotic world. Yang Dingtian chose to hold this resolution in the Celestial Palace. However, he didn't sit on the throne of darkness. Instead, he placed a chair on the huge steps. Below, there were hundreds of people from various races, densely packed together. Yang Dingtian. First of all, I announce that the crisis of the soul-leaving palace, the crisis of the doomsday, is officially resolved. As soon as these words came out, the hundreds of people below suddenly became excited. Long live! Long live! People of different races hugged each other and celebrated this great moment. This terrifying darkness was finally going to pass. Yang Dingtian, Queen Medusa, who slaughtered the world, has been eliminated, and the mastermind behind the crisis of the doomsday, the pseudo-god of the soul-leaving palace, is also dead. Everyone fell silent, waiting for Yang Dingtian to continue. This apocalyptic crisis, as well as the previous apocalyptic wars that happened every 200 years, were all under the control of the soul-departing palace. Yang Dingtian said, the soul-departing palace controlled the Tiando League with their left hand and evil ways with their right hand. Every 200 years, there would be an apocalyptic war. Every 2,000 years, there will be a complete massacre to restart the civilization. Below, it was still silent. Although this answer was very shocking, Yang Dingtian had discussed this idea more than once before. Yang Dingtian continued, the master of the soul-leaving temple, the controller of the entire world, the false god of the chaotic world, is my mentor, the author of the pig-killing swordsmanship, His Excellency Shu Piayan. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was completely shocked, as if they had been struck by lightning, especially the demonic fox clan, Lan Chi, and the others. For many people, Shu Piayan was a saint, a savior. Now he had become the mastermind behind the massacre of the entire world. He was the world's greatest demon, a false god who controlled the fate of the entire world. Almost everyone couldn't accept it. Yang Dingtian continued, but he never changed. Everything he did was to save the world. As soon as these words came out, everyone was even more shocked. Yang Dingtian said, yes, he did it to save the world. Because for tens of thousands of years, the martial arts civilization has become our absolute mainstream. Every day, countless humans and demonic foxes are cultivating martial arts and devouring mystic chi. And every time they devour a wisp of mystic chi, they release a wisp of greedy desire. In the end, this greed condenses into the flame of the world. Of course, the so-called flame of the world was actually the chaotic spirit flame. Yang Dingtian deliberately downplayed this name. Yang Dingtian's palm suddenly swiped. Suddenly, a huge image appeared on the wall of the celestial palace. Tens of thousands of miles of flame of the world were deep in the well of the world. The terrifying flame of the world was only a few thousand miles away from the mouth of the well. Moreover, it was constantly moving and spreading, and could emerge from the mouth of the well at any time. Yang Dingtian said, "Once the flame of the world emerges from the mouth of the well, it means that our devouring of the energy of the chaotic world has exceeded the limit. Then the great nirvana will erupt." The expressions of all the races present changed. Yang Dingtian said, "At present, the flame of the world is only 3,800 miles away from the mouth of the well. At this speed, the great nirvana will arrive in 100 years. In order to save the world, His Excellency Shu Piaoyan had to have a world-destroying war every 200 years. Every 2,000 years, a great massacre would take place in exchange for the survival of this world. Therefore, no matter how cruel his methods are, he is a great savior." At this time, no one could make any sound. The final truth of this world was so heavy and cold that it made people unable to breathe. Yang Dingtian said, "Where does the energy of our chaotic world come from? It all comes from the sun." At this time, a high priest of New Naga said, "Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, energy is divided into yin and yang. The sun can only provide yang energy, so where does the yin energy come from? It still comes from the sun." Yang Dingtian said, "Yin is just the opposite of yang." Yang Dingtian continued, "However, the energy of the sun will gradually decline. As the chaotic world continues to be destroyed, the energy of the sun that can be absorbed and transformed will become smaller and smaller. Therefore, when the energy that humans devour every day exceeds the daily supply of the sun and the daily conversion of the chaotic world, it will exceed the load of the chaotic world, and the flame of the world will continue to rise. Therefore, Shu Piaoyan, the Savior, is necessary to have a world-destroying battle every 200 years and a great massacre every 2,000 years. It is to reduce the number of humans devouring energy and to give the chaotic world a chance to breathe." The entire celestial hall was completely silent. The previous cheers of victory disappeared without a trace. Yang Dingtian said, "Before Medusa launched the massacre, the flame of the world was only a few meters away from the mouth of the well. Perhaps in 3 to 5 days, the great calamity would break out. Therefore, Medusa went on a killing spree and slaughtered most of the people in this world." Yang Dingtian continued, "But later, I saved more than 300 million people, and all the essence of martial arts was among the 300 million people who survived. Therefore, the well of the world is still about to overflow. Then, I went to kill Medusa and entered the soul, leaving palace, trying to have a final battle with His Excellency, Shu Piaoyan." At this moment, the demon fox high priest said, "Your Excellency, Yang Dingtian, in that case, why did His Excellency Shu Piaoyan die?" Her meaning was very clear. Yang Dingtian should be far from his match, and although Shu Piaoyan's methods were terrible, he was righteous. Yang Dingtian said, "His Excellency Shu Piaoyan, the Savior, committed suicide because for the past 10,000 years, in order to let the world survive, he had to control the world every 200 years and raise the butcher's knife. However, he was not a god, but a human. Therefore, his heart was riddled with holes, and he had long wanted to die and be free. Therefore, for the past 1,000 years, he had been looking for a successor to the Savior. Before His Excellency Wentian and I, he looked for 7 others, but they all failed and they all died. His Excellency Wentian also failed, and I became the only person who met the Savior, His Excellency Shu Piaoyan. I inherited his mantle and his will." Everyone was stunned. Then the first person took the lead, and everyone knelt down. "Greetings, Your Majesty the Savior." Yang Dingtian did not stop them. Instead, he still sat on the chair and said, "His Excellency Shu Piaoyan let me inherit the position of the Savior and the fake god, and gave me power close to that of a god, so that I could control the entire world. I need to inherit his will, continue to save this world, and prevent the Great Nirvana from happening. He wants me to continue the Great Nirvana war every 200 years, and a great massacre every 2,000 years to restart the civilization. At this time, the various races kneeling on the ground were already sobbing. Yang Dingtian said, "However, the first thing he wants me to do is to kill the 300 million people who survived, including the vast majority of the races. Only 2 million survived and became the fire seed of the restart of the civilization. Only in this way will the position of the world's flame continue to decline and stay away from the well." At this time, more and more leaders kowtowed on the ground, indicating that they were willing to commit suicide. Among them, a considerable number of the fox demon race and the upper echelons of the Council of Light were willing to commit suicide. Yan Dingtian believed that this was true, especially Dongfang Minmi, the fox demon high priest, and even the Dark Wanderers led by Mizhu. They were all pure and did not fear death. They were willing to take the lead in sacrificing themselves to help the chaos civilization continue. Yang Dingtian looked at the crowd and said, "I agreed to His Excellency Shiwu Piayan's request, and I inherited his position. However, I rejected the position of a fake god, and I rejected the energy that was close to that of a god. I rejected the will to slaughter the remaining 300 million people. I said that I can become the new savior, but everything will be done according to my way." With such a turn of events, the various races below raised their heads and looked at Yang Dingtian in shock and confusion. Yang Dingtian said, "I don't want to become the god high above and control all of your fates, even if it's to stop the end of the world. I am willing to do everything I can to save the chaos world with you." Yang Dingtian stood up and said slowly, "Savior, what a great word. However, I don't like it because it's unequal and high above. In this world, there has never been a savior. We have to rely on ourselves for everything. If there is a savior, then all of us are saviors, and all the creatures in the chaos world are saviors." Yang Dingtian walked down the steps and walked into the crowd. "Everyone, please rise." Hundreds of leaders of various races stood up. "I don't want to use a massacre to forcefully restart civilization and force the chaos world to survive. I don't want to control all of your fates. I'm only willing to be with you at most, to lead you to find a new path that can allow the civilization of the entire world to continue and prevent the destruction of the world." "What path? What way? I don't know, I'm also confused. Maybe it's the study of spiritual energy. Maybe it's the energy civilization. Or maybe it's the return of the energy sea to the chaos world. Or maybe it's other paths, etc. I'm a person with limited talent. Only perseverance and will are considered good. It may take us hundreds of years, maybe thousands of years to complete this path. The possibility of failure is very, very high. But so what? At least those paths are chosen by us. Even if we fail, even if we die, it's our own choice. I'll die with everyone. Then may I ask everyone, are you willing to walk a path that none of the previous civilizations have walked? A path that none of them have walked before? The demigod Naga race didn't walk it. The 8th era human civilization, which is more powerful than the Naga race, also didn't walk it. Whether it's wisdom or energy cultivation, we are worlds apart from them. Can we walk it? Only God knows. Everyone, are you willing to follow me on this most difficult path of civilization survival?" Yang Dingtian roared loudly. Immediately, all the representatives of the races present knelt down one by one. "We obey your order, Your Majesty the Savior. Long live the Savior," Yang Dingtian said. "I announce that the Doomsday Council will be changed to the Savior Council, and there will be new Naga races, the Undead race, and the Shura race. When His Excellency, the Ghost Emperor, can show himself, he will also become one of the leaders of my council. We obey your order." Ghost Emperor Wen Tian used the mouth of the saint-level Shura to kneel down and accept the order. Yang Dingtian said, "Then I issue the first order of the Savior Council. Before we find a new path, implement a comprehensive ban on martial arts. All martial arts, secret manuals, and mystical skill scrolls are to be collected and sealed. All martial arts members are not allowed to use mystical skill to increase their cultivation unless they have the permission of the Savior Council. We obey your order, Yang Dingtian sighed. From now on, the world will be different. From now on, martial arts will no longer be the mainstream of society. Construction, development, invention, and exploration are the core of this world's civilization. Then, from today onwards, it will be called the first year of salvation. This day was regarded as the greatest day in the history of the Chaos world. It was known as the Celestial Hall Resolution, after the Celestial Hall Resolution was opened. After spending more than 100 days, the Savior Council finally drafted the Chaos World Salvation Act of more than 100,000 words. It clearly stated what could be done and what could not be done. It clearly stated the division of the Chaos World's territory, as well as the theme of construction, development, invention, and exploration. Then, the hundreds of millions of humans who survived returned to the human countries to live. The Empire of Darkness existed as the headquarters of the Savior Council. The first thing the Savior Council did was to identify and select the books in the Scripture Depository, the High Priest Association and the X Association one by one. Then they divided them into categories and established the Energy Civilization, Spiritual Force Study, Crystal Stone Civilization, Sea of Chi Space Study, Chaos Essence Study, and so on. All kinds of subject knowledge spread out in an instant, instantly becoming a prairie fire of knowledge. Countless schools were built, like bamboo shoots, after the rain. The number of subjects in the schools increased year by year. The martial arts discipline still existed, but the core was only the internal exploration of the Sea of Chi space. It was not to cultivate martial arts every day. At first, Yang Dingtian wanted to completely ban martial arts. But later, he felt that although the martial arts civilization led to the destruction of the Chaos world, it could not be stopped. After all, it was also a kind of civilization. Therefore, when he really found the way to save the world, especially when the secret of the Sea of Chi space was completely grasped and comprehended, it allowed the warrior's Sea of Chi to be connected to the Chaos world and become a part of the Chaos world's energy cycle. At that time, the martial arts civilization might be reopened. However, before a new path was found, the mystic breathing technique was an absolute taboo. Once discovered, it would be immediately executed. It would not be tolerated. In the year after the Celestial Palace's resolution, Yang Dingtian saved Dongfang Bingling. After that, Dongfang Bingling did not leave the house at all. She stayed at home every day, learning the zither, calligraphy, and painting. Otherwise, she would accompany her parents and Yang Dingtian. Moreover, she gave birth to 3 sons and 2 daughters for Yang Dingtian. In the same year, with the consent of Huang Yu and Yun Zhenu, he used the soul transfer technique to let the 2 of them return to their original identities. Dugu Fingwu appeared completely in front of Yang Dingtian once again. She was still Yang Dingtian's wife, but most of the time, she lived with her father, Dugu Shao. She and Yang Dingtian had a son and a daughter. All of her love was poured into her children, and she could not bear to give birth to another child. On the other hand, Yun Zhenu moved into the valley of Cloud Heaven City and lived with Yang Dingtian. The next year, she gave birth to a daughter. The next year, she gave birth to another daughter. Ling Wu also lived in the valley of Cloud Heaven City. However, she did not get married. She was just like a householder. Although she would occasionally cross the line with Yang Dingtian, they did not give birth to any offspring. Dishi Bian was the same. She didn't step out of her room either. Although she did not get married, she lived with Yang Dingtian almost all the time. However, because of her physique, she did not have any offspring. The most amazing one was Dugu Shuang'er. After understanding the ultimate secret of the world, she seemed to have lost interest in energy devouring. She did not devour any energy anymore. Instead, she forcefully turned to the research of spiritual energy. On the 9th day after the resolution in the Sky Dome Hall, Shimin Ningning officially paid a visit to the Empire of Darkness. After that, she lived with Yang Dingtian. After that, she became Duge Shuang'er's enlightenment teacher in the spiritual energy civilization. Furthermore, she became one of the leaders in the research of spiritual energy. However, because of her physique, she and Yang Dingtian did not give birth to any offspring. Vulture had the body of a Shura and could not give birth to any offspring in the early years. However, the problem was successfully solved in the end. She gave birth to a son and a daughter for Yang Dingtian. The former spirit rabbit, because of Wu Daozi's death, bid farewell to Yang Dingtian. From then on, there was no trace of her. Time passed year by year. The entire human countries were becoming more and more prosperous. Countless bustling cities and beautiful villages were springing up like bamboo shoots after the rain. After more than 10 years, construction and exploration had become the mainstream of the chaotic world. The entire chaotic world ushered in the first explosion of knowledge. The Salvation Parliament had finally solved the problem of intermarriage between the Demon Fox clan and humans and giving birth to offspring. They had solved the problem of how the Demon Fox clan could survive in the energy field of the human countries. Moreover, the offspring that were born were only ordinary descendants, not the descendants of demigods. Next, the second problem to be solved was the almost terrifying lifespan of the Mermaid clan and the Demon Fox clan. This was because the Salvation Parliament felt that apart from the new Naga Empire, the terrifying lifespans of these two races would pose a great threat to the chaotic world. Moreover, after not cultivating martial arts, thousands of years would become painful and torturous. As time passed, the explosion of knowledge became more and more intense. The problems of the world were also solved one after another. This world finally showed a more advanced side than the 8th era's humans. That was, all rivers ran into the sea. Although it was the same language, various disciplines developed in parallel. Unlike the 8th era's human civilization, the energy civilization dominated the world. In the new chaotic world, spiritual energy, crystal civilization, and the nature of the world were the three mainstream disciplines. Especially the crystal civilization, which had completely become the foundation of the entire world. Crystal trains, crystal spaceships, and so on were endless. Illumination, communication, calculation, and so on were all inseparable from crystals. Of course, the entire world wasn't all beautiful, because in addition to the first 20 years, Yang Dingtian and his Salvation Parliament often appeared and governed the entire world. 20 years later, Yang Dingtian and his companions gradually faded out and gradually entered a state of semi-seclusion. They allowed the world to operate on its own, secretly grasping the general direction so that the track of development wouldn't deviate. 30 years, 40 years later, Yang Dingtian's elders, Dongfang Minmi, Qin Wanqiu, and the others passed away one after another. The Salvation Parliament still existed, but it had become a very detached and sacred organization. It would no longer directly participate in the governance of the entire world. The rulers of the entire world had become the various empires and kingdoms. The West continent had become 3 countries. Qin Huaiyu's son, Qin Zheng, ruled most of the West continent and established the Qin Empire. It could be considered as fulfilling his grandfather's ambition decades ago. Yang Dingtian's daughter, Yang Ning, didn't disappoint. In the southwest continent, she established the Heavenly Wind Kingdom and became the first queen. Yang Dingtian's adopted son, Yang Yichen, ruled the old land of Cloud Heaven City and the land of chaos, but he didn't establish a country and still called it Cloud Heaven City. As for the middle continent, it was divided into 7 or 8 countries. Yang Dingtian and Vulture's son, Yang Chom, with the support of his mother, Vulture, unified the southern barbarian continent and southern middle continent, establishing the Black Vulture Empire. Wu Maji, this woman, didn't want to fall behind. She let her son, Yang Yan, ruled a land of extreme south, Ning clan and Snow clan, establishing the great southern empire. Yang Dingtian's eldest son, Yang Li, had always been by his parents' side. But in the end, Dugu Fengwu saw that Vulture's son, Wumaji's son, and Ningro, Er's daughter, all went out to rule a region. She didn't want to be left out. After asking for the permission of Dongfang Bingling, she sent Yang Li to the East Continent and started to build up his reputation. When the other regions established their own countries, Yang Li finally established the Great Sun Empire under the encouragement of his mother, Dugu Fengwu. The reason why he chose this title was simple. He wanted to announce to the world that he was Yang Dingtian's eldest son and that he could inherit his father's legacy. Among all the women, Jia was probably the most power-hungry one. Currently, although she wasn't the chairman of the Little Western Paradise United Parliament, she was in charge most of the time. Not only that, but with her help, most of the new Fox clan members had already entered the Dongli grassland. Her son, Yang Ning, had already become the leader of this region. She knew that when the time was right, the Dongli Empire would be established. In just a few decades, the human population had once again broken through 2 billion. It had already surpassed the peak before the Doomsday War. The entire world had been divided into dozens of empires and kingdoms of various sizes. 6 of them were ruled by Yang Dingtian's children. These dozens of countries all worshipped the same spiritual totem, which was Yang Dingtian. Almost every country's currency, emblem, and so on had Yang Dingtian's portrait. However, this didn't stop these countries from fighting, frictions, and even wars. In the beginning, they were very careful, and the wars between the countries were just small skirmishes. They were afraid that Yang Dingtian and the World Salvation Parliament would be angered and interfere. However, they later realized that the savior, Yang Dingtian, and the World Salvation Parliament didn't care about the conflicts between the countries. Therefore, the countries started to fight. The fighting became more and more intense. However, as long as they crossed the line, they would definitely find the World Salvation Parliament and deal a heavy blow. Moreover, the heavy blow from Yang Dingtian was something that no country or emperor in the world could withstand. It was a disaster. Moreover, the first one to suffer a heavy blow was Yang Dingtian's eldest son, Yang Li. He relied on the fact that he was Yang Dingtian's eldest son. After unifying the entire East Continent and part of the world of ice and snow, he still wasn't satisfied. He led an army to invade Zhu Mingyu's Dexian Empire in the North Middle Continent. Because he was Yang Dingtian's eldest son, the emperors of the countries that were invaded generally didn't dare to use too fierce methods against him. Therefore, Yang Li was completely unstoppable. He didn't dare to let his army break through the taboo and cultivate Xian Qi martial arts. However, when he invaded North Middle Continent, his army slaughtered more than hundreds of thousands of innocent people. Under the fury of the World Salvation Parliament, Yang Li was removed from his throne and spat out most of the territory that he had annexed. His son, Yang Yin, became the second emperor of the Deyang Empire. If it wasn't for Yang Li's wife, Yang Dingtian's adopted daughter, Yang Qin, who pleaded for mercy, Yang Li might even be imprisoned in the Empire of Darkness for the rest of his life. Other than the rulers of the 6 countries, Yang Dingtian's remaining children were all engaged in various jobs. Some of them were teachers, some of them were researchers, and some of them were just manor lords. The one who had always been by Yang Dingtian's side was his son, Yang Yi. He didn't even have a family and was always by his father's side, becoming Yang Dingtian's only emissary. After the Heaven Dome Great Hall's decision, Yang Dingtian didn't appear in public for 30 years. Every time there was a major event, Yang Yi would appear in his place. Yang Dingtian definitely wasn't acting cool. It was so that he could dilute his existence and allow this world to develop freely. He and the World Salvation Parliament were only in charge of the highest direction. Back then, when Wumaji, Vulture, Dugu Fengwu, and the others sent their sons out to establish empires and become rulers, he could have stopped them with a single sentence. If he was the kind of person who fished for fame, he would definitely have stopped them. In fact, He wasn't too willing to see his children become emperors or kings. However, he didn't stop them in the end and allowed them to develop naturally, even though his children might kill each other a few generations later because of conflicts and disputes between countries. Moreover, Yang Yi didn't cultivate martial arts his entire life. However, he had the strongest martial arts force under his command. It was formed by the original Demon Fox races, Saint-level experts, Dark Wanderers, Mermaid Warriors, Snakemen Warriors, and others. All of them had the cultivation of Great Grandmaster and above. The name of this army was called the Dark Patrol. This team of less than 1,000 people was the strongest force in the chaotic world. Their only mission was to kill any martial artists who cultivated the martial arts. Anyone who dared to break the ban and cultivate martial arts, no matter where they were, no matter who they were, they would all be killed. The indifferent Yang Yi became the most suitable commander of this team. 50 years after the Heaven Dome Great Hall's decision, which was also 50 years after the New Era, the entire World Salvation Parliament's affairs were actually handled by Yang Yi. Yang Yi had become the highest secret manager of dozens of countries in the chaotic world. Moreover, he did a very good job, even better than Yang Dingtian. Among his many children, his personality was the most similar to Yang Dingtian's, but he was smarter than Yang Dingtian. In addition, Zhu Qingzhu, who had been missing for decades, was still nowhere to be found. 80 years after the Heaven Dome Great Hall's decision, which was also the 80th year of the New Era, Yang Dingtian had comprehended the high-level greater space technique. He didn't use the chaos spirit flame, but used the cosmos to create a high-level space gate that directly led to the coordinates of Earth. Then, he successfully sent Wen Tian back to Earth. However, it was Wen Tian who had lost all his Xianqi. This was because if Wen Tian was at his peak, the energy required to send him back to Earth would be more than 10,000 times more. The cosmos wouldn't be able to withstand it. Furthermore, there was one more important matter, and that was the huge dark dragon in Yang Dingtian's Qi. After the start of the New Era, Yang Dingtian didn't cultivate anymore. He didn't even use martial arts anymore. And this dark dragon would forever sleep in the abyss of Yang Dingtian's Sea of Qi. Decades, centuries, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years were just a concept to the dark dragon. Moreover, as Yang Dingtian's research on the world and the god of chaos and the fallen divine dragon deepened, he realized that although the dark dragon was synonymous with greed, and once it fully matured, it was very likely to become the new god of chaos and the new fallen divine dragon. However, this wasn't completely a disaster. Instead, it was more like the rebirth of the world. Of course, this was something even more complicated. Yang Dingtian had only studied 1.5 limbs. Earth, A.D. September 13th, 2014. It was the 9th year after Yang Dingtian transmigrated to the chaotic world, and the 33rd year after Wen Tian transmigrated to the chaotic world. Wen Tian, oh no, he should be called Lilian now, suddenly appeared in the dense forest of Beijing University. This was the place where he had disappeared. I'm back. It's been over 30 years. I'm finally back. First, his face was covered in tears. Then he kept kissing the ground. Wen Tian started walking around Beijing University's campus. In the end, he discovered that Beijing University's campus didn't seem to have changed much compared to 30 years ago. The house was still the same house. The dense forest was still the same, and the unnamed lake was still the same. His heart instantly turned cold. Could it be that more than 30 years had passed, but our country still hadn't developed much? After losing all his cultivation, the most simple patriotic feeling instantly surged in his heart. But very soon he was at ease, because after leaving the dense forest, he came to the main road of the school. Immediately, there was an endless stream of people and carriages. The number of cars here was more than 100 times more than 30 years ago. After leaving the school, Wen Tian was even more stunned. There were so many tall buildings and so prosperous. Didn't China catch up with the United States and the United States? Soon after, After Wen Tian walked on the street for a while, he saw a police station. He knew that this was the place where people were in charge. He immediately went in. The people and police inside warmly received him. "Comrade, can you check where Su Xiaoying and Li Bijun live?" Wen Tian asked. "Yes, but there will be many people with the same name. I need you to identify them. May I know who they are to you?" The police officer asked. "My name is Li Lian. I'm their husband and father." Wen Tian said, "Previously there was a problem with my brain, so I got lost. Now that I've regained my consciousness, I can't remember where my home is." The police officer glanced at Wen Tian and immediately went to brew a cup of hot tea. He said, "Old sir, please wait a moment. I'll help you check." More than 10 minutes later, the police officer said, "Sir, do you think this is your wife and daughter?" On the computer screen, Wen Tian saw the photo of his old wife and his beautiful daughter. Instantly, tears streamed down his face. He nodded desperately and almost couldn't stand. "Sir, don't be agitated. Don't be agitated. I'll immediately inform your wife and daughter and ask them to come and pick you up." The police officer hurriedly helped Wen Tian sit down. Then he immediately made a call. Coincidentally, Su Xiaoying's household registration was in the area under the police station's jurisdiction. The call was quickly connected. A pleasant female voice came from the other side. She was about 30 years old. "Hello, may I ask if you are Madame Li Bijun?" The police officer asked. "Yes, I am." Li Bijun said, "May I ask who you are? What's the matter?" "Yang Li, you're not allowed to watch TV. Watch TV after you finish your homework." "Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm from the police station. May I ask if Li Lian is your father? He's lost. Please bring him home." The police officer said. He was slightly puzzled in his heart. Why was Li Lian's name not on this family's household register? "Li Lian? My father." On the other side, Li Bijun was stunned. The coffee in her hand fell to the ground. On the other side of the phone, the voice of a middle-aged woman came. She said, "Bijun, if you want to watch TV, just watch TV. Why are you so angry? You even threw a cup." "Hello, Madam Li. Are you listening?" The police officer asked. Li Bijun on the other side of the phone immediately cried out. Then she said with a trembling voice, I'll come over immediately." Half an hour later, an Audi TT stopped in front of the police station. The beautiful Li Bijun and a white-haired woman got out of the car. The first thing she saw was Wen Tian. The 60-year-old Su Xiaoying's body trembled. She swayed and almost fainted. Wen Tian immediately rushed over and hugged her tightly in his arms. Brother, I'm not dreaming, right?" "I'm not dreaming, right?" Su Xiaoying said with a trembling voice. She called for her husband and her brother. "It's not a dream. I'm back. I'll never be separated from you again." Wen Tian's heart felt as if it was about to explode. He completely let go of the happiness in his heart. Although the wife in his arms was old, her hair was white and her beauty was no longer there. In his eyes, she was even more beautiful than the peerless Piao Ling. "Father," Li Bijun said with a trembling voice because she had never seen her father before. She had only seen him in black and white photos. Wen Tian immediately hugged Li Bijun in his arms. At this moment, Min came over and said, "It's good that you're reunited. Bring the old Mr. home now. Of course, if you're free tomorrow, please come to the police station to make a record." Wen Tian returned home. Li Bijun didn't enter the house. Instead, she entered the elevator. Wen Tian asked, "Daughter, what's wrong?" Li Bijun said, "Your grandson Yang Li is still at his grandparents' house. I'll go fetch him. Father, you go home first." "Grandson? Yang Li?" Wen Tian trembled. Could it be the son of Bijun and Yang Dingtian? 10 minutes later, when Wen Tian saw his grandson, he immediately concluded that this was Yang Dingtian's son. His appearance was very similar to Yang Dingtian's. He didn't know if he was angry or happy. This bastard, the first time he went out with his daughter, he actually fell for her. His entire body was burning as he transmigrated, and he even got his daughter pregnant. Now, when Tian somewhat understood why Li Bijuan didn't find another partner, it was because she had a child with Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian's parents also came along. After Yang Dingtian completely disappeared, the two elders were in so much pain that they wished they were dead. However, the child in Li Bijuan's stomach became their new hope. As a result, the two elders sold all their belongings and moved to the capital. Hence, after Yang Li was born, he became the darling of the two families. He was spoiled by the three elders to the point that Li Bijuan couldn't control him. Of course, despite having a child, the two elders were still very open-minded. They kept persuading Li Bijuan to find another partner. Li Bijuan had always been perfunctory and nonchalant in her responses, but she was still alone. It wasn't completely because her relationship with Yang Dingtian was so deep. Rather, it was because she was originally an unruly person. If not, she wouldn't have dated a student. Since she had a child, she might as well live alone. She taught, translated, played games, and took care of the child. She lived a very enjoyable life and didn't seem to need a man. Moreover, after her father disappeared, her mother also lived alone for half of her life. Thus, she had been living alone all these years. When Tian hugged his grandson in his arms, his heart ached again and again. Yang Dingtian's parents, Su Xiaoying and Li Bijuan, only chatted casually. They didn't dare to ask him where he went all these years. Wen Tian suddenly raised his head and said to Yang Dingtian's parents, "My two in-laws, Xiaojun, Yang Dingtian didn't die." The moment these words came out, Yang Dingtian's parents were completely stunned. After a long while they regained their senses. Their bodies started to tremble. Big brotherly, is this true?" Father Yang asked in a trembling voice. Li Bijuan's tears immediately flowed out. When Tian nodded, "Yes, he didn't die. We have been together all these years." Father Yang asked, Then why didn't he come back? You have already returned. Why didn't he come back?" When Tian said, "He still has very, very important things to do over there. Hence, he still needs some time to come back." Mother Yang asked, "Little Tian, can he really come back?" "Yes, definitely." When Tian said, at night, when Tian, his old wife, and his grandson slept on the same bed. Before going to bed, he passed by Li Bijuan's room and discovered that she was playing a game. "Xiaojun, it's very late. Sleep early." When Tian said, Li Bijuan said, this was the online game that she and Yang Dingtian fell in love with. Now it was almost out of service. She was playing a private server. Suddenly Li Bijuan said, "Dad, is Yang Dingtian powerful in the alternate world?" When Tian was stunned, Li Bijuan said, "The two of you suddenly disappeared without a trace. This completely broke our current understanding. Hence, we can only use the word transmigration to describe it when Tian was so old that he felt that his daughter was very amazing." Then, when Tian nodded and said, "Yang Dingtian is very powerful, much more powerful than your father. That's why he can't leave. He is the leader of the world." Li Bijuan said, "That's good. Our love wasn't in vain. Sai, if that alternate world can't leave him, when our son grows up, he can actually bring me to that world. This way, we can still be together." When Tian was completely stunned, his daughter's imagination was really wild. Li Bijuan pursed her lips and smiled. Then, she continued to play the game and reminisced about the good times she had with Yang Dingtian. The end of the book.